Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 6, Classic WoW content. I'm going to be doing some quest returns, Westfall. It's going to be probably a little bit later. We're almost there. I pretty much cleared Ilwyn Forest last night on 8, and we're probably going to have a guest. The guy who was on episode 7. Oops. He'll be on. I'm not sure what character he'll want to be on. And then I got to get my paladin able to be playable on dungeons. That'll be good. Get him leveled up. That'd be fun. So the gnome and the paladin are almost the same level at this point because the gnome's at level 10. So I feel like, especially with like the high damage of the mage, we'll be able to melt up to level 16 and then branch back off to the paladin and do that Defias run thing with the trader. I was trying to save that for him because we failed on it twice basically. So third time's a charm and we have to get that done. And yeah, I'm gonna go check in with my girl and the dog that we got. And yeah, I don't have a widget for chat or anything like that, so I'm not really paying attention to chat. So my moderator is, which is my girl, and I don't really know why it wasn't working on the last stream, so I tried to reboot it, and hopefully this fixes it. And everyone's fine. Leaves me alone. The order is gonna be here in an hour, and that was with the express shipping. That's kind of crazy. At least they finally did it. So yeah, $111 order. They just kind of like threw it to the wind because they have a high number of orders. I don't know. Walmart was kind of funny yesterday. Like if you see on the stream, it really threw off like the first 2 hours of it because I was waiting to do that and like went over there and it wasn't there and it was just awful. Just bloody awful. So I gotta figure out a way to get that fixed up a little bit. I think I can make it all the way to the tower without having to heal my gear. That was the goal. Get to the flight master. In Westfall, that way I have all the other flights that I have except for, what was it, Darkshire or Lakeshire over there? Both of those. At least all the ones that the Paladin has except for Lakeshire. I got really good luck with the rolling of the pouches. I just didn't have the green pouch. I don't know, I didn't buy any of these. These are all found within level 5 or 6 over there at the Northshire Abbey farming those Defias next to the guy you have to go get chop his head off, I guess. I forget. Anyway, I gotta blow this out. Oh, that looked like that guy was wearing that armor, literally. Eventually, I'll have to go get Hogger. And that's why, like, I'm gonna have to come back for these quests. Because there's already so much travel. I guess they kind of make you get all this stuff done and out of the way first. Like, travel, see how big the world is. A little bit. Now that you exit this place, you'll start to understand, or at least I did, how big the scale of the place. Each place could be different. And like this one, you can tell how slow the guy is running in comparison to where you were just across. Pretty big area. I'm obviously referencing back to when I played this 10 years ago. So we're going all the way over there to that tower. And I believe if we do this, we'll make it all the way there without having to do anything else. So I will continue talking to you guys in a second. Gotta go check in with my girl. Oh, well, momentarily. I'm gonna take a hit first.
What can I do for you? Hey there.
Expand those programs for the first ever workforce development.
Okay, we're gonna try to do something.
The high-tech spin.
I haven't done it in a while.
Right out, tax measures, including no tax on overtime.
A lot of the stuff that this guy's been covering lately has been extremely important. So I'm trying to figure out a way to either hardwire this into the stream or at least have this on and I'm watching it and you guys can at least hear it and it's not copyrightable like that. You know, plus I know him and he literally says to share it. So I'm doing that. So reproducing the broadcast? Hell no. I can't do it like he does. Anyway, this is where I'm at right now at the tower. But I'm gonna do my thing really quick and then we'll keep going. But you guys can hear what he's talking about like this.
Arguing that promises made are being turned into measurable results. The White House also announced strong support for President Trump's appointment of William Putte as acting director of national intelligence. The White House said lawmakers from both the House and Senate Republican Conference praise his record of reform, protection of sensitive information, and readiness to lead the intelligence community. The administration's position is that this appointment strengthens national security leadership at a critical time. And according to the daily guidance from the White House, the president's Thursday schedule included some executive time in the morning, an 11 a.m. intelligence briefing, and the 3 p.m. Oval Office announcement on beautiful clean coal, and a 5:30 p.m. policy meeting in the Oval Office. And from the Pool report, today's coal announcement was the only open press covered event on the president's schedule, underscoring just how central that energy message was to the White House agenda. Taken together, the past 24 hours show a White House focused on energy strength, worker opportunity, national security leadership, and direct engagement with the American heartland. And that's the latest from the White House. Now let's turn from the administration's daily action to the other major stories that are shaping the day across the country. We've got lots of news to get to tonight. As I stated, Barack Obama back in the crosshairs thankfully, we got some interesting breaking news, and John Bolton riding shotgun on the way to the prison. We've also got that story about this flesh-eating parasite that is now returned since the 1960s. It's got Texas farmers freaking out, but there is a response from the White House, which is rather interesting. We've also got the latest on the Iran negotiations, which everybody is anxious to see resolved. We're going to bring you the latest from that. And also major moves from the Department of Justice today with respect to all of the fraud. Now, we've been tracking the fraud ever since Nick Shirley showed up at the Leering Center with a camera and exposed what was happening in Minnesota. Well, of course, that net has expanded to all 50 states. And one of the biggest fraud scandals that is now in the crosshairs of the White House is happening in Ohio. So that is the next domino to fall. Of course, we want to see even more action in California. We do know that the administration is focusing on the fraud there and all the hospice centers that Dr. Oz has exposed getting shut down. But we're going to be taking a look at what's going on in Ohio tonight as part of that larger push to expand the probes into all of the fraud that they are clawing back for the American taxpayer. Continuing with the news on the beautification of the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., President Trump touting some major victories there. We're going to be showing you what happened in the Oval Office today, as well as some of the more beautiful scenes that are coming out of the reflecting pool and other scenes around Washington, D.C. that really showcase American pride is back and America First is winning. And then some remarks from the Oval Office today as well with respect to what happened in California and the vote count there. Everybody is asking some serious questions. Now, we all know what happened in 2020, despite what the media will tell you. But it looks like the election fraud game is still in play. And President Trump is doing whatever he can to make sure that that is stamped out. Of course, you and I both know we need the SAVE Act. We need the Senate to move. We need John Thune to move on the SAVE Act so that we can get secure elections again. Right? What's wrong with secure elections? Absolutely nothing. But on the Democrat side, they need unsecure elections so that they can continue to steal elections because their arguments, their policies actually don't reflect with the American people. They don't resonate. And that's why they keep losing, and that's why they keep needing to steal elections. So we're going to talk about what happened in California. So first, Brian, let's get into our story about Barack Obama, John Bolton. That's the big news today. Tonight, the story is getting bigger, hotter, and much more dangerous for the people who thought that Russiagate would never come back to haunt them, because this is no longer just about old headlines, cable news spin, or another social media post. The Trump administration's accountability push appears to be climbing the chain of command. We're talking about declassified material, intelligence community assessments, DOJ review, and a question that terrifies the old Washington machine. Who authorized what? And if the answer leads, or many Americans believe it leads, then the cover-up that was going on for years could be ending right now. So why are the usual suspects suddenly looking so nervous? I'll tell you why this matters, because the real story is not a flashy post claiming Barack Obama could be investigated. The real story is that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has been driving a declassification and referral process focused on how the 2016 and early 2017 intelligence products were created, shaped, and sold to the country. See, that's a massive development. According to remarks now circulating widely, Gabbard said that evidence released points directly to former President Barack Obama leading the manufacturing of the intelligence community assessment. Then, Attorney General Todd Blanche. He said the Justice Department is suddenly studying why the outgoing Obama administration did what it did, why officials like Comey said what they said, and why there was an ongoing effort to target President Trump. That means the focus is moving from events to decisions, from decision to decision makers. And once you enter that territory, this stops being a history debate. It becomes an institutional trust test where America's intelligence tools weaponize to damage Trump and derail the will of the voters. Now, before we go further, I need you to pay attention to this because accountability matters in Washington, and it matters in your own household too, because if you or someone in your family is on Medicare, this directly affects your wallet. See, Medicare is confusing by design. The mailers, the robocalls, the fine print, the commercials, it's all built to overwhelm you so you lock into a plan and never review it again. That is the Medicare confusion industrial complex. And seniors are paying for it without even realizing. See, Chapter is very simple by design. One call, one advisor, real help. They look at your doctors, your prescriptions, and your priorities, then compare plans for you. Some seniors could save as much as $1,100 a year. So don't let the system box you in. Call Chapter at 910-728-4109. You see that number on your screen. And get some clear answers from someone actually working for you.
Sorry, I had
and not
to
the
tune into
bureaucracy
chat because
or
I'm
insurance
responsible for the
Now let's get back to the accountability
channel.
story. The corporate media still does not want to touch with any bit of honesty.
I haven't tuned into chat.
So here's the twist that the media class keeps on
the
dodging.
stuff that I cover.
This isn't about whether a Russian narrative was false. It's about whether senior officials authorize intelligence activity and document handling under one standard for themselves and another for everybody else. And that's where the John Bolton story suddenly matters, because while Tulsi's declassification effort pushes upwards towards the originators of the Russiagate machine, the new Bolton plea that was entered today pushes sideways into the same argument. Classified information has rules, and the Trump administration is signaling those rules are going to apply across the board. So keep that in mind as we present you the receipts. Attorney General Todd Blanche has confirmed he's moving forward with an investigation into Barack Obama over his plot to overthrow the United States government in 2016. Check this out.
I really want this
Russia hoax, there was absolutely nothing to it. And so the question that the American people have to ask is, well, then why did they do it? Why did Comey say what he said? Why did the outgoing Obama administration do what they did? And that's what we're studying right now, because it did great damage to this country. It did great damage to President Trump's first term. And we want to understand why that happened, why there continued to be an effort by operatives in the government to go after President Trump while he was in office, and then, of course, over the past several years as well.
So the investigation continues. It says the DOJ is now digging into what drove the Russia hoax and why it was used to cripple Trump. Meanwhile, one of the old guard players
was the
taking his
oldest
own
card
John
in the
Bolton,
book.
facing a guilty plea over classified material.
Trust me,
This from Trump
Russia
Daily
knew that one
Post.
too.
John Bolton
That's why they
is
were like,
guilty of
wow,
illegally
they really hate this
obtaining
guy.
classified information. He's staring it up to $2.25 million in fines. Prison time should be next. No one is above the law. This is just breaking news.
Breaking news, sources revealing that John Bolton is planning to plead guilty to retaining classified information. That plea will likely keep him out of prison. This stems from a charge, 18 of them at the end of last year, of keeping a diary-like material of classified information. So it looks like that case is moving forward, and our likelihood is now settled. All right, now,
John Bolton, no friend to President Trump. Mr. Mustache himself is going to be paying a very hefty fine in an effort to keep him out of prison. We'll see how that unfolds, but his legal trouble puts another anti-Trump operator back in the spotlight. Tulsi Gabbard goes further, saying the evidence points straight to Obama and the manufactured intelligence assessment. See, last year, Gabbard referred Barack Obama to the DOJ for criminal investigation. As I just showed you, the new acting Attorney General, soon to be confirmed official Attorney General, is continuing that investigation. And it's important for context because the DOJ referral is sitting on that desk, and now Todd Blanche has
Safe travels.
Obama ordered the manufacturing of the intelligence community assessment in order to overthrow a duly elected president.
We've ever referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this. The evidence, correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact. Ed, go ahead.
Director Gebhardt, thank you. So just two questions to begin on that. The President yesterday, you confirmed that the former President accompanied the coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I'm not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
So Tulsi Gabbard, that was the big bombshell. And of course, as you know, Tulsi Gabbard is resigning her position, sadly, but we do know that Bill Plute is now going to be filling her shoes, and we hope that he picks up some of these investigations and works directly with Blanche to execute these arrests and investigations. So after Gabbard lays out
execute these arrests and investigations. So after Gabbard lays out a direct referral and says Obama led the operation, next question is what they were trying to hide. Devin Nunes makes the case that the Mar-a-Lago raid was tied to the very Russian documents that they did not want exposed.
So you believe...
I'm going to try to get out as much of this information and get it declassified as possible.
So you believe that they raided Mar-a-Lago because they were looking for this? They were looking for the intelligence community assessment, your report on Russia's influence campaign targeting the 2016 presidential election. That's why they raided Mar-a-Lago.
I believe it had to be one of the things that they were looking for. Because look, that report is pretty damning if people take the time to read it. It's 45 pages. It spent, we had a dedicated team that spent nearly 2 years down at the CIA looking through this. It was blocked from getting out. And the reason that report is so important, right? That's let's just dumb it down. Simply put, we went through every single piece of intelligence that existed. And if anything, it was clear that if Putin was going to do anything, he probably wanted Hillary Clinton to win. But in fact, if you just apply a little common sense to it, the fact was that nobody around the world thought that President Trump was going to win in 2016. Same with Vladimir Putin. He didn't either. And so when you go through that was the intelligence. Every piece of intelligence that existed we went through it. It's in that report. And what do we know? After all this, after all, Trump and Russia and collusion, the two people that didn't collude? Trump and Russia.
America was dragged through a very difficult time. The president, his family, dragged through all of those investigations and the smears. And it's all leading back to one specific person, Barack Obama. And of course, who can forget Hillary Clinton? But if the raid was about burying the truth, that fits a much bigger pattern. Up next, a flashback on unmasking wiretaps and how Obama's team is accused of sabotaging Trump's transition before he even took office. Chicago One Ray calls it treason. Barack Obama made sure there was no peaceful transfer of power. He knew they were wiretapping Trump. Obamagate and Russiagate were way bigger than Watergate. They all belong in Gitmo, he writes. They are all traitors.
Trump will not be president. Highly critical, biased text messages between senior FBI officials Peter Strzok and Lisa Page.
There will be no question about the outcome of this election.
And she got ahead of herself. This utterly stunned this campaign.
Head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow.
Our constitutional democracy enshrines the peaceful transfer of power.
The peaceful transition of power is one of the hallmarks of our democracy. We want to do everything we can to help you succeed, because if you succeed, then the country succeeds. These declassified documents that were just released.
Officials in the Obama administration were asking for the identities to be unmasked of Americans.
Unmasking of aides and staffers of the incoming president.
The basic charge, political spying.
To disrupt the peaceful transfer of power.
Unmasking of Americans.
To figure out
it could be a real problem.
Why is it that the unmasking of Flynn somehow ended up in the pages of the Washington Post?
I know nothing about those moves to investigate Michael Flynn.
The vice president said that yesterday, and then the last name on this list is Joe Biden.
The Obama administration was bitter. They wanted to do everything they could to undermine the incoming Trump administration.
Really designed to sabotage and really upend the new administration.
An outgoing president and a vice president and a Washington Post columnist and the FBI setting up an incoming administration. Wow, that's a real conspiracy, and nobody wants to talk about it.
And we're talking about it, and we're not going to stop talking about it until there's true accountability. So it wasn't just dirty politics. It was presented as an effort to block a peaceful transfer of power. Now President Trump says the quiet part out loud, calling Obama the leader of the operation and flatly labeling it treason. There is no going back. President Trump says Obama is guilty of treason.
The leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. You heard of him. And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one they look. He's guilty. It's not a question. You know, I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty. This was treason. This was every word you can think of. They tried to steal the election. They tried to obfuscate the election. They did things that nobody's ever even imagined, even in other countries. You've seen some pretty rough countries. This man has seen some pretty rough countries, but you've never seen anything like it. And we have all of the documents.
Looks like they're on the way, I guess.
Tulsi told me she's got thousands of additional documents coming. So President Obama, it was his concept, his idea, but he also got it from crooked Hillary Clinton. Crooked is a $3 bill.
Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton working together in a treasonous act. So Trump's accusation turns the temperature all the way up, but there's also accountability.
$3 bills
another
do not
familiar
exist.
name from the anti-Trump camp. Continuing with the John Bolton expected to plead guilty to a felony in a deal with the Trump DOJ. Yes, he has pleaded guilty. Trump DOJ secured a guilty plea from
considerably longer to
advisor
load.
Bolton on illegally mishandling national security and classified documents. Now throw him in prison. Bolton will agree to plead guilty. He's accused of taking notes of documents, briefings, emailing them to himself as if it were a diary entry, then printing them out and keeping them after he was fired, according to CNN. He then wrote a memoir, and his home was raided by the feds with secret info found. CNN says it's a felony. Yeah, CNN forced to report.
Is expected to plead guilty over mishandling classified documents. This is according to 3 sources familiar with the matter. I want to go straight to CNN senior crime and justice correspondent Caitlin Poland. She has this exclusive reporting. Caitlin, what are you learning?
Pam, the Justice Department securing a guilty plea from John Bolton, the former national security advisor in the first Trump administration. My sources are telling me that he is expected to plead guilty to 1 count of illegally retaining classified information or national security information at his home. Now, this was a substantial case that had been investigated very significantly by first the Biden Justice Department the whole way through the beginning of this term of Donald Trump. This is also a man that Donald Trump very much hates and very much wanted to see prosecuted. Now John Bolton is going to agree to plead guilty and be appearing in court at the end of June. Part of what he is alleged to have done here, and we're still waiting to see exactly what he is going to be admitting to in court, what he's alleged to have done here is taken documents or taken notes of documents or briefings he was being given as national security advisor in the first Trump White House, and then emailing them to himself, almost as if it were a diary entry, and then printing them out, allegedly,
Sentinel
and
Tower.
keeping them in his home after he was fired as national security advisor in the first Trump administration. He then wrote a memoir, and his home was searched. When his home was searched last August by the FBI, they found multiple electronics and documents with information labeled secret or confidential or classified, not necessarily the documents themselves, potentially, but he at very least had these diary-like entries. And so his initial case that was charged for 18 counts, he's going to be pleading down to 1 count. We will still be watching to see exactly what the Justice Department asks for in court, whether he should be spending time in prison. That is a possibility. This would be a felony charge for John Bolton. But this is a significant case that the Justice Department has made a deal on to secure a guilty plea of a significant political foe.
Must really burn up the folks over there in the CNN production room that their favorite anti-Trump voice is now pleading guilty. So after the CNN report on Bolton's expected felony plea, the story gets more direct. Trump himself weighing in, calling Bolton a bad guy, as reports say he will pay millions over mishandling classified documents.
Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You told me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, he's a bad guy. It's too bad, but that's the way it goes.
The case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person.
President Trump.
So it can
One of
handle
his
a higher level of,
enemies
and sorry for the echo.
going down. So what does it all really mean? It means that we may be watching phase 4 of the Russiagate reckoning. Phase 1 was the argument over whether the Russia story was justified. Phase 2 was whether the intelligence assessments were accurate. Phase 3 became who made the calls. Now becomes phase 4. Will anybody actually be held accountable? President Trump's already made clear where he stands, saying Obama was the leader of the operation, calling it treason. Tulsi Gabbard's document releases and referrals suggest a chain of authorization is now the central question, and the Bolton guilty plea on classified retention reinforces the same core principle. No more special.
We're going for broke. We're going at 720.
Retention reinforces the same core principle. No more special exceptions for the elites. If you directed it, approved it, shaped it, or hid it, the spotlight is moving in your direction, and you may be getting a knock on the door from the FBI. So, to the American people, yes, we were told for years to sit down, shut up, accept the lie, accept the Russia hoax, accept the leaks, accept the unmasking, accept the raid politics, accept that President Trump was somehow the villain while the permanent Washington class wrapped itself in
What can I do for you?
the language of national security. But now the Trump administration is doing what should have been done a long time ago. Declassify, investigate, and follow the chain of command wherever it leads. And that is how
Go with
trust
honor, friend. Be careful. Light bless you.
is rebuilt. Not by protecting powerful Democrats, not by burying intelligence abuse behind bureaucratic jargon, by exposing it, by prosecuting misconduct where the facts support it, by showing the country that the same rules apply to everyone, including insiders. And if you believe the American people deserve the
Drop it down to at least 480.
For the Alliance.
apply to everyone, including insiders. And if you believe American people deserve the truth, the full truth about who authorized the Russiagate operation, share this report, subscribe to our channel, drop a comment, yes or no. Should every official tied to this chain of decisions face the full investigation? Let's have a conversation. And let's get you connected when the algorithm decides that you don't deserve to know when the truth is told. When the algorithm decides to bury the next news network under mountains of CNN and MSNBC garbage, I will not let you down. I have set this number up just for you. It's on your screen, 844-840-4963. Simply text the words raw feed to it, and you will not miss the news that you deserve. And celebrate America 250 with the Next News Network. We got some new gear. You can check it out in the merch shelf below this video. I want to celebrate with you. Are you ready? All right. We are all waiting for those perp walks. And
all right, well, it's
like
pretty stable now.
John Bolton will be the first guilty plea. Of course, we also know that James Comey facing his own reckoning. We're all paying very close attention to that timeline. I believe in just a few weeks we'll have some more information when that trial proceeds. But with the new Director of National Intelligence, with the new Attorney General, we can only hope and pray that these DOJ referrals that were handed up to the DOJ from the DNI office that specifically target Barack Obama actually...
I got to get ready because the food's going to be here within like 15, 20 minutes, so I got to process that.
Okay, so we got more news, some bizarre news, in fact. We do need to talk about what the administration is doing about this new flesh-eating fly. I know that when you're out at your picnics in the summer heat and you're enjoying the outdoors, we get those pesky flies. They always love to come around our picnics, don't they? Well, what's happening in Texas has got some very serious situations unfolding. In fact, I just found out that we have some news that it has now been confirmed. There's a massive quarantine underway. That's rather concerning. Secretary Brooke Rollins, though, is on the case, so we're going to get to the details on that. We've been tracking all day. So let's go ahead and investigate, shall we? A flesh-eating parasite that America thought it defeated decades ago has just shown up again in Texas. And this is not some cable news panic story about person-to-person spread. This is worse in a different way. The New World screwworm, it attacks livestock through open wounds, burrowing into living tissue. And if ranchers miss it, the animal can die. One infected calf near the border may sound isolated. Well, it's not. The real question tonight is whether the United States can stop this thing before it reestablishes itself and turns into a devastating blow to ranchers, cattle supply chains, and food security across the country. And it's curious that we know Bill Gates has been trying to reduce America's consumption on red meat. We also know that his organizations have been behind pushing ticks across this country so that Americans can catch alpha-gal syndrome and reduce their desire to eat red meat. Are they all connected? These are questions we certainly need answers to, but here's why this matters far beyond one calf. You see, the screwworm, it was eradicated from the U.S. back in 1966 using a smart and relentless campaign that released sterilized male flies into the wild until the population collapsed. For decades, that kept American ranchers protected, but now the parasite has been moving north through Mexico, and the first confirmed case has ranchers on alert for rapidly growing, foul-smelling wounds and white egg masses in livestock. The danger here is not that Americans are about to face a human outbreak. Human outbreak cases are, in fact, rare. The danger is agricultural. These flies target warm-blooded animals, especially cattle, and once the larvae hatch, they feed on the living flesh. That means lost animals, rising costs, disrupted production, and more pressure on food prices. This is border biosecurity in real time, and unlike the neglect we saw during the previous administration, the Trump administration is moving before the worst-case scenario arrives. And speaking of getting ahead of a threat before anyone else wakes up, that brings me to tonight's sponsored message. See, this report is sponsored by Noble Gold Investments, and if you could go back in time and buy oil before the world relied on it, would you? Well, of course you would. Anyone would. So why aren't you buying silver right now? See, the people who recognized oil early didn't just make money, they got ahead of one of the biggest economic changes in history. And today a similar opportunity is unfolding with silver, because silver is more than a precious metal. It's a critical resource used in solar panels, electric vehicles, defense systems, AI infrastructure, and the manufacturing economy. And demand is rising fast. So go to nextnewsgold.com right now and learn how you could also qualify for a 1/10 ounce gold coin while offers last. Now back to a threat that the Trump team is trying to crush before it tears into the heart of American agriculture. See, what makes this story so important is that the parasite itself is only half the headline. The other half is the response. See, most people hear that the government is releasing millions of flies and think it sounds absurd. Well, it's not. It's targeted eradication. Female screwworm flies usually mate only once, so if they mate with sterile males, the infestation burns out. That means the fight is not just about treating infected animals, it's about stopping an economic threat before it spreads across ranch country. And the scale of the response tells you that Washington knows exactly what is at stake. Scott Pressler posting about the flesh-eating parasite found in South Texas calf, the New World screwworm, eradicated since 1966. This parasitic fly lays eggs in the fresh wounds of warm-blooded animals. They feed on the host's flesh, which, if left untreated, can cause the animal to die. It's not contagious. It does threaten the cattle industry. So cattle ranchers should be on the lookout for rapidly growing foul-smelling wounds that have white egg masses. Take a look.
The United States has confirmed the case of New World screwworm in Texas cattle, raising alarm for the country's livestock industry. The parasitic fly lays eggs in open wounds, its larvae burrowing into living tissue, causing severe damage and, if untreated, death. The U.S. Department of Agriculture says the infestation was found in a calf near the U.S.-Mexico border. It marks the first confirmed case in Texas since 1966, and a major concern for ranchers as the pest has steadily moved north through Mexico. Authorities are moving quickly, imposing quarantines, increasing surveillance, and treating livestock in affected areas. Officials are also expanding outreach and distributing treatments to stop the spread. Screwworms most often enter through wounds and can affect livestock, wildlife, pets, and in rare cases, people. The USDA says sterile flies are being released to suppress the population. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rowland says the situation is being contained and insists the U.S. food supply remains safe. Still, the outbreak poses a significant economic risk, with Texas livestock losses potentially reaching billions of dollars if screwworm spread.
So that's the basics. The flesh-eating parasite back in Texas, a calf infected, USDA moving with quarantines and sterile flies. Now CBS lays out how this thing burrows into living tissue and why ranchers are treating it like a real border zone threat.
Discovery of the New World screwworm fly back in the U.S. The name kind of gives away why this fly is a problem. The fly finds an open wound or even a scratch on an animal or a person, and that's where it lays its eggs. the fly then develops by feeding off of that host. It can be incredibly painful for animals, fatal in some cases. We've been holding off the fly for years from Panama. Scientists developed a way in the 60s to breed sterile screwworm flies. Then when they would drop them out of airplanes by the millions, the flies out in the wild were unable to reproduce. Using that strategy, they pushed this fly south, out of the United States, out of Mexico, all the way down through Central America, using that exact same strategy. During the pandemic, there were some breakdowns in the process and in surveillance. There was additional movement of people and animals to the north. The fly, screwworms, started to spread again. Once that became evident, the U.S. started devoting more resources to trying to stop it. They started to prepare a location in Mexico to breed more sterile flies. They prepared an old base in the South U.S. to be able to receive sterile flies and drop them again. And right now the work is ongoing to try to breed sterile flies again in the U.S. That in itself is significant. Researchers have told me that the fly is considered to be so dangerous, they can't even get their hands on live samples. They've had to go south to Panama to study them. The big concern here is if these flies impact the ability of ranchers to have calves. They have to limit the seasons because they can't have calves in the warm season when the fly is active. That starts to impact how much they're able to rebuild their herds. It impacts the ability of wildlife to survive. And yes, in some cases, it could impact pets and people. There's been surveillance ongoing for months and months and months. State and federal agencies have been training on where to watch for the fly, how to trap it, how to recognize it. They have been developing therapeutics and ointments and treatments in the hope that once it was here, they could get on it right away. But now it is here. It's well across the border. It's about 100 miles southwest of San Antonio. And the battle is now not just something that scientists are expecting to happen. It is here.
Interesting, they would be dropping sterile flies from airplanes, as we've heard the stories of Bill Gates funding ticks, and these ticks landing in boxes all across America. CBS showing the dangers and the years of breakdowns and that let the menace creep north. Next, Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins explains what the Trump team is doing right now, fast-tracking a massive Texas sterile fly facility and sending emergency veterinary stockpiles to South Texas. Secretary Rollins testifying that we have immediate approval.
To take just a moment on the New World screwworm. So it is a vexing challenge that we thought we had beaten in the 1960s and 1970s. As I mentioned, unfortunately, that was wrong as the screwworm began to make its way back towards us in 2021. The way we defeated it before, you need about 400 million sterile flies per week to actually mate with the bad flies, sterilize them, and then, of course, the way that the flesh is in wounds becomes open to these screwworms, which are actually flies. The flies land in the wound, they lay their eggs. The larva then is what actually eats the flesh. If you catch it right away, you can save the animal and put them back into the supply system after a number of days. If you don't catch it right away, then that's where the problem ensues. Back when we did beat it, again, as I mentioned, it's about 400 million sterile flies a week, and that was in the 1960s, 1970s. Because over years we as a country, we as a hemisphere, had taken our eye off the ball, thinking it was eradicated. We got down to only 100 million sterile flies in production a week in a facility in Panama. So that is what we, the country, not me or USDA, but the country really had relied on to keep it out of Central America and Mexico, et cetera. So here we are. When we got in last year, I was presented with the information. It's starting to move its way up. I went to the president and I said, this is going to be a massive problem because we need 400 million to 500 million flies per week to beat this back. We only have one facility in our entire hemisphere, and it's only producing 100 million flies per week. So got immediate approval to begin permitting and construction on what will be the largest facility in the world on this, and that is being built right now in Mission, Texas. So instead of a couple years of permitting, our Army Corps of Engineers, our Secretary of the War, put it at the top of the list, got it fast-tracked, and we broke ground about 3 or 4 months ago. That facility will come online when it does next year. When it does, it'll produce about 300 million flies per week, in addition to the 100 million from Panama, and then we outfitted an additional Mexican facility in Matapa for another $100 million. So we will get back to the point where we're able to push it back and eradicate it, but until that point, which is likely sometime next year, our effort in trapping, surveillance, we had FDA fast-track a lot of treatment. We've got a national veterinary supply stockpile that was loaded onto a plane this morning, is headed to South Texas right now. I've already done a lot of press on this, so making sure that we're over-communicating, especially to our producers, is paramount. Of course, for Arizona, New Mexico, and California, it's also a challenge, but the screwworm continues to be between 500 and 800 miles away from those borders. It's really South Texas where we're really combating this every day. The point of that, Mr. Chairman, is that we're on it. We've invested almost $1 billion since we came in the door last year to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
So the Trump administration on the case, but here's the part that should get every American's attention. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins says the Trump administration has already fast-tracked construction of what will become the largest sterile fly production facility in the world, right in Texas. The Army Corps pushed it to the top of the list. Ground was broken months ago. When it comes online next year, it's expected to produce about 300 million flies a week on top of existing output from Panama and support from an additional Mexican facility. At the same time, the FDA fast-tracking treatments and a national veterinary stockpile loaded onto a plane and sent to South Texas, and that is what competent government looks like. Not denial, not delay, action. Fast, focused, America First action aimed at eradication and not surrender. So let's be very clear about what the real story is. Yes, the screwworm is disgusting. Yes, it's dangerous, but the biggest headline is that America is in a race to stop a biological threat to ranching, cattle production, agriculture, trade, and food stability before it digs in. And that's why this matters. And for once, the federal government is not waiting around for disaster to spread before acting. The Trump administration is treating this like a national security challenge that it is, a biosecurity challenge. And that is exactly what Americans should demand. Protect the border, protect the food safety, protect food supply, protect the ranchers who feed this country. If this parasite is crushed now, it'll happen because decisive action happened early. If not, the cost gets a lot higher. So share this report, leave a comment, and subscribe to the Next News Network so more Americans understand what's really happening. And a simple yes or no. Do you trust the Trump administration to eliminate the screwworm before it spreads nationwide? Let's have a conversation, and let's get you connected with me directly. Let's cut out the middleman, shall we? Yes, I know you're frustrated. I'm frustrated when those notifications never arrive. You can't seem to find our videos when the algorithm decides to present you CNN and MSNBC instead of the truth. Well, that's why we set up this number. 844-840-4963. You see it on your screen right there. Thousands of patriots, thousands and thousands of patriots have already texted the words raw feed to that number. I want you to be the next one to get on the insiders list, so you never miss the important news that you are entitled to from us. And we're celebrating America 250. Are you? I hope you will. I hope you'll join us too. So check out the Next News merch shelf below this video, or check the link and pick out something you like, and let's celebrate America 250 together. So, yeah, that was not on my bingo card today. Flesh-eating flies invading America. Well, that's what we're dealing with now. And speaking of invading, we need to talk about what's going on in Iran. President Trump is destroying any Iranian doubts with one warning on our troops. That warning is now about to be exposed. And later in the show, we're going to be talking about what they found in Ohio and what the Trump administration is doing and their nationwide push to crush the fraud that was initially exposed by Nick Shirley in Minnesota. Yes, it's a lot worse than we ever expected. Yeah, Minnesota just became the crack in the dam, if you will. And we're going to also look ahead to what President Trump presented in the Oval Office today with respect to the reflecting pool and the ongoing efforts to celebrate America's 250th anniversary, 250 years of this great republic. And I'm just excited for it. I love this country, always have, and to know that you and I get to celebrate America 250 together just warms my heart. And of course, we got to talk about what's going on in California, as well as what President Trump revealed in the Oval Office just a few hours ago. Tonight, the Iran story changed in a way the corporate press still does not fully understand. This is no longer just about whether President Trump can end a war. It's about whether he can lock in peace before one reckless proxy, one drone, one missile, or one dead American blows the whole thing wide open again. And then came the moment that cut through all the noise. A reporter asked President Trump what would happen if Iran or its terror network killed U.S. troops. Well, Trump didn't hedge. He didn't mumble. He drew a line. And that one answer tells you exactly where this crisis stands right now. And here's the real story tonight. See, the Trump administration appears to believe it already has the leverage. Iran has been weakened, its options narrowed, and the pressure campaign is producing movement. That means the mission has shifted from breaking the regime's resistance to freezing the battlefield long enough to finish the deal from strength. That's a huge difference. 2 weeks ago, the biggest fear was a larger regional war. Today, the biggest danger is a single tactical incident, one militia attack, one rocket, one American casualty. And that is why Trump's warning, it matters so much. He's signaling peace is preferred, but deterrence is still fully loaded. At the same time, the same Democrats who spent years empowering weakness under the former Biden administration are now joined by a handful of Republican grandstanders trying to limit Trump's flexibility in the middle of active negotiations. That is not oversight. That is a gift to Tehran, a gift to every proxy watching, and a direct hit on American leverage when strength matters most. And while we're talking about strength, recovery, and giving the body the tools it needs to fight back, let me tell you about something that truly caught my attention. You see, you've probably seen the clips of Joe Rogan with Mel Gibson talking about serious health struggles and dramatic turnarounds. Rogan mentions light-based therapies working at the cellular level, and Gibson said it plainly, the stuff works. See, that hit home for me. In my own family, my wife dealt with constant discomfort and anxiety for too long. And then I started looking into red light therapy and the work that Jonathan Otto has highlighted right here on this channel. And what stood out is how simple and practical that it is. If you want to learn more, go to myredlight.com. It's linked below, and see the options for yourself, because these devices are designed to support recovery, wellness, and daily performance in a way that fits real life. Use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. That's myredlight.com. Now back to the story, because what President Trump said next should put every ally, adversary, and armchair saboteur on notice, because the media will obsess over the House vote, because that's easier than admitting what is actually happening. President Trump's trying to preserve a position of dominance while the peace framework is still fragile. He also made something else clear. This is not another Obama-style surrender package, and it's absolutely not a repeat of the failed appeasement mindset from the previous era. Trump said it himself, if there is a deal, it will be the exact opposite of Obama's road to an Iranian bomb. And that changes how every one of these tweets and clips should be read. A reporter asked the question in the Oval, you'd only restart the conflict in Iran if they killed U.S. troops?
Iran, I wanted to ask you about this report that you would only restart the conflict with Iran if they killed U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'll be honest with you. If they killed U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
A very interesting question. He made the red line clear. If Iran kills U.S. troops, the response comes fast. But on Capitol Hill, the usual sabotage kicks in, with the House moving to tie his hands on any future action. Congress voting to end the Iran war. 4 Republicans betrayed the party.
Fox News alert, the House just passed a war powers resolution to end the war in Iran. The final vote, 215-208, with 4 Republicans breaking rank, including Thomas Massie, who just lost his re-election bid. The vote would mean the president would have to seek out congressional approval for any future military action. The bill now is going to be voted on in the Senate, so we'll see what happens there. Even if it does pass out of the Senate, Trump will just veto it, so it's more symbolic.
It is more symbolic. The House vote may be symbolic, but betrayal was real. Now, Trump firing back directly, blasting the 4 bad Republicans and every Democrat who lined up against him. Trump slamming the 4 bad Republicans and all the Democrats who voted for the anti-Trump war powers resolution. Posting on Truth Social. Here's the moment.
On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Again, it's more symbolic than anything because it still has to go to the Senate and to the president's desk. But as you can see there, they're all over there cheering for Iran. Isn't that just disgusting? Here is the actual post President Trump made on Truth Social. Yesterday, in a meaningless vote, the House voted 4 bad Republicans and all the Democrats to limit my war powers right in the middle of my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Who would do such an unpatriotic thing? They know where the negotiations stand. The Democrats are fueled by Trump derangement syndrome. They would rather have our country fail than give me another of many victories. The 4 Republicans, that's a whole other story. They're grandstanders. They should be ashamed of themselves. MAGA, President Trump posting that. So the message simple. Stop undercutting the commander-in-chief in the middle of negotiations. And while the swamp plays games in Washington, One American News has GOP lawmakers spelling out why Iran still can't be trusted for a second. While President Trump continues working towards a peaceful resolution, GOP lawmakers recall the Iranian regime has spent decades sponsoring instability, threatening U.S. interests, and exploiting negotiations just to buy time.
President Trump continues working toward a peaceful resolution with Iran. GOP lawmakers recall that the Iranian regime has spent decades sponsoring instability, threatening U.S. interests, and exploiting negotiations to buy time. Here's One America's John Heinz with more from Capitol Hill.
What's going on with Iran now as your, based on your observation, sir?
Iran is being Iran. Making untrustworthy statements, trying to indicate their strength over the United States, just doing what Iran has done for years, extend, and what they're doing behind the scenes is our concern. And I'm confident that our president understands that. Who he's negotiating with is hard to tell from the outside, but I'm looking forward to it being over soon.
Is it time to renew kinetic activity, do you suppose?
If I were calling the shots with what I know, I'd bomb the living daylights out of them right now and say that's it. But I'm not the president. I don't have all that background information. So right now I'll trust what he's doing.
There's only one thing you do with this IRGC, and that's to eliminate them. And I think this is what I hope the president winds up doing. You can't trust them. There were some attacks on our ship and shipping yesterday and the day before, I think it was. And so let's hope that we can end this regime, get some freedom and liberty for these folks in Iran. 47 years is way too long. We've been putting up with them. They've killed tens of thousands of their own people, as I said. Also, probably well over 1,000 Americans who've died at their hands, starting back in 1983 with the Marine barracks bombing in Lebanon. Well, let me tell you that, we're still in the ceasefire, but that doesn't always pan out with Iran. We've been involved with them 47 years. I myself joined the Marine Corps 3 days after the Iran hostage situation, so I've watched this a lot. Iran can't be trusted. I know the president is working very hard, and I appreciate his peace efforts. I don't believe that they can be trusted, and I believe that by the time it's said and done, the only way to go back is to drive them completely out.
If they're going to play.
Lawmakers backing Trump's peace push, but they're warning Iran has spent decades stalling and deceiving. Now Trump takes a step further, torching Obama's deal involving again Iran will never get a nuclear weapon. This just a few hours ago in the Oval Office.
Iran have a nuclear weapon, and everybody agrees to that, no matter, almost everybody. But wait a minute. Our gasoline prices are lower than they were with Biden without that. And he would have let them have, in fact, he inspired them to have, frankly, a nuclear weapon, him and Obama. Obama picked the wrong country, you know that. And the Obama deal, I terminated that, or they would have had a nuclear weapon. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Our deal, if we make that deal, and it's going well, but who knows? If we make that deal, it's the exact opposite. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
It sounds like you're in it for as long as it takes.
I'm not going to let them have a nuclear weapon, no. With Obama, it was a road, you know that, it was a road to a nuclear weapon. That was a short-term agreement, and at the end of which they would have a nuclear weapon. So they would have had it 4 years ago. Then we attacked with this beautiful plane right here, the B-2 bomber.
So Trump drawing contrast with Obama. In black and white, his deal ends the nuclear threat, not delays. Meanwhile, ceasefire drama widens with a fresh report claiming Israel and Lebanon have agreed to a new truce. Iran war live updates. Israel and Lebanon agreed to a new ceasefire. So even with talk of new ceasefire, nothing in the region stays settled for long. Fox picks up the next piece, reporting Hezbollah already rejecting the proposal and threatening the broader Trump push for a peace deal. Live. Hezbollah rejecting the proposed Lebanon-Israel ceasefire could impact broader negotiations involving the United States and Iran, as well as the Middle East as a whole. The move comes as Trump calls out House lawmakers who voted to limit his war powers.
Breaking today, Iran's terror proxy Hezbollah rejecting a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon that could be key to a Trump-brokered peace deal with Tehran. Our senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy is on the North Lawn with the latest. Peter, a lot of people might be shaking their heads to say, why does a designated foreign terror organization even have a seat at the table?
Yes, exactly, John. And when President Trump looks at that ceasefire that is very fragile and also the ceasefire with Iran, he's trying to reframe ceasefire, basically saying that even though missiles and bombs are still flying out of Iran, it's all relative.
How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
President Trump is big mad at the House of Representatives, posting yesterday in a meaningless vote. The House voted 4 bad Republicans and all of the Democrats to limit my war powers right in the middle of my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Who would do such an unpatriotic thing? They know where the negotiations stand. That vote is symbolic for now, so the president is moving forward with plans to wear the Iranians down with diplomacy or with war fighting until they fork over enriched uranium, something President Trump claims they agreed to until they didn't.
It depends on what day you're talking about. They did agree, and then sometimes they agree. The only ones, us and probably China, are the only 2 countries that have the equipment where you can do that. So, yeah, I want to get it. We have, at different times, they've changed their mind a couple of times.
And about an hour and 45 minutes from right now, President Trump is going to host an event about clean coal, but we do expect some Q&A because we typically get it from him.
So that's what we got for you right now. So what does it all really mean? It means the White House is operating like the fighting phase has achieved its purpose and the enforcement phase has begun. Trump is saying, we want peace. We're working towards peace, but Do not mistake restraint for weakness. He made that explicit when asked about U.S. troops. If they were killed, he would move very quickly. That is deterrence in plain English, and that is also why the War Powers Resolution was so badly timed. Right in the middle of delicate negotiations, Congress signaled division when the commander-in-chief needed maximum room to maneuver. Trump called out the four bad Republicans and the Democrats for exactly what they were doing, undercutting leverage, while America is finally negotiating from strength instead of apology. So the bottom line is simple. President Trump's doing what weak leaders never could. He's holding open the door to peace while keeping America's enemies terrified of crossing the line. That is how you prevent a wider war. Not with lectures, not with endless committees, not with Democrats pretending to care about restraint after years of letting Iran grow bolder. You do it with power, clarity, and consequences. Iran, they now know the deal on the table is not Obama's failed roadmap to a nuclear weapon. Hezbollah now knows that one sabotage move could trigger a fierce response. And Congress should know this too. When America's close to locking in a better outcome, the last thing patriots should do is tie the president's hands. If you agree that Trump is negotiating from strength and keeping peace through deterrence, share this report, subscribe, leave a comment below. Yes or no, let's have a conversation. Should President Trump have full authority to respond instantly if Iran or its proxies harm U.S. troops? Let's have a conversation. And let's continue the conversation when you text the two words on the screen, raw feed, to 844-840-4963. Thousands and thousands of patriots are already bypassing the suppressive algorithm. They're getting the notifications that YouTube that you signed up for that never arrive. Why? Because they're getting it from me directly. We're cutting out the middleman, going direct to you. Right? From me to your phone. One text message every night will keep you in the loop because I want to make sure you get the news that you deserve. And I want you also to celebrate America 250. Celebrate it with us. Check out the merch shelf below this video or the link, and let's celebrate America 250 together. So, that is the latest on the Iran front that continues to percolate as President Trump is working just around the clock, staying in Washington, trying to get this thing locked in, and hopefully we can, and hopefully there will not be any American troops harmed, because if that happens, well, you know President Trump, you just saw it, the gloves will be off. So, speaking of the gloves coming off, they are coming off all across the United States as the administration amplifies its war on fraud. There is, I think the estimate's like $1 trillion in fraud. Think about how much fraud is happening, how much the U.S. Treasury is being looted, your taxpayer money being looted. Well, President Trump, Dr. Oz, and so many others in the administration, they're not holding back any longer. So we've got to tell you what they just found in Ohio that changes the game. If you thought this was just another fraud bust, think again. What happened in Ohio is bigger than handcuffs, bigger than seized luxury cars, and bigger than the more than $50 million already tied to these cases. The Trump administration is sending a message that should terrify every parasite feeding off taxpayers, Medicaid patients, and even children. The free ride is over. This is not just about catching crooks after the money disappears. It looks a lot more like the opening move in a nationwide anti-fraud machine. And once you see the pieces they rolled out today, one question becomes impossible to ignore. I'm going to tell you why this matters to every single American who's watching right now. According to the Attorney General Todd Blanche, currently acting, soon to be full-fledged, Ohio alone is seeing charges against 14 defendants connected to fraud schemes targeting more than $50 million in taxpayer money. Medicare fraud, pandemic relief fraud, romance fraud, Medicaid fraud. And Blanche made the most important point of the day when he said these numbers are just the tip of the iceberg. That means what has been uncovered may be tiny compared to what is still buried inside bloated government systems. FBI Director Kash Patel drove the outrage home, saying tens of millions intended for kids were allegedly stolen by people in government and the private sector who thought they could fleece Americans, the Treasury, and our children. Well, under President Trump, they got caught, and Ohio's Attorney General said the quiet part out loud. In 16 years of Medicaid investigations, he's never seen this level of federal interest and support from any administration. Not Obama, not when Biden was president. Trump and J.D. Vance are treating fraud like an attack on the country itself. And while we're talking about waste and theft and bureaucratic games, this next part hits home for millions of families. Now pay attention to this, because if you or someone in your family is on Medicare, this directly affects your wallet. See, Medicare is confusing by design, unless, of course, you're one of those fraudsters. Now, you've seen the mailers, the robocalls, all the fine print, the commercials. See, it's all built to keep you overwhelmed, so you pick a plan and never look at it again. And that's the Medicare confusion industrial complex, and seniors are paying for it without even realizing it. Chapter is simple by design, just one call, one advisor. They look at your doctors, your prescriptions, and your needs to help you compare plans clearly. And check this out, some seniors, they could save as much as $1,100 a year. If you want real help cutting through the nonsense, call Chapter at 910-728-4109 and get advice that actually puts you first. Now back to the Ohio crackdown, because what they announced next is where the story goes from big to historic. See, the arrests, they're the headline, but they're not the real bombshell. The real bombshell is what came after them. Dr. Oz and CMS announced 49 Ohio healthcare home providers are being suspended as high risk to Medicaid. Ohio also moved towards a 6-month moratorium on new home health care services and hospices. Then came the phrase that everybody should be focusing on: a state-specific Medicaid fraud war room. See, that's not a press conference gimmick. That is infrastructure. That's a system being redesigned in real time, and it sets up exactly what you're about to see in these receipts. FBI Rapid Response Director Kash Patel. Check this out.
Operation Playground Therapy is what the FBI is here to talk about today. As the Attorney General highlighted, literally tens of millions of dollars that was supposed to go to kids was stolen, allegedly, by individuals who worked in government and the private sector and thought they could fleece Americans and our treasure, our children, of the hard-earned dollars, the taxpayer dollars that we provide to support them in their time of need. Well, they got caught. And not only did they get caught, so many others got caught. Just take a look at some of the vehicles that are here as part of their ill-gotten gains and proceeds. They didn't just take the money, they paraded it around the country. And thanks to this team here, you are seeing what hard work, dedication to the rule of law, and true unified effort across all fronts when no one wants the credit and everyone wants to just do the work. These are the results that we're here to talk about today.
Results. And that is exactly what this administration is giving America. He laid it out. The money meant for kids was looted. People flashing the cash got caught. Now acting Attorney General Todd Blanche puts the numbers on it. 14 defendants, more than $50 million in fraud charges out of Ohio.
In total, between our state and federal partners, today we're announcing charges that were either unsealed today or over the past week against 14 defendants allegedly involved in fraud schemes targeting over $50 million here in Ohio. And again, these numbers are staggering, but just the tip of the iceberg, both here in Ohio and nationwide. Sadly, Ohio is facing some of the most significant fraud schemes in the country. Medicare fraud, pandemic relief fraud, even an international romance fraud scheme that I think you'll hear about shortly. And to meet this challenge, to meet this crisis, our response has been and will continue to be aggressive, comprehensive, and we will not stop until we fix this problem.
So Blanche says the Ohio bus is only the tip of the iceberg, with fraud schemes hitting taxpayers from every angle. Next, Ohio's Attorney General says one thing changed the game: real backup from President Trump, not the usual swamp indifference.
I've been engaged in this fight since I was the elected Auditor of State back in 2011. Through my 8 years as Auditor of State and almost 8 years now as Attorney General, I have been doing Medicaid investigations, prosecutions. I have never had the level of interest and support from the federal government under any administration that you're witnessing here today. It's been a sometimes lonely fight against fraud, but it's no longer a lonely fight. And what's the difference? President Trump, Vice President Vance, and this team that you see arrayed here today, these senior federal officials who could be anywhere else, who have serious duties, are saying, this is the most important thing. I'm going to be here. We're putting everything on the field. I'm grateful for your commitment, and I look forward to the continued partnership as we work together for the people of this state.
So the Ohio AG making the contrast clear. After years of a lonely fight, Trump stepped in, and now the cavalry has arrived. Dr. Oz gets into the crackdown, including 49 high-risk home health providers suspended and a new Medicaid fraud war room.
So today we have three major announcements from the healthcare part of this fraud endeavor. The first is that the state of Ohio, and I want to applaud the Medicaid office here, they will be announcing at 1 o'clock, and please pay attention to that important announcement, that they are suspending 49 home healthcare providers who have been identified as high risk to the Medicaid program. These people have billed millions of dollars to take advantage of our most vulnerable, and if you're willing to steal from folks who are down and having a difficult time, you'll not just steal their money, you'll steal their health, you'll steal their lives. And we're seeing that. No more champagne on private jets for these people, no more new cars, no more luxury endeavors and vacations. It's done. We're coming after you wherever you are. And as Attorney General Blanche highlighted, we are earnest and serious in this endeavor. We will not be daunted. Ohio Governor DeWine also sought a 6-month moratorium for all new home health care and hospice in the state of Ohio. We granted that within a day. And we hope that will help at least slow the bleeding, using a surgical metaphor, so we can get a bandage on the wound, maybe put a couple stitches in, and take out some of the folks who have been stabbing the patient of Medicaid. Second big announcement: in order to solidify collaboration, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, and Ohio are going to launch a state-specific Medicaid fraud room. It's going to copy the Medicaid fraud room created at the federal level by the task force. The findings surfaced through this state partnership, we believe, will free us to be able to directly collaborate at a national level, getting all states to understand what the problems are within their areas and accelerating our ability to take out high-risk providers. We'll identify them and we'll enforce actions around them. The applied behavioral analysis process, it's called ABA therapy for autism, has been scandalously abused. This is, again, taking advantage of children with autism, or getting their parents to lie about whether the child has autism, or weakening the system so the kids who actually need the services can't get them anymore. There are 9 providers that were paid more than $1 million to do this last year, these ABA services. We're going to go after them. We're going to deny some of the issues. In fact, 2 of these people were denied access to Medicare already. They should never have been in the Medicaid program. The top provider earned over $3 million. That's twice the closest competitor. And remember, the average provider of autism services gets paid around $200,000. So to have someone pay over $3 million is shocking. And the war room that's created with Ohio will be opening investigations on 2 home health care providers. And this war room is going to yield huge benefits. And finally, we want to speak a little bit about the fact that we have the need to audit states all over the country to help states understand where they are in comparison to all the other states. We don't have a national effort that allows states to at least get a best practices idea from surrounding areas. So we have now, and I can announce today, asked the state of Indiana to work with Oracle Health to provide that exact set of information. So all the states now will be armed with information, for example, on high-risk providers. And the ABA therapy autism, as I mentioned before, we've asked all 50 states to revalidate these providers and other high-risk categories. Every single state has agreed. By this Friday, they're obliged to provide us with a specific plan. But if you're involved in some high-risk endeavor, these are endeavors that are unlicensed individuals, often in unsupervised settings, we want the states to go back and check who you are. We're not paying fraudsters for dishonest endeavors that hurt the American people.
So Dr. Oz outlining the cleanup, suspensions, a moratorium, and a fraud war room. The feds showing the receipts, the Justice Department rolling out the seizures, the charges, and brand new FBI most wanted fraudsters. Today we're announcing unprecedented federal-state cooperation in Ohio, fight against fraud, including partnership and data sharing agreement to enhance its detention and prosecution of fraud. Federal and state charge against 9 defendants for alleged participation in $42 million in fraud. Orders of detention this week for 3 defendants, with 2 additional defendants pending extradition in connection with additional $15 million. The creation of the FBI's most wanted fraudsters list. By holding these fraudsters accountable and partnering with the FBI in a robust most wanted fraudster list, we're pursuing fraud more aggressively than ever. No fraud scheme is beyond our reach. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. So, look at that. Southern District of Ohio Fraud Task Force. $470,000 and 14 luxury cars seized. So it looks like we got a McLaren. We got a couple of nice Mercedes. So what is the car of choice here for these fraudsters? What is that? Is that the Ford Bronco? No, that's the Hummer. Oh, look, we got a nice, it looks like a Bentley. Is that the Bentley? Oh, the Bentley SUV. How nice. Oh, and this is, what is that, the Jaguar? You got a Land Rover. Oh, look at that nice Mercedes convertible. What do we got here? Oh, it looks like a Maserati Levante. Oh, but, oh, they didn't spring for the Modena or the Trofeo version? Come on, guys. Come on. You're fraudsters. Go with the higher trim. Not sure exactly what that is. Is it a Mercedes? Maybe it's a Mercedes. Oh, a nice BMW. Another Mercedes. The McLaren, nah. You know, I don't know. McLaren's never did it for me. You know, I'm more of a Ferrari or a Lamborghini guy. I just never got into the McLaren. I just always felt they were trying too hard. And yes, another Mercedes. And looks like, is that a BMW or is that a Maybach? Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I do love my cars. And looks like the fraudsters do too. But just want to point out too that the Attorney General Todd Blanche, no longer just the acting Attorney General, he has now officially been nominated by President Trump to fill the shoes of Pam Bondi officially. And I mean, we could already see the difference between Pam Bondi and Blanche. I mean, the action that we have seen, the arrests, the investigations, everything since Blanche has been put into that position, just action after action after action. So lots of good stuff happening from the Attorney General's office under Todd Blanche. So I'm proud to see President Trump sees the results and he is going to make them permanent. So let's just talk about this. See, this is phase 3. First came prosecutions, then came audits. Now the Trump administration is building permanent anti-fraud architecture. Federal state data sharing agreements, a Medicaid fraud war room in Ohio, high-risk provider tracking, provider moratoriums, a new FBI most wanted fraudsters list, detentions, extraditions, a coordinated task force enforcement. See, it tells you the administration is no longer just seeing fraud as a side issue for the bean counters. It sees fraud as organized theft against the American people and a direct threat to the integrity of government programs. Ohio is starting to look like the pilot program, and if this model works there, do not be surprised when it spreads all across the country, because we do know that there is a 50-state task force currently looking into every single state. Yes, it's not just Ohio. Minnesota, California, Illinois, they're all on the list. Michigan. So it is spreading across the country. See, that's the real victory. Not just punishing yesterday's criminals, but making tomorrow's fraud much harder to pull off. And look, let's be honest about what we're watching here. This is what America First government looks like. President Trump, he promised accountability, and now his administration is delivering it with force. While the previous administration let waste, loopholes, and corruption metastasize, the Trump team is putting the fraudsters on notice. Steal from taxpayers, steal from Medicaid, steal from vulnerable Americans, steal from children, and you'll be hunted, exposed, charged, and stripped of the luxury toys that you bought with stolen money. No, that's not cruelty. That is justice. That is government finally choosing the innocent over the corrupt. So the big question now, it's rather simple. Should the Ohio model go nationwide immediately? Yes or no? I want your answer in the comments, and if you want more reporting the corporate media will never give you straight, share this video, subscribe, and turn on your notifications, because the story is not ending in Ohio. It may just be the blueprint for one of the defining domestic wins of the Trump administration. And if you want some real wins, then text the words raw feed to the number on the screen, 844-840-4963. That's how we win against the algorithmic suppression. Oh, you know it's happening. I know it's happening. I read the comments. You guys are like, hey, I never got a notification. What happened? Gary, wow, I'm surprised you're here. What? You never show up in my feed anymore. I hear you. I see you. And that is why I set this number up just for you. I want to make sure we stay connected. And that's exactly why you have to text the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. And that's why I also want you to celebrate America 250 with me. With so much winning going on, let's celebrate. Check out the Next News merch shelf right below this video. Or check that link, shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Find something you like, and let's celebrate all these wins together. All right, folks, so much winning. So much winning going on. Yes, it's a beautiful, beautiful time to be in America. And I mean, who can ever forget that dark cloud that just hung over all of us for those 4 years as Joe Biden shuffled from stage to stage like a puppet on strings? After that horrifying theft of our election, being told that you couldn't even talk about it, you couldn't even publish content about it. We are living in a completely new era. President Trump said that we might get tired of winning. I don't know about you, but I certainly am not. And that's why this next report is so important. Because winning starts at home. It starts at the nation's capital. And I know we've been covering a lot of the beautification of Washington, D.C. as of late, but there's a very important reason. Because we have to remember what national pride is. Do you remember during the Summer of Love, the George Floyd riots? Do you remember when they were tearing statues down? Not just in front of schools, but from even inside the halls of chambers in New York. destroying our history, piece by piece. That's what communists do. They tear down your history and then they rebuild in their image. Well, President Trump is not doing that. He's not allowing that to happen. He's rebuilding in the American image. He's cleaning it up. And that's why we have to just continue to remember what American pride means. When we put our hand over our heart, when we say the Pledge of Allegiance, when we hear the Star-Spangled Banner, do you get choked up? Do you get choked up at a ball game when you hear that? Looking around you, tens of thousands of Americans all standing, and those notes fill the stadium. You know the feeling. I know you do, because it happens to me every single time. And that's why this next report is just so important. Because what President Trump revealed in the Oval Office today is just one piece of that puzzle of restoring American greatness. What if I told you the water pouring back into the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool it's not the real headline today? Yes, the images are beautiful. Yes, the pumps are on. Yes, President Trump can now point to a restored national. To the Next News Network. Between the headlines, we got a lot of news we're going to be covering today. We'll be starting with our White House rundown, what has happened at the White House in the last 24 hours. Plus, we've got 6 stories that we're going to get to you today. All the way from Barack Obama to flesh-eating flies. We've also got some information on the latest out of Iran, what they found in Ohio, and of course, what President Trump just unveiled in the Oval Office with respect to the reflecting pool and that mysterious vote count in California. Gary Franchi here, Next News Network Chief White House Correspondent with the latest White House news from the past 24 hours, streaming in partnership with Trump Daily Post. Tonight's rundown begins with President Trump's major Oval Office move to revive clean American coal, a broader push to rebuild blue-collar opportunity, and a look ahead to tomorrow's Wisconsin trip, where the president is set to highlight tax relief, border security, and heartland gains. President Trump's top headline today was his 3 p.m. Oval Office announcement focused on what the White House with our White House rundown, what has happened at the White House in the last 24 hours. Plus, we've got 6 stories that we're going to get to you today. All the way from Barack Obama to flesh-eating flies. All the way from Barack Obama to flesh. To the Next News Network. Between the headlines, we got a lot of news we're going to be covering today. We'll be starting with our White House rundown, what has happened at the White House in the last 24 hours. Plus, we've got 6 stories that we're going to get to you today. All the way from Barack Obama to flesh-eating flies. We've also got some information. Barack Obama to flesh-eating flies. To the next news network. Between the headlines, we got a lot of news we're going to be covering today. We'll be starting with our White House rundown, what has happened at the White House in the last 24 hours. Plus, we've got six stories that we're going to get to you today. All the way from Barack Obama to flesh-eating flies. We've also got all the way to the next news network. Between the headlines, we got a lot of news we're going to be covering. To the next news network. Between the headlines, we got a lot of news we're going to be covering today. We'll be starting with our White House rundown, what has happened at the White House in the last 24 hours. Plus, we've got six stories that we're going to get to you today. All the way from Barack Obama to flesh-eating flies. We've also got some information on the latest out of Iran, what they found in Ohio, and of course, what President Trump just unveiled in the Oval Office with respect to the reflecting pool and that mysterious vote count in California. Gary Franchi here, Next News Network Chief White House Correspondent with the latest White House news from the past 24 hours, streaming in partnership with Trump Daily Post. Tonight's rundown begins with President Trump's major Oval Office move to revive clean American coal, a broader push to rebuild blue-collar opportunity, and a look ahead to tomorrow's Wisconsin trip, where the president is set to highlight tax relief, border security, and heartland gains. President Trump's top headline today was his 3 p.m. Oval Office announcement focused on what the White House described as the comeback of clean, beautiful American coal. The White House messaging tied that announcement to more than $700 million package that includes new coal plants in Alaska and West Virginia, a restart in Maryland, upgrades to existing facilities, and export terminal support using the Defense Production Act. The administration's message was direct. The Defense Production Act. The administration's message was direct. Reliable American energy, stronger energy independence, and more jobs for coal country after years of anti-coal policy under the former Biden administration. The same White House push today also goal of more than 1 million new registered to expand those programs and a first-ever workforce Pell Grant program to move Americans into high-paying skilled careers faster. The White House also pointed to tax relief measures, including no tax on overtime and expanded 529 plan use for trade certifications, presenting skilled trade, manufacturing, and energy work as central to the Trump economic comeback. Looking ahead, the president is scheduled to head to Chippewa County, Wisconsin on Friday. After it stopped working in 2007, Obama and Biden let the fountain fall further into decay. Significant work required to get the fountain functional. First photo below is what the Columbus Fountain looked like after it was vandalized under Biden. The other pictures show what it looks like now under Trump. See right there. Before and after. Look at the Hamas graffiti. And now it is beautiful and pristine and white. The left hates this because they want filth, but Trump's message on the fountain is simple. Under the swamp decay, under his watch restoration. And the next image drives home the marble standard he's talking about with a striking visual. President Trump making D.C. stunning again. So, what does it all mean? It means the Trump administration now has a physical, highly visible example of its national renewal message that cannot be dismissed as theory. The water that's flowing into the reflecting pool is not a visual payoff. It's not a memo. It's not a press release. Not a consultant's promise. A completed result. Americans can look at the before and look at the after. That's powerful. It also means every other restoration project now carries even more weight because the administration can say, we did it here, we can do it again. And this is why the left gets so uncomfortable with visible success. Clean monuments, restored fountains, repaired public spaces, and functioning landmarks make decline look optional. And if decline was optional, then the failures of the previous administration were not inevitable. They were chosen. And that's why the story matters more than a simple pool. This is the opening chapter of a broader America 250 visual revival. And President Trump now has something every leader wants: proof. The reflecting pool is no longer a work zone. It is now an argument. An argument that the capital of the United States does not have to look run down. An argument that beauty, order, and national pride can be restored. An argument that America does not have to accept decay as normal. And once the voters see one win, they start expecting more. And that is how momentum builds. That is how confidence returns. And that is how the Trump administration turns restoration into a governing message that the whole country can understand in one glance. If you agree America should restore every monument, every park, and every public space that the left allowed to decline, let Antifa tear down, hit the share button right now. Subscribe to the channel. Drop your answer below. Should President Trump keep pushing this restoration agenda? Yes or no? And there's one more thing I want you to restore. I want you to restore the notifications that never arrive. And how can you do that? Well, thousands of patriots have already discovered this. All you have to do is text the words raw feed to that number on the screen, 844-840-4963. That's how we restore the truth getting directly to you, by cutting out the middleman, by cutting out big tech who thinks that you don't deserve to know the truth. But you do. And that's why I set this up just for you. So make sure you join the thousands of patriots who've already made that decision. And let's celebrate America 250, shall we? Check out the merch shelf just below this video. Find something that stands out and resonates with you. Or just visit shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Either way, let's celebrate America 250 together. All right, America 250 is happening, friends. But we have to talk about what isn't happening in California. I'm talking about fair elections. President Trump made that abundantly clear today in the Oval Office. So many questions. The left's favorite playbook is at it again. So we're going to get into that and bring you the latest from the Oval Office from what the president had to say with respect to California and some of the other reaction that's happening now. Tonight, the fight over California's vote count just exploded into something much bigger than a race or a county or one news cycle. President Trump, speaking straight from the Oval Office, says Democrats are cheating in California and that the numbers are moving fast as more mail-in ballots just suddenly appear. Then NBC News goes on television and practically tells the country that the ballots are still arriving after Election Day. They could rescue the Democrats in Los Angeles. Americans are watching this happen in real time and asking a very simple question. If Election Day is over, why does the counting drama feel like it's just beginning? And this is why this story matters so much. See, the crisis here is not only about fraud allegations. Conservatives have every reason to demand scrutiny. The deeper crisis is trust. Most Americans still believe elections should work in a basic common sense order. Votes are cast, ballots are counted, results are known. But in California, the system now stretches that process out with universal mail-in ballots. Roughly 1,700 drop boxes, signature reviews, and ballots arriving after Election Day. Now, that may be legal under state rules, but legality and legitimacy are not the same thing in the public mind. Every time a race tightens, days later, every time analysts explain that late ballots lean Democrat, millions of citizens hear the same message. Wait longer and Democrats gain ground. That is a recipe for public disbelief. And when trust in the counting process starts collapsing, the damage spreads far beyond California. It reaches the country, the courts, and the future of election confidence itself. And while we're talking about systems that either strengthen confidence or break it down, let me tell you about something that actually delivered real results right in my own home. Now, you've probably seen the clip of Joe Rogan talking with Mel Gibson, talking about people close to them who went through serious health struggles and then saw dramatic turnarounds. Rogan mentions red light-based therapies, working at the cellular level. Gibson says that plainly the stuff works, and that got my attention because in my own life I watched something very similar with my wife, dealing with constant discomfort and anxiety for far too long, and finding something that actually helped, it mattered. That's why I want to tell you about red light therapy from Jonathan Otto. I've interviewed him countless times. You can check out the archive of our discussions, but if you've been curious, check those out or just go to myredlight.com and take a look at the options available. It's a simple tool that people are using to support recovery, relaxation, and wellness at home. Use NNN25 for individual items or NNN30 for bundles. Now back to the California mess, because the more that the details come out, the harder it becomes for the political class to pretend the voters are crazy for asking questions. See, here's the part that they don't want you focusing on. This argument is no longer just about one candidate hanging on or falling behind. It's about a system designed to keep counting and shifting after the public thinks the election is over. We're talking about ballots flown in by helicopter across a county of more than 4,700 miles to a single processing center with millions of ballots moving through one hub. Even if officials say that's sufficient, you can see why ordinary Americans look at that setup and say, this is exactly how confidence gets wrecked. President Trump, straight from the Oval Office, says Democrats are cheating in California and stealing the election.
We just don't want cheating in our elections. And you see it happening in California. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly. So we don't want that. Then we added best of. This is best of Trump. No men in women's sports. No transgender mutilization surgery for our children. I would say that's pretty close to 99-1 also.
Of course, he's referring to the Save America Act, which is still languishing in the Senate thanks to John Thune. But he says it right there. Cheating is out in the open. Now, NBC practically admits the late mail-in ballots in L.A. are expected to break for Democrats days after Election Day. Libs of TikTok says NBC says the quiet part out loud. LA won't have results because tons of mail-in ballots will be arriving over the next few days, which will help the Democrats because that's how they cheat.
Remember, the final piece of the puzzle that we won't know tonight, right, is the late arriving vote by mail. And we're talking about probably like a third of the vote in Los Angeles. We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow and maybe days to come after tomorrow. The mail can still come in after Election Day. And there's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that that late arriving vote by mail is going to be significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other vote, meaning that would be good news for Bass. Right. That would be good news for Rahman. If she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, it's a huge if, but if she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, well, it's not a huge if at this point, she would then have the opportunity, if she's close enough, to catch him with that. But that is a 25,000 vote pad there. 8 percentage points that Pratt has managed to build.
Makes me so sick. So the media is already conditioning the viewers for usual late-night ballot swings. Next, Wall Street Apes points to Adam Schiff's race. Remember that? Says California has seen this movie before. Widespread reports of California changing the amount of mail-in ballots coming in percentages. Remember, this exact same thing happened to favor Adam Schiff. We all watched California Democrat flip votes for him in real time. Remember this? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, wow, look at that. Massive swing. Pencil neck Adam Schiff just pulls ahead last minute. But that example is why the outrage keeps building. Now Eric Doherty shows how California's law itself stacks the deck with 1,700 drop boxes, universal mail ballots, and huge chunks of the vote uncounted. Mass calls are erupting for the Supreme Court to step in and end the madness. California is undergoing another mail-in ballot scandal because it's built into their laws. Nearly 2,000 drop boxes statewide, and Democrats let ballots come in super late. Plenty of time for fraud. The votes remaining went up.
What Hilton is talking about is the way California has changed its election laws as of today, right? You got 58 counties, you got 1,700 drop boxes, you got 23 million registered voters, and everyone gets a mail ballot as of 2021. And that's the way they've been doing it in California. Now you got to match the signatures, and all this takes an extraordinary amount of time. Nonetheless, 56% of the vote is still out. That dropped a little bit from yesterday. We'll explain that in a moment here. Hilton in the lead, Becerra second, and Tom Steyer third. It's my sense that all three of them moved up slightly overnight, maybe about two tenths of a point for all three of them. Meanwhile, in the mayor's race, here's where we stand. Karen Bass has advanced. You've got almost 40% of the outstanding votes still out there. And Pratt is in second place, holding his own. Nithya Raman now is in third place. Some of our analysis from overnight of the late vote that's coming in tends toward the Democrat. So that would favor Raman and would hurt Pratt if that trend were to continue. But where does it go? Karl Rove is with me now to talk about this. Karl, you have two rules, right?
So, if the system sounds chaotic, next video makes it worse. Wall Street Ape shows LA County using helicopters to haul ballots into one central processing hub. LA County Sheriff's Department used helicopters to fly in ballots from vote centers across the region. The reason they're doing this is because LA is huge, over 4,700 miles long. There are 5.8 million registered voters in a single ballot processing center in the City of Industry. All ballots from vote centers across the vast county are brought here for counting after polls close. Driving from one remote area, like Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale, takes hours, so helicopters get ballots in faster, reducing delays in reporting and minimizing time ballots sit in transit. While I find it interesting, this seems like the perfect opportunity to introduce as many mail-in ballots as needed without any questions. This also uses one processing center. This means they wouldn't have to coordinate rigging elections across multiple offices if it could easily be one controlled operation at one facility. We need a federal audit of California elections. If there's no fraud, great. But I think we all know that there is massive fraud.
The LA County Sheriff's Department is flying in ballots from vote centers across the region. You can see the choppers landing right now. We're standing in the parking lot of the LA County Registrar's Ballot Processing Center. They land right here in the middle, and then you see workers, they're standing by to pick up those ballots and take them inside. They're picking up ballots from 8 cities, including Lancaster, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Lakewood, Santa Monica, Van Nuys, Pomona, and Torrance. Once they arrive, the ballots are securely transferred inside, where election workers are receiving and processing millions of ballots. While most ballots are transported by vehicle, election officials use helicopters to bring in ballots from some of the county's farthest vote centers.
So, Trump Daily Post making note that it's time for the Supreme Court to step up. They need to abolish election month once and for all and mandate a single election day nationwide. No more mail-in ballots trickling days after election day.
Justices are wrestling with a question about whether states can count ballots received after Election Day in a case that could have an impact in nearly 30 states that allow some kind of grace period. The RNC is challenging a Mississippi law that allows ballots to be counted up to 5 business days after Election Day if they're postmarked by Election Day. Justice Alito was among the biggest skeptics during Monday's arguments.
Independence Day, birthday, and Election Day, and they're all particular days. So if we start with that, if I have nothing more to look at than the phrase Election Day, I think this is the day in which everything is going to take place.
But Justice Kagan questioned the impact of that logic on practices like early voting.
It seems to me it's a rule that prevents early voting because you're basically saying there are 2 things that have to happen, and they have to happen on Election Day.
Meaning the casting of the vote and the receipt of that vote. But attorney Paul Clement, representing the RNC, said the argument is that the process be consummated or completed by Election Day. A number of the justices also raised the issue of the potential for the appearance of fraud when votes arrive and are counted after Election Day. And there wind up being shifts in vote totals and how that may impact public confidence.
Yeah, public confidence. That's why we need the Save America Act in place. So what does it all really mean? It means that America is heading towards a direct showdown over what Election Day is supposed to be. President Trump's doing what leaders are supposed to do, saying out loud what millions of Americans already see. If voting can keep arriving, votes keep arriving, margins can keep changing, and networks can calmly explain that the later ballots are better for Democrats, then the system is begging for distrust. And that is why the Supreme Court fight matters. No longer just an argument over procedure, it's a battle between 2 visions. One nation, one clear election day, or a sprawling election month where confidence bleeds out a little more every cycle. California is a symbol, but the warning is national. And the bottom line is simple. Republicans, conservatives, every American cares about fair elections should stop letting the media gaslight the public on this. People are not wrong to be alarmed when results drag on for days, when the remaining vote total seems to move, and when every explanation somehow ends with Democrats benefiting. The Trump administration has made election integrity a national priority, and this story shows exactly why that fight matters. Confidence is not a side issue. Confidence is the foundation. If voters stop believing the count is clean, the whole system starts cracking. So yes, California may allow this under its laws, but the real question is whether the country should keep tolerating a model that shreds trust every single time. If you agree that Election Day should mean Election Day, share this report. Subscribe to the Next News Network and drop your answer below. Should the Supreme Court step in and end ballot counting after Election Day? Yes or no? Let's have a conversation. And let's continue this conversation when you text the words raw feed to 844-840-4963. That's how we can connect with you. We cut out the middleman. We bypass the algorithm. When the notifications never arrive from YouTube, I will send them directly from me right to your phone. We don't need big tech to decide for you. We already know what you want. So just text those words. And let's stay connected like the thousands of patriots who've already done so. And it's time to celebrate. So many wins. America 250 right around the corner. And that's why we got some new gear just for you to celebrate with us. Check out the merch shelf below this video. Let's celebrate America 250 together. So that is a wrap tonight, guys. We have run through quite a few stories. Started with our White House rundown, the big coal victory. President Trump is using the Defense Production Act to accelerate beautiful, clean coal, as he likes to call it. And, of course, the latest in the reckoning with Barack Obama and that flesh-eating fly that's plaguing Texas cattle. The administration's on top of that, getting ahead of it. But, of course, the question remains, if Bill Gates doesn't want people eating meat, and suddenly people are getting bit by ticks that make them allergic, what makes you think that he wouldn't release some kind of flesh-eating fly into livestock to accomplish the same goal? Oh, but it's all for climate change, right? Yeah, we got to save the world. Existential threat. And then we gave you the latest on Iran and the deal that is continuing to work behind the scenes, even as the House passes a resolution to try to hamstring President Trump. Largely symbolic, as we told you. It's got to go through the Senate, and it's got to hit President Trump's desk, where he will, of course, veto it. So they can cheer all they want in the House chamber, but we will cheer when peace is achieved. And, of course, the big fraud crackdown that's happening in Ohio, just another front on the war that Nick Shirley exposed in Minnesota, expanded to California, Illinois, Michigan, all 50 states. Ohio is the next front in that battle. And, of course, the beautification of our great nation continues with the water turning on at the reflecting pool and restoring that national pride. But national pride can only go so far when you're stealing elections, as President Trump clearly just told us from the Oval Office, that what's happening in California is another example of election fraud. That's why we need the Save America Act passed. That's why we need John Thune to get off his ass and get that Save America bill passed. We will lose the republic if we do not have clean, fair elections. That's why the Democrats are fighting it so hard. Because the only way they can win is when they cheat. Because their policies are worthless. They can't win on policy. They can only win when they suddenly have thousands of mail-in ballots show up in the middle of the night. Yes, you and I, we've seen that game before. And we were victims of that game for 4 years under the Biden administration. Thank you for that $4.99, Curio. We appreciate it. Thank you to our super chatters today. Thank you to Salty Nationalist, who gifted 5 memberships to Ocean Breathe Salty, Duba Postmate, Post State, DEF CON President Annie Arison, Jack King, Tom and Bella also dropping $10. Thank you. Winning every day, we're back. Yes, that's right. So that's the show tonight. We'll see you here tomorrow as we wrap up the week, and we look forward to seeing you again in the greatest nation on earth. For the Next News Network,
Now, to start our next segment, I would like to play a short game with you, if you don't mind. Up on your screen are 4 options. You have snakes, lions, mosquitoes, and sharks. Which one of those do you believe is the most deadliest creature in respect to humans? Now, if you saw through it and you guessed that this was a trick question, you are right. Or, I mean, also, if you just happened to see the thumbnail of this video, you probably guessed it as well. It's the little mosquito, who is responsible for upwards of 1 million human deaths a year globally, which, for your reference, is 5 times more than the combined death toll of those other 3 animals. And the mosquito death toll, it doesn't even include the additional millions or even tens of millions of people who get sick every year from things like West Nile virus, dengue, Zika, malaria, and yellow fever, and wind up surviving. So given these numbers, you would assume that a new initiative by Google, of all companies, to help eradicate the population of deadly mosquitoes here in America sounds like great news. And it is great news. However, the way that they're going about it doesn't sound so appealing to many people who hear it. That's because Google's debug program, as they're calling it, it involves releasing upwards of 64 million specialized mosquitoes into Florida and California. Their plan is to basically release 16 million mosquitoes per year over the course of the next 4 years, which sounds diabolical, but there is a method behind the madness. And the method is described fairly well on their website, which is also a well-designed website, and it says the following, quote, "We're using an idea that's been around since the 1950s. It's called the sterile insect technique, and it has worked on other kinds of bugs, like fruit flies, screwworms, and codling moths. The idea is simple. Raise sterile males and release them into wild insect populations. When a wild female mates with a sterile male, her eggs won't hatch. The population gets smaller with each generation." Now, the debug program is run by Verily Health. A little background on them. They started as an internal moonshot division inside of Google called the Life Sciences team. They were formed all the way back in the year 2012, and their first project was a contact lens for diabetics that could monitor their glucose levels through their tears instead of having to prick their finger. Eventually, though, in 2026, this year, Verily became an independent corporation, but to this day, Alphabet remains a major investor in it. And their mosquito program is actually a direct product of Google's internal engineering and biotech incubation, meaning it is fair to say that this debug program is a Google initiative. Now, how exactly this process is supposed to work is laid out fairly well over on their website, and so let's go through it step by step. There are 6 steps in total, with step 1 being find a way to raise sterile male mosquitoes. And from the way that it's written, it sounds like they haven't yet fully realized this step, but they do have a method in mind that they believe will get the job done. Quote, "We're working on a number of methods to raise sterile male mosquitoes. One approach we're testing is to use mosquitoes infected with a naturally occurring bacteria called Wolbachia, which is present in many insect species, including some mosquitoes. This bacteria makes the mosquitoes unable to breed with wild mosquitoes, which don't have Wolbachia, so we can raise and release sterile males to mate with wild females. This approach to mosquito population reduction has been tested in small-scale trials around the world since the 1960s, with many more studies starting in the past few years." Those studies that they're referencing, by the way, they come from disparate places, including French Polynesia, Kentucky, Singapore, as well as China. And just for your convenience, I will throw the links to all those relevant studies. You'll be able to find them down in the description box below this video, which I'll mention, of course, is that same description box right below those like and subscribe buttons, both of which I hope you smash so this video can reach ever more people via the algorithm. Thank you so much for that. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment. Over the next 3 to 5 years, spatial computing is positioned to redefine how we work, moving our daily tasks from physical desks into immersive digital environments. In fact, Apple, Meta, Google, and Qualcomm are investing billions into spatial computing, betting that it's going to become a core part of everyday life. And today's sponsor, Immersed, is at the forefront of this coming shift. This company is basically reshaping how people create, collaborate, and connect through AI and spatial computing. Millions of professionals use their tech, Fortune 500 companies rely on it, and it's become the #1 productivity app on the Meta Quest store. Immersed is positioned to lead this shift, a shift that could prove to be the biggest since the iPhone came along. And alongside their software platform, Immersed has also developed Visor, which is a lightweight headset designed specifically for productivity. So essentially, they have the trifecta: the hardware, the software, and the AI strategy. And already, Fortune 500 teams are using their tech, with users spending upwards of something like 60 hours each week working inside the platform, which gives this company a competitive advantage in a rapidly growing market. Now, of course, we can't predict the future. Nobody can. But every major tech shift creates massive wealth for early investors who recognize the pattern. And to that end, pre-IPO shares of Immersed are currently available at 79 cents per share through a Regulation A+ offering that's open to retail investors. More than 8,000 investors have already participated, and if you'd like to learn more about this company, there will be a link down in the description box below with all of their details. Thank you so much to Immersed for sponsoring the episode, and now back to the program. Now, moving along. Once they figure out how to create these mosquitoes infected with this bacteria, the second step of Google's debug program is to basically set up a mosquito-making factory. Quote, "To stop mosquitoes that can spread disease, we need to raise millions and millions of sterile male mosquitoes. That's why our team of engineers and scientists are building automated rearing systems that can raise enough good bugs to decrease the wild mosquito population." Then, once they have millions or potentially tens of millions of these, what they're calling good bugs, which are really just these infected mosquitoes coming off the production line, the third step will be to separate them into male and female silos. Quote, "Male mosquitoes can't bite, so they don't spread disease. That's why we'll only release males. Separating male and female mosquitoes is currently a slow manual process. We're developing new technologies that combine sensors, algorithms, and novel engineering to take advantage of unique aspects of mosquito biology to quickly and accurately sort males from females." And the new technologies that they mentioned there for sorting these different mosquitoes by sex, as you probably guessed, they're being made possible by the recent advances in AI technology. They later wrote that they're going to be actually accomplishing that step by using a computer vision algorithm and artificial intelligence to basically create a mosquito automatic sorting machine. And so, okay, then once you manufacture these Wolbachia-infected mosquitoes, sort them by sex, I assume incinerate the female so they're not able to be released, you then move on to step number 4, which is to release the sterile males, the bacteria-infected sterile males, into the wild population. Quote, "After we separate the males from the females, we'll release sterile males into the wild. Male mosquitoes seek out females to mate with, finding them in places that pesticides could never reach. Releasing the right number of good bugs in the right places is critical, so we're building software and monitoring tools to guide each release. And since male mosquitoes can't bite, people in the areas where we release them won't get bitten any more than usual." And here's basically the crux of the plan. Here's where it lies. Once these sterile male mosquitoes are released into the wild habitat, their sterility will gradually begin to lower the number of mosquitoes with each successive generation. Here's how this is described in step number 5. Quote, "When a sterile male mates with a wild female, she'll still lay eggs, but because those eggs won't hatch, the next generation will be smaller. We will continue to release sterile males to significantly reduce or possibly eliminate the local population." And so, in short, when a male mosquito infected with this bacteria mates with a female mosquito, she lays eggs, those eggs don't hatch, and over time, the population gets smaller and smaller. If for some reason you ever need to know what this is officially called on a test or something, it's called cytoplasmic incompatibility. And so that's pretty much it. Over time, the idea is that the mosquito populations in both Florida and California, where this is going to be tested, will gradually decrease over time. And the last step, step number 6, is described as basically a monitoring and repeating process, keeping an eye on the project, seeing if the local mosquito population is really reducing, and adding more sterile mosquitoes as need be. Quote, "We need to monitor where bad bugs live and how quickly the population size changes before, during, and after we release sterile male mosquitoes. Even if we eliminate bad bugs in an area, they could still come back without proper monitoring and targeted releases. That's why our engineers and scientists are developing new sensors, traps, and software to better determine which areas need to be treated and retreated." And so that is the plan. And as you can tell from their description, there appear to still be a few technical bugs to work out in the process, but the overarching method is as such. And in theory, over several mosquito generations, the mosquito population should really plummet in these areas in Florida and California where these ecological tests are going to be conducted. And a couple of other things here. Firstly, if this whole plan sounds strangely familiar to you, that might be because this has actually been tried several different times before, and actually in several different iterations. For instance, there was a British company called Oxitec that was funded in part by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We reported on them many years ago. And what they did was they released genetically modified mosquitoes into several places in Asia, South America, Central America, as well as Africa. And their concept was a little bit different because they were actually genetically modifying the male mosquitoes with a gene that would kill off any female offspring before the offspring reached adulthood. So that was one plan, basically a GMO mosquito release. But even this type of a plan, which is releasing Wolbachia infected mosquitoes, it's also been tried before to relative success. In fact, the same team based out of Fresno County, California, working on this Wolbachia project, they actually tried this 8 years ago, back in the year 2018, and they wrote a piece in Nature magazine describing their results. Quote, "In 2018, we released 14.4 million males across 3 replicate neighborhoods encompassing 293 hectares. At peak mosquito season, the number of female mosquitoes was 95.5% lower in release areas compared to non-release areas, with the most geographically isolated neighborhood reaching a 99% reduction." 99% less mosquitoes is not bad. Likewise, the Debug Group previously ran a similar project over in Singapore, and according to their blog post on the results, releasing mosquitoes in parts of Tampunas town in Singapore, quote, achieved a greater than 90% reduction in mosquito population, resulting in 65 to 80% reduction in dengue cases. And so frankly, it looks like the technique does work. However, at this point, I'm sure the big question that a lot of you are wondering is, what could go wrong? And it's true that looking through historical records, while it really does seem like this sterile insect technique is pretty solid, and it's generally, it's widely believed to be better than just blasting an area with pesticide chemicals, it is not foolproof. Firstly, is the reliance on this new AI system. If for some reason the male-female sorting process is not perfect, even a small number of females released amongst the sterile males, it can basically lead to the local biting population of mosquitoes being bigger, and that would lead to more disease transmission in the short term as the mosquitoes are slowly dying out generation after generation. And so that AI system really has to be doing its job well. Secondly, though, there's also the risk of basically ecological whiplash when a pest like the mosquito is eliminated from a geographical area. And just as that Debug team alluded to, and I think step number either 6 or 5 in their description, this has happened before. Back in the 1950s, the flesh-eating screwworm fly was causing annual losses of something like $200 million to American meat and dairy farmers. And so, 2 scientists, they developed the sterile insect technique for the fly, and over the course of just a few decades, it was completely wiped out. The screwworm basically was completely wiped out here in America. But 60 years later, in the year 2016, there was a screwworm detected in the Florida Keys. By that point, the screwworm had become extinct in that area for so long that local wildlife populations lost all of their adaptations to that parasite, and they had absolutely no natural resilience to it. And so this wound up leading to a brutal and rapid infestation that killed over 130 endangered deer before the sterile insect technique could be ramped up once again to stop the screwworm. And so there are some risks involved. And basically, you gotta really iron out step number 6 and monitor the situation, looking out for any comebacks. That's, I guess, the sacrifice you have to make when you play God with the environment like they are doing here. And so yeah, that's what's happening. Google and their partners have already released upwards of 1 billion mosquitoes across 4 different continents. However, this new project would be the biggest operation that they've undertaken here in the United States. And again, just for your reference, their plan is to release 16 million mosquitoes per year over the course of 4 years in Florida as well as in California. Let's see how it goes. If you'd like to know more about either this specific operation or past operations like it, I will throw the links to my research notes. They'll be down in the description box below. And then lastly, I'd love to know your thoughts, because to me, sounds like a good technique, but at the same time, you know, human wisdom is limited. So it's always like, it sounds like a good technique and you can kind of see it working well and working better than pesticides. And mosquitoes are annoying. They kill people, they transfer diseases, but you do have to wonder what are the third, fourth, and fifth order effects of doing something like this. I've read a report before that the mosquito is this weird sort of insect that if you wipe it off the map, apparently there's no negative effects at all to the environment. Allegedly, that's what I read in a paper published I think something like 10 years ago. There was a paper published saying that if you just kill off the mosquito, it literally has no net negative effects. But that paper was also published by humans, so the wisdom is limited. Let me know your thoughts if you think this is a good idea, and yeah, otherwise, smash those like and subscribe buttons if you haven't already. And then lastly, I'll mention it again. I mentioned it in the previous episode, but over at the Epoch Times, we recently published a phenomenal documentary film sort of broaching the subject of the new scientific field of near-death experiences. Basically, it's a great documentary where we sat down with people who literally died. Like, they were brain dead, they had no pulse, they had no breath, no signs of consciousness, just they were clinically dead. But eventually they were resuscitated and they came back to life. And these people all spoke kind of a similar phenomena that they experienced. Even though they didn't know each other, they've never met, they're in different parts of the world, they all spoke of a similar phenomenon, seeing lights, seeing their life flash before their eyes in such granular detail that they can see every decision they made, every scene throughout the entire course of their lives. It's a phenomenal documentary, and it really kind of delves into this new, I guess you would call it, because it is a scientific field, because you really are talking to people who have experienced this. But it's an interesting scientific field because it's a very sort of subjective experience. There's nothing you can really measure in this respect, but but you can talk to the people, and when they tell you the same story over and over and over again, I guess you can look for patterns and sort of start to piece together something. I don't know. It's just a phenomenal documentary, and it definitely broadened my view, and it might broaden yours. So check it out. The link to it will be right there at the top of the description box below. Just click on it. It'll take you over to the Epoch Times where you can watch it right away. And then until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epoch Times. Stay informed. Most importantly, stay free.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it. as a wholesome game. The one who was to be hated brought the government to shame. Brain infiltration, arrested for wrongthink. Your purple-haired goth girl had become everybody's kink. Fraudulent healthcare, nobody to give the time. The repercussions leading to ice to clean the crime. Cornering a man, a weapon within his hand. Creating chaos and turmoil didn't go as quite as planned.
I'm a very optimistic person. You have to stay on the sunny side of the street in order to continue in this business and not crash out. But I got to tell you, this is a live shot of what's going on in California right now. They are cheating this election right before our very eyes. And I'm not exactly certain what to do about it, except for to call the feds, which there's a big update on that this morning. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the absolute state of California elections. While this is a meme, that's a funny one of Gavin Newsom delivering all the ballots, this is a real video of how ballots are being delivered in California by mysterious helicopter. This is from last night. They just fly in helicopters from anywhere they want and drop ballots off into unmarked vans that pull into their voting centers. Not mysterious at all.
The LA County Sheriff's Department is flying in ballots from vote centers across the region. You can see the choppers landing right now. We're standing in the
normal
process.
process.
The LA County Registrar's ballot processing center. They land right here in the middle.
Totally normal.
And then you see workers, they're standing by to pick up those ballots.
They do all of this. Florida counts 10 million ballots in a single night. We just did this, by the way, like 18 months ago. No helicopters, no shady sheriff's department, no creepy warehouses, no unmarked vans. Just count the ballots where they are and deliver the totals electronically and securely to the Secretary of State. Everything is key carded and monitored and filmed and activated, and you can track everything, and you get a receipt when you vote. You have to show them your ID when you vote, and everything is tight to the letter. It allows for nothing like this. We've actually watched them cheat in real time. These are real-time screenshots during Gavin Newsom's 2021 governor recall in California. They were taken 2 minutes apart. The no votes, so to keep Gavin Newsom, went up by 300,000, and the yes votes went down by 300,000. 2 minutes apart. Look at that. 2 million. And then what happens next? Oh, 1.8. We'll just punch the button. Algorithmic. You know, we caught that on live TV.
8%.
Here's
of
the
vote to
actual
come in, John
live
King.
broadcast
But
from
as of right
CNN.
Now, if I
Pay
were
attention to
Governor
down here.
Newsom,
Pay attention to
would
right down
be
here.
Feeling pretty good.
Okay.
You would be thinking,
vote-
number one, you're
I'll
going
zoom
to
in.
complete your term,
Watch.
and number two, Governor Newsom made this campaign in the end
Watch it
about
yourself.
Larry Elder, but also about the comparison.
Watch the vote total.
California
Watch what happens
versus,
right here.
say, Florida and Texas on COVID.
They're
If
gonna do
your
an
keep
update.
Newsom number stays anywhere close to that,
Boom.
the
There
governor
it
is going
is.
to think that it's a mandate by
You
the
can
people
literally
of California.
watch them cheat in real time. How do they get away with it? Well, partly is because there's no voter ID, and you can register to vote from anywhere for any purpose at any place. I found this out when I went to a toilet in an empty parking lot in LA. This is the registrar's paperwork that shows that there are 26 registered voters at a stinky porta-john in an empty parking lot at 100 Sunset Avenue in Venice, in Los Angeles. Who do you think voted there? I bet every single one of those 26 ballots got returned in for Karen Bass and Nikki Rahman. And that is why, and this is very depressing, Karen Bass and Nikki Rahman are now skyrocketing in the poly market in order to win and make it to the runoff. And Spencer Pratt is collapsing. Now, is that based on reality? Here's a great question. How exactly are people betting on Rahman overtaking Pratt mathematically with 300,000 votes left? If Bass keeps roughly the same current pace, Rahman would need nearly 59% of the remaining votes to pass him. That's an enormous late break margin. Am I missing something? Yeah, you're missing that California rigs their elections. So here's how they do it. This morning, California was at 58% counted in their governor's race. 15 hours later, it's at 56 counted. So they keep bumping the margins is what happens. Look at that. They keep as they print the ballots that they need. So they just go into a ballot printing factory, print the ballots, and then they just increase the number of total overall votes. It's just simple math. You just continue to expand the voter pool by printing ballots, by going into homeless encampments, manufacturing mail-in ballots. Who cares? You don't need voter IDs. Look at this from the LA County Register. Many voters chose to return their mail-in ballots on election day. Oh, it just so happens to be. They've had their mail-in ballots for months, but they just all turned them in on one day. I'm sure that's exactly what happened. These ballots are valid and deserve the same level of care and security. Really, look at how secure this all is. Very secure. Look at that. Looks totally secure. Just stacks on stack. Look at that. Nothing says security like this. That's just pure. It's just pure security. Just throw them in a pile, right? Throw them in a pile, and have Andre go and just like shuffle them around. And the ones that we don't like, we light them on fire. They did light votes on fire. So here's the update. You have 62% expected. Suddenly, it went from 200,000 ballots left remaining, this was yesterday, to 322,000 ballots left remaining. Isn't that amazing? Spencer Pratt barely budged in his vote total. He only got like 5,000 more votes. But Nikki Rahman went up significantly. Spencer Pratt has now crashed down below 30%. You can see what they're going to try and do here. They're going to try and shove this filthy communist that nobody liked and nobody voted for over Spencer Pratt, because they can't have Spencer Pratt as the spoiler. They just need two libtards running against each other. This is exactly what they've been predicting. Even Democrats, like libtard, like the dumbest Democrats that do this business, Nate Silver is one of them. He's perpetually wrong. He's constantly wrong. Is out here saying this is third world stuff. This is failed state stuff. We shouldn't be allowing this. You know, amazing Katie Porter, who lost in a landslide, sort of gave the whole game up here when asked, don't you need to appeal to MAGA? Don't you need to appeal to the 40% of California that's Republicans? Listen to her answer.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, ma'am?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote. You think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're
in a general election? Yes.
She got 4% of the vote and ended her political career last night. But what she's saying is, I don't need the Democrat machine has been so sophisticatedly rigged in this state that I don't need any Republicans. We have disenfranchised all Republicans. That's what she said in that clip. That's what's being said in this clip. It's called cheating. Listen to this.
So we're going to see these numbers change dramatically, and it happens every time we have an election.
Democrat strategies.
With all due respect to my buddy Katie over there, that her side of the aisle will say fraud, and how come all these ballots are coming in late? No, this is what happens. It goes red, and then it gets bluer and bluer and bluer, and that's what we saw. But
that's called fraud. That's called cheating the election. That's what it is. This is why Donald Trump is now calling for a full investigation into Democrat cheating the election. There's a big cheating by Democrats in California. Votes are all tied up, may not be for weeks, under investigation by U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. Why the vote counting delay? President DJT. Trump launches probe into California election day and claims Democrats are cheating in key primaries as results trickle in. The president said federal investigations are underway in big cheating in California. Trump is outraged at the opposition trying to steal the governor's race away from Steve Hilton and the mayor of Los Angeles. There's big cheating by Democrats in California. All the votes are tied up. Here's President Trump's post on it this morning. U.S. attorney is investigating, he says. The Democrats are at it again. They're trying to steal the governor's race of California, Los Angeles, primary away from two great Republican candidates. Here we go with the late massive numbers of mail-in ballots. You know, there's Supreme Court is overseeing today and may rule this month on late-breaking mail-in ballots, because this is what California is trying to count right now. And say, oh, we just got so many ballots mailed after the election day, and we just got to count them all, right? From the homeless encampment, for instance, or the toilet that I showed you. Look at this. They're doing it on purpose. They slow walk the counting on purpose. Why does California take so long to count ballots? Well, the state leaders have prioritizing expanding last-minute options to vote by mail over a quick count. Well, I wonder why that would be. Why would you pointlessly extend your count if you can know the winner on election night? To cheat. That's why. Look at this. Not only the best. You know, only the best working here.
Day. As long as it is postmarked by Election Day, there's up to 7 days for that to come to a vote processing center like this one to be counted.
Look at that. Just
Also,
the highest quality
we mail
counters
ballots to every single registered voter in the state. Right now, about 80% of voters return their ballots by mail. Each one of them has to go through a signature verification.
Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. The absolute A quality vote counters. Don't you even dare question what they're doing there in California. The rig is on, the steel is on. President Trump, you've got to investigate. Somebody's got to be able to stop this. I can feel it in my bones. They are trying to steal it away from Spencer Pratt. I think Steve Hilton is safe. I think he's won big enough to get out of the fraud vector, but Spencer Pratt right now is in real danger. You have to stay locked in, and we need some type of intervention here. Maybe we could pass the SAVE Act. John Thune watching this, loving every second of it. Disgusting. The Republicans in the Senate disgust me. Keep fighting, ladies and gentlemen. Don't ever doom. Keep fighting. We need to expose this stuff. That's what we're doing on this channel. Like, share, and subscribe.
Councilmember Rick Hole here in front of the former St. Luke's Hospital, where the U.S. Army is conducting a training exercise in urban warfare. As you can hear, flashbangs and simulated gunfire are going on. They're going to be going on for the next half an hour, we're told. It's 1 a.m. and we're in the middle of what is normally a quiet residential neighborhood. Homes literally across the street with people trying to sleep. The Ranger helicopters just dropped soldiers on the roof. They're simulating an attack on the building. And this is going to go on for a while. And good luck to the people that have got to get up and go to work tomorrow morning.
Next news. Breaking news.
What would you think if you were driving through Brooklyn at 2 in the morning and saw a line of men in headlamps, coveralls, and waders climbing out of a manhole with shovels in their hands? Because that's exactly what security cameras appear to show in multiple New York incidents now under investigation. Police say there is no known threat to the public. No known threat. Fine. But that answer has not calmed anyone down, and the reason why matters even more than the footage itself. See, this is no longer just a weird sewer story, it's a trust story. And Americans know that something feels off. Now let's be clear, nobody should jump straight to panic, nobody should ignore common sense either. The facts we have are strange enough on their own. Multiple groups of men in more than one location reportedly opening manholes in Brooklyn and Queens in the dead of night, went underground for long stretches, then came back up carrying gear and in some cases changing clothes before disappearing into the city. Authorities say they found no damage, no tampering, no immediate public threat. That's important, but here's the real issue. Millions of Americans no longer hear official reassurance and instantly relax. No. After years of urban disorder, weak leadership in Democrat-run cities, border chaos under the former Biden administration, and nonstop warnings about infrastructure vulnerability, the public has been conditioned to ask the hard question first. Not, is this harmless, but what if it isn't? And that's why the story has exploded. Not because people are irrational, but because trust has been burned so many times that unexplained activity now sets off every alarm in the American mind. Before we go further, if you're looking for ways to stay sharp and energized in a world that never slows down, I need you to listen to this. Now, see, I've tried hundreds of supplements over the years, and nothing has delivered results like C60 Evo. This Nobel Prize-winning molecule made lab animals live 90% longer. So, to all my haters out there, I got bad news. I'm going to be around for 90% longer because I take 2 tablespoons a day. See, my brain fog's gone. Joint pain I've had for years virtually eliminated. My wife's skin looks 10 years younger. My energy feels like I'm 20 years younger. This molecule is 172 times more powerful than vitamin C. It's worth more than gold per ounce. Now, Chris Beery is the scientist behind this. He's been making this in his Houston lab since 1991. See, it's not just another antioxidant. It works at the cellular level. That's where aging actually happens. The Paris study, it showed the longest life extension in history, and now my family is living proof that it works. Visit c60evo.com/NNN and use code NNN for exclusive savings. Whether you want more energy, clearer thinking, better skin, sleep better, just to feel young again, this is your answer. c60evo.com/NNN. Use code NNN at checkout because 90% longer life starts with one decision. Don't wait. Transform your health today. Now, with that said, let's get back to why this bizarre New York episode hit such a nerve with the public. See, here's the twist. The media won't tell you. See, the most revealing part of the story is not underground. It's above ground. And the public reaction. The videos hit every psychological trigger at once. Midnight, masks, tools, tunnels, groups moving with purpose, and hours out of sight beneath one of America's biggest cities. Add in major international events approaching, and suddenly a local oddity becomes a national security conversation. See, that's where this gets very real, very fast, and very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable for the people who's running these cities. So who are the men emerging from New York sewers at 2 a.m.? Videos showing random groups of men climbing in and out of New York City manholes in the middle of the night have gone viral, and of course the internet has filled in the blanks. Skywatch Signal writes that NYPD says there is no threat to the public, believes the individuals may have been searching the sewer system for valuables. After the video surfaces, emergency service unit officers reportedly entered the tunnels and found nothing suspicious. The city's Department of Environmental Protection also found no damage. Maybe that's why the whole story, you've got to admit, is still a strange sight. Here's some of the video and some of the latest news coverage.
A mystery in Brooklyn. Why are people climbing out of this manhole? And what are they doing in the New York City sewer system? 1, 2, 3, 7 altogether can be seen coming out at this busy intersection in the very early morning hours on Friday. Some with shovels in their hands and flashlights. One nearly gets hit by a car.
We need to know who they were, what they were up to.
And it was a similar scene in another neighborhood of Brooklyn on Thursday. According to police, a car dropped the group off at 11 p.m. About 3 hours later, they climbed back out.
During Friday's incident, police say the crew picked up this manhole cover and went down at 1 a.m. They believe they were looking for valuables that people flushed down the drain. It's a dirty business, and it's also a crime.
Underneath New York City, a sprawling underground network of more than 7,500 miles of sewer lines. The Department of Environmental Protection warning it can be extremely dangerous between toxic chemicals and flooding risks. But there were no injuries during these incidents, according to the NYPD.
Why is it a crime to go into a manhole?
It's dangerous. It's the same as jaywalking or walking down the middle of a highway.
So if they choose the wrong one, they could end up in real trouble.
They could be electrocuted. They could be overcome. There's gas lines down there. There's electrical lines down there.
Investigators telling NBC News they looked into similar incidents in the last 2 years, and in those cases, people were scavenging for valuables. Tonight, officials warning whatever is hiding in the city's sewers simply isn't worth the risk.
Well, but that's only the beginning. The official line is probably scavengers, nothing suspicious, but the next report shows why New Yorkers aren't buying it. More surveillance video, more gear, still no straight answers. Even Fox News covering it, mole people, treasure hunters, something else. Police are investigating a string of bizarre incidents involving mysterious groups of people entering and exiting New York City sewers through manholes in the dead of night. Here's some more footage. And the cars just drive by. Police say no known threat to the public, but the mystery has sparked citywide investigation. Fox is raising the same question everyone else is asking, treasure hunters or something else. This online reaction gets a lot more blunt. Hopefully they weren't putting bombs down there under the city. For sure, they were up to no good. So the public suspicion is exactly why the story is not going away. Next, another report lays out the gear, the late night timing, the question City Hall still can't answer.
Here in New York City tonight, we're learning more about those mystery sightings, men emerging from manholes in Brooklyn and in Queens with headlamps and shovels. And tonight, hear the new warning. Here's our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky now.
Tonight, a mystery underground. New York City police are working to identify the men in this video, wearing waders and carrying flashlights, prying open a manhole in Queens and slipping into the sewer. They're also trying to identify 7 men, some with headlamps and shovels, going into the sewer in Brooklyn and then emerging one by one. One guy almost gets hit by a car. Tonight, police suspect these groups were hunting for valuables. This happens from time to time, but there are a lot of hazards down there. Unstable surfaces, confined spaces, noxious gases. Police in the Department of Environmental Protection inspected the sewer system and said they found nothing tampered with, insisting our infrastructure is safe. Police believe these urban scavengers pose no threat, but David, officials say entering the sewer system is both illegal and extremely dangerous. David?
Dangerous, and those images are a bit unsettling. Aaron, thank you.
So it's getting widespread coverage right now. ABC says officials insist it's safe, and infrastructure is safe, but images are still hard to ignore. Even AP covering the story.
Wait. Is that the Mario Brothers? A series of bizarre sightings of people popping in and out of New York City's sewer system has police investigating. Security cameras captured at least 3 separate instances in Brooklyn and Queens, showing groups climbing into and out of manholes in the middle of the night. Some were spotted wearing headlamps and what looked like shovels and other tools. Authorities inspected the locations and say there's no damage to the sewer system, and police say they don't believe there's any threat to public safety, no injuries have been reported, and no arrests have been made. But officials are warning people not to try this. Entering the sewer system is illegal and extremely dangerous because of hazards like toxic gases and flooding. As for who these mystery sewer people are, the investigation is still ongoing, but we are having a debate in our office about whether or not they look like the Mario Brothers or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
So the Associated Press having a little bit of fun with that. Not sure that they should, but AP playing it with the cute Mario Brothers jokes, but Americans watching are not laughing. Matt Wallace connects these sewer sightings to a bigger security failure with major crowds about to pour into the region. With the World Cup only days away, there have been repeated sightings of suspicious people coming out of manholes in New York City. The majority of attendees will be staying there. They are clearly planning something. Why isn't this being investigated fully? Do New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani and Mayor Michael Gonelli actually have a real plan for the millions of visitors coming to the region? Why? This is why having incompetent idiots in charge of major cities is such a dangerous problem. So while the media shrugs and the political class sleeps, independent voices are zeroing in on the same problem. Repeated sightings, no accountability. Up next, exclusive footage out of Brooklyn shows a group going back into the same manhole, hauling equipment back out. Here's more footage from Viral News NYC. Not a care in the world. Pickaxe. Pickaxe. So that wasn't just a one-off, dropping into a tunnel. According to that source, they kept returning, pulling gear from below. Next goes further, pointing to nearby cash businesses and a bank. And that's where this looked like less exploring and more like a burglary setup. Viral News NYC. The Brooklyn manhole mystery deepens. Were these underground explorers or a burglary crew? I went back to the area today, started taking a closer look at what surrounds the location. One thing immediately stood out: numerous cash-heavy businesses nearby along with a bank. The more I dig into the story, the more questions I have. Sources and videos show that these individuals were underground for nearly 2 hours. They didn't appear to be random people fooling around. They came equipped with shovels, masks, specialized gear to keep themselves dry while navigating below ground. For those unfamiliar with New York City's underground infrastructure, some tunnel systems can stretch for miles and connect across boroughs. That raises an obvious question. What exactly were they doing down there for that long? At this point, nothing has been officially confirmed, but the deeper I look into this incident, the more it resembles a crew. They may have been preparing for something far more serious than a late-night adventure. 2 hours underground, masks, tools, and planning. Something about this entire situation does not feel right.
Back here at the manhole tunnel in Brooklyn, New York. Now, I did a little more research, and you got cash businesses all over here, right? You got a car wash right there. You got, this place is mostly cash. You got other locations like this recycling center where there's a lot of cash here. Other places here that has a lot of cash. You got a bank that's down the block. Now, these manhole tunnels, right, they literally reach throughout the city. You can literally take one tunnel from here, which is Brooklyn, all the way to Manhattan, right? So I'm thinking these guys came here to rob a place, and they came here with the tools, because they all had tools on them, and they were looking to rob something. That's my personal opinion. A lot of them also came prepared. Masks, right? Some of them had masks on, some of them didn't. Some of them had those like fishing trunks, you know, like so your feet won't get wet, the plastic ones. So it's weird, super weird. And I'm speaking to more residents around here, and they're confused as well. So I personally think these guys came here to burglarize someplace. They brought their tools. They stayed down there for 2 hours, right? 2 hours they can walk from here to the city. So the location they might have wanted to burglarize, we probably won't know because we don't know how far they walked. And I'm not sure if there's any security cameras down there, which most likely it should be. So, look, I'm back here, and I'm going to keep digging into this. Look, the men that were caught on video were either Hispanic or Middle Eastern. So it might have been a crew. Who knows? A burglary crew. I'm going to keep checking in on this. God bless you. Have a good weekend.
Wow. So, burglary theory laid out in detail. 2 hours underground. Here's more exclusive video on McDonald Avenue and Avenue S in Brooklyn. 10 unknown individuals open up a manhole. That's a lot of people. I thought maybe it's just like some YouTubers going underneath to do some exploring or something, get some content, but this is happening at a rate and at different locations that just doesn't add up. So, and the claim about the car cover where it gets even darker, social media post takes it up 3 separate incursions. Warns it could be more than scavenging, maybe a heist or something worse. Tyler Durden, Zero Hedge. That is now 3 separate manhole incursions by teams of 5 to 10 people with tools, many with shovels, and will look like a sifter screen box with one guy probably planning a major heist or terror attack under New York City. Soon, if FBI Director Cash doesn't thwart it. So, what does this really mean? It means America is living in a low trust era, and citizens are responding exactly the way serious people respond when institutions have failed too often. Police may be right. This was sewer scavenging, underground exploration, or some other non-terror activity. If so, good. We should be thankful. But the speed with which ordinary Americans jump to fears of sabotage, sleeper cells, heists, or infrastructure targeting tells you everything about the current mood. People don't believe blue city officials are fully in control. They don't believe every strange event gets transparent answers, and they absolutely do not believe that weird behavior around tunnels, utilities, and transit should be shrugged off. In other words, the sewer mystery is really a confidence crisis all caught on camera. And that's the takeaway tonight. The story may end with a simple explanation. Maybe these men were digging for discarded valuables. Maybe it was just illegal, reckless, and bizarre. But the public response is the bigger headline. Americans are watching the streets, the tunnels, the infrastructure, and the people in charge with a level of suspicion that did not come out of nowhere. It came from years of being told not to believe their own eyes, years of failed leadership in major cities, and years of seeing danger minimized until it's impossible to hide. Under President Trump, Americans are right to demand order, transparency, and serious answers instead of lazy reassurance. So now we want to hear, would you trust the official explanation right away, yes or no? Drop your answer in the comments, share this report, and subscribe to the Next News Network for more America First coverage. But most importantly, text those words raw feed to the number you see on your screen, 844-840-4963. We're cutting out the middleman, going direct, right to you, right to your phone. We're not waiting for YouTube to send you a notification. We're not waiting for the algorithm to decide when to show you videos. We're sending you the news when you need it. This is how we stay connected. This is how we get the truth directly to you. Thousands of patriots have already signed up. I want you next. And celebrate America 250. Let's do it together. Check out the merch shelf below this video and check out something you like and celebrate America 250 with the Next News Network.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
Someone actually hacked into the American Fork Police Department and released all the footage unredacted of my interactions with them. So this is the original footage I got with the redactions in, and this is the new unredacted footage. I'm lining them up, and I'm going to keep only the redacted parts to see what they were actually saying.
In jail. I understand. This ends today. I know. We're talking to them. Okay.
Sadly, they weren't able to get the first 2 days where I was accused of having heroin on me. But the final 2 days, we were able to see a lot, actually. The footage starts with me going to Josh's house so I can serve him his legal court papers. Josh knows that if he goes to court with me, he's going to lose. So instead, a much easier option is he calls the police on me to prevent me from serving him.
His name is Ben Schneider. He's stalking my house. Will you come to my house, please, and come get them? I'm not going to have stalkers.
Are they there right now?
They're on the side of the house.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I'm done with this. Officer, can you please help me and my family and make this stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
She had a consignment deal with a guy named Brian Mansell. A year and a half, almost 2 years, she had this consignment deal with him and she never paid him.
So right away, Josh is lying to the police, which we can easily verify with all of the metadata timestamped pictures that show that the Lego sets were in the store when Josh took it over.
He's hired this YouTuber. His name is Ben Schneider. He's Reckless Ben. They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. I'm done.
What are you guys doing here? So we are in a court case with them and we have to serve them legal papers.
She is a process server and she's trying to serve you papers.
She's not a process server.
Okay.
Get the papers.
They're fake papers.
They're fake. Go get the papers.
Okay. You're okay if I bring those over to you?
Absolutely. Okay. They're fake.
You guys, can I see those papers? Yeah. So this is what you're trying to serve them with?
Yes. I wish we could just send them an email. I wish we could just send them a phone call. Or the court could send it to them, but this is what we're required to do from the United States court. So we're just following the instructions of the government. He thinks if I just call the cops on me, he can get away with it, but we're showing him, like, we're not going to let him get away with his crime, so.
Okay. You okay if I give these papers to him?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hang tight. Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just get
Have
her?
you looked at the papers? I've talked to the Kaiser Police Department. There's nothing filed. So no, I'm not accepting service from him.
Okay.
Absolutely not. It's fake.
Okay.
It's not real.
That's completely fine. You have that right?
Yeah.
Literally, all this police officer has to do is be like, "You are served," and then he doesn't even have to accept them. He can literally just drop them. But as long as you say "you are served," that counts as illegal serving. So why doesn't this cop just do that? Like, this whole thing could be solved in literally 3 seconds. Like, here, I'll time it. You've been served. Yeah, like literally 1.5 seconds, and this could be solved. This could literally be solved in 1.5 seconds. And this police officer is just purposely choosing to make this way more complicated than it has to be.
Hold on. All right. What are you wanting done today? Besides, obviously, talk to...
As much as you humanly possibly can.
I can screen charges. I'm open to screening charges through our attorney.
Yeah. Instead of serving these court papers like the police officer promised me he would, this officer would rather screen all possible charges for me to see what random stuff they can make up about me.
I'm going to go talk with him, give him his paper back, since you do not want this, correct?
Can I just peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a
never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anyway.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to give this back to him and trespass her.
Because here's the thing. Like, think about this logically. Do you think a process server would show up with a guy that's been harassing a YouTuber to serve papers in Utah?
Josh knows that if he gets served these papers, it's going to be really bad for him. And at this point, it seems like he's willing to make up any story he can to get us arrested before he gets served these papers.
They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
And now, Josh has just committed a felony. Lying to the police officers about a false threat I made to get me arrested is super duper illegal.
He called the store a billion times, threatened the employees.
He does not want the paper. So
He's not want the papers?
Here's that back for you.
Okay.
I'm not sure what this is. I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
Well, these are court papers.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna erase your deck.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, process server's really going to ride with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am? They have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, "Oh no, I got to serve him these papers." Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, "Oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing?" I'm like, "Do you think I'm stupid?" I don't know what to do, man.
So, did you call the police again?
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
We're ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking habits.
Oh, it's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot, can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
Now we're just kind of wanting to know what you want done on this.
As much as we humanly possibly can.
He's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers, okay?
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So,
you can't. That's illegal.
Why not? In the state of Utah, to be a process server, all you have to do is be over the age of 18 years old. You got to be not affiliated with the case, and you can't be an attorney. And this girl meets all three. She is over 18 years old. I literally met her like 10 minutes before we showed up here. and she's not an attorney. So legally, in the state of Utah, this woman is a process server. And I already explained this to the police.
So anyone can be a process server. You have to be 18 years old, and you have to be not affiliated with the case. So she is not affiliated with the case. She's over 18 years old. That qualifies as a process server.
Okay. Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's. We have no relationship. That's why she's here. Yeah, that's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is. The exact person that you're describing.
That's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server.
So for this girl to be impersonating a process server in the state of Utah, she must either be under 18, which the cops took her ID and verified she's not under 18.
Do you have an ID or anything like that on you?
She has to be related to this case, which Josh says he's never seen her before, so she can't be related to this case. Josh has verified that. And so the only option left is Josh must assume that she's an attorney. But if Josh has never heard of her before, how does he know she's an attorney? And spoiler, she's not an attorney, but so I don't know what Josh means when he says she's pretending to be a process server, because it seems like he's verified that she meets all the requirements to be a process server. So basically what Josh is saying is, even though she meets all these requirements, and I acknowledge she meets these requirements, she still doesn't meet these requirements. You're making no sense, Josh.
Impersonating an officer of the court, that carries some, it's pretty significant,
Yeah, you can't pretend to be a process server. Sorry. Yeah, you can't. That's got to be illegal.
And that's, like I say, he's getting combining charges.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So right now,
I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
So these papers that he printed up are
fake. Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States.
And now Amen has just committed obstruction by lying to the police officers.
He created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her.
I didn't sign no agreement. I'm not beholden to somebody else's stupid agreement. I like how he can just lie to you guys. He's just straight face. Oh, he owes me $200,000.
I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay?
Thank you for holding. How can I help you?
Trying to speak with someone to verify if a case is, just verify if a case is real.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
And after this phone call, I guess the police officers turned off the microphone on their body cam because I guess they really didn't want literally anyone to hear this, even if someone gets a hold of the unredacted stuff. Not even we now can get it to hear what these police officers are saying. But anyways, the police officer ends up going back to talk to Josh.
They're screening some charges, okay?
Yeah.
But we're just kind of working through. It looks like this is a real case. It just hasn't gone to court, okay?
It's a real case. Who's it against?
It against you, him versus you.
Ben Schneider?
Mm-hmm.
What an idiot.
So.
He's just racking up the charges, and we're working together.
So basically the consensus is, we were all wrong here. However, let's just arrest Ben anyways.
Like, letting them go cannot be an option here, guys. Like, there's got to be something for cyber stalking, bullying, like all of the different things. Like, there's got to be something to arrest them and send a message that this is not appropriate, this is not okay.
I'm in agreement with you. Again, that's why we're kind of working through this right now.
Hello.
Step out for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Find you back. Am I being arrested?
You're under arrest right now.
Really?
love you. I love you. Oh,
there we go.
I love you. Okay, I love you. I love American Fork Police Department.
So now let's get to the search warrant, where the cops raid my house because they heard that I was the one that stole the Legos from Brian. So I might have found out an answer of why this cop was so rough with me and threw my arm back. Before we enter the property, the cop warns all the other police officers to make sure we are not filming.
Hey, they're probably going to be quick to film. They're probably going to be quick to pull their phones out, so just be aware of that.
However, when we got raided, I instantly pressed the record button on my phone because I was terrified these police officers were going to do something and try and hide it from the public. But I guess the police officer sees that I'm filming, and once he sees I'm filming, I think he was like, as punishment for filming me, I'm going to bend your arm back upwards and injure you, is my guess of what happened, because afterwards he says this.
The main kid had his phone recording, so I shut it off, but
The other kid had a GoPro.
How many did you get? You got Ben?
We got 5 right now.
5, including Ben Schneider?
Yes.
Sweet, that's good.
Next, we got some unredacted footage of me using the bathroom. Another thing about this unredacted footage is we get to see the police's entire office building. We get to see their detective board of us. We get to see that they're actually a member of the Church of Scientology Sucks. All my old school fans will know this, but basically I made a religion called Scientology Sucks, and it legally got approved by the IRS, and Scientology Sucks worships a gold plunger as their god. I even got it tattooed on my wrist right here. It's like a plunger cross on my wrist. I guess the American Fork Police Department is active members of the Church of Scientology Sucks because they literally put my god on their desk. That's exciting.
We have a felony stalking case right now. Felonies. Everyone's facing felonies.
That's pretty serious shit.
It's super serious. I know that you've been told all of, oh, it's a fundraiser. This guy stole $200,000.
Yeah.
If that was the case, that guy would be in jail.
Yeah.
So
No,
we're going to use critical.
Anyways, we're going to fast forward a bunch. So this is basically a spoiler for episode 3, but basically this Bricks and Minifigs company has non-stop been making fake bomb threats, fake fire threats, fake murder threats in my name that I'm going to murder them. The only problem is obviously these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that, but the police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me. Here's a phone call from just a few days ago of the Los Angeles police calling the Utah police of them scheming of a way to get me arrested for all these mystery threats that I've been making.
Paul, we got a complaint from a guy in Provo about this guy Schneider.
Okay.
And so it seems like I talked to the guys in Sandy police too, and then trying to get a hold of Provo police. So it seems like, yeah, Schneider's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Basically, so he called me and he's just like, this guy's crazy. He's like making threats against us, my employees, our business, et cetera, et cetera. It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA. So I guess I'm just trying to track down like what you guys are doing, if anything. I know, like, at least I've been told that there's technically like a couple open cases. This guy's already being charged in Utah by 3 different places. Like, what are we doing? Any idea where he actually is?
No idea.
Okay.
I know we had asked to hold him until we had further, but I'm guessing they just let him bond out. So.
Okay.
The only problem is I'm in a place the American police have no jurisdiction over, so they're never gonna catch me here.
Yeah, no American police in sight.
Good luck finding me. You are never gonna find me, police officers.
It's the longest pool anywhere in the world, and here you can tell they're not progressive, because this is not a progressive, because progressives never wear or show an American flag. These are proud people from Oklahoma. They came from Oklahoma, a company from Oklahoma, to do it. But you notice the American flag, he's proudly showing off his work. You know he's not a liberal and or a progressive. used to be liberal, but they changed their name somewhere along the way because liberal wasn't working, but progressive doesn't work too. Well, the progressive is a beautiful term. They are not progressive. They're degressive. You got that? What do you think?
That's good.
Daniel's great. He's a great reporter. And again, we have a picture of a gentleman in a cart. Proudly, this is the head of construction for the job. So you can see it's just finished. This is just minutes before. And there's a gentleman named Secretary Burgum from Interior, Doug, who's been doing an incredible job. So Doug, we have 22 waterfalls. Most of them haven't worked for over 50 years. As of this morning, they all work beautifully, and they're clean. The graffiti's gone. The broken marble is fixed. Well, there's a way of fixing it. You use a thing called silicone, and you fix them, and they look beautiful. All of the hate and everything is removed from them. Some of them done through stupidity, actually, but hate. But here's another picture. Now you can tell this is a proud American because he's got a flag. Protesters never have, the bad protesters never have flags up. They somehow don't like the flag too much, but we do. So that's great. We put in today, as you know, about Save America, the Save America Act. I don't know, someday the Senate and the House will get it done, although I must tell you the House has approved it about 3 times already. Save America Act right here. We have, everybody can see that. And then we'll talk about clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to say coal within the Trump administration unless it's preceded by the words clean, beautiful. Complicates our life, but it's good, right, Chris, wherever you may be? It is clean and beautiful. I'll tell you, it's effective. So the Save America Act is all voters must show photo ID. So you go to vote and you show photo ID. Not complicated, right? You know, who could oppose it? They say it's an 80-20. It's not. It's about 99-1, and we'll never find the one person. Andy, congratulations, Andy, on a big victory.
Thank you for your help.
That's great. I appreciate it, but you're very good at what you do, and I've been backing you right from the beginning for a long time, right?
Backing you too, sir.
For years, that's right. You have. Thank you. Congratulations. You won a big election. So you have all voters must show photo ID, identification. All voters must show a little thing called proof of citizenship. Would you say that's 99-1, Mr. Pennsylvania?
I would say that's maybe 100 to 0.
I would think so. They say
it should be.
No, but they say it's 80-20. It's not 80-20. It's 99. And we've never found the one person. There's another one. Then you have no mail-in ballots, but we want to be liberal, as they say, or we'll say we want to be progressive. So it's no mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them, and maybe they won't be able to get away with it. They tried with me. They did it successfully the second time. The third time, we made it too big to rig. Too many votes. They couldn't do it. They can only go. They sort of gave up at about 9:07 when they got slaughtered with the votes that came in. But no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. So we're being very progressive. And we just don't want cheating in our elections. And you see it happening in California. Those numbers are coming down rapidly. They found a lot of mail-in ballots last night, shockingly. So we don't want that. Then we added best of. This is best of Trump. No men in women's sports. No transgender mutilization surgery for our children. I would say that's pretty close to 99-1 also. No men in women's sports. I would say that's pretty good. We had the quarterback, Jackson is the quarterback for the Giants. He's a big, strong guy. And I said, how do you think you do in women's sports, Jackson? He said, pretty good, sir. He didn't know I was joking. He was not worried, so let me put it that way. He would have been the greatest athlete in the history of women's sports. You got to see the size of this guy. Like a male model, and he's going to be a great quarterback. So we talk about that. And so we just would like the Senate, Democrats, Republicans to pass it. Interestingly, Democrat people, not crooked politicians, because most of them are crooked, or they're sick, or they're Trump deranged. There is Trump derangement syndrome, but the people, it's 86, 87%. Democrats. I mean, Democrats are fun. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but I don't know, for some reason when they go into politics, they get radical left crazy, and they're trying to destroy our country, but we're not going to let that happen. So today we're taking historic action to bring down the price of energy and the cost of living for all Americans with the power of clean, beautiful coal. If you look at China, if you look at so many of the successful countries, they're using coal. If you look at some of the real great failures countries, they're using wind. Just keeps blowing, and puts you right out of business. Very expensive, most expensive energy there is. So wind is not working very well, but they keep it going, and because people get subsidies by countries that are stupid. Doug, I would say we haven't been long on wind. Do you agree with that? He understands numbers very well. You know, Doug was very, very successful. Believe it or not, I used to think it was in energy, but he was successful in technology, and he sold his company to, I think, Microsoft, right? And for a lot of money, and he ran for politics. He ran for office, went to North Dakota, won immediately, won governor, was very successful for 8 years. And I watched him during one of the performances of some very talented people. And I said, we're going to get him to work for us. And then I said I was going to put him in charge of energy. And he said, sir, there's a better man than me for that one. Not in all ways, you feel that, but in one way, in energy, you do. And that was Chris, right? Yeah. Where's Chris?
Right here.
Right behind you. Well, he's a hard one to find. And Chris has done a fantastic job, and he's one of the reasons we're here today. We have had, we're right now double Saudi Arabia and Russia. If you double them up, that's what we produce, more than anybody else times 2. So think of that. As a result of the $700 million investment that I'm announcing today, we will protect 14 coal plants and 42 coal mines. It's a tremendous number. And build 2 new coal plants and 1 massive new export terminal, because we're exporting coal. Coal's a great business, really a big business, and it's real power. It's in terms of power, there's really nothing like it. You have so many different alternatives. They talk about some, but there's no real alternative. China, by the way, last year built 52 coal plants. They built about two windmills. You know, the only time they build a windmill is when they're trying to sell them to stupid people from the United States, the suckers. And by the way, and all over Europe, they sell the windmills, but they don't use them. I wonder why. They use coal plants and other things. These actions will support over 14,000 jobs and save the American people $50 billion in electricity costs. We're pleased to be joined by Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum. He has been great. I don't want to give him a big swollen ego, because then all of a sudden he'll leave me and I'll be stuck with Interior. I don't want to be stuck. But he's really done a great job. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, is fantastic. And maybe our MVP, what do you think, Doug? It's close.
Yes, right here.
What do you think? MVP, Lee Zeldin. And the job he's done is great. We had the auto industry in yesterday. They don't want people to fix their car. I said, that's strange. I'd never heard of that. They have a thing to, nobody's allowed to fix their car. They gave a man 7 years in jail, actually, because he fixed his own car. So I thought we'd do something about that. But we'll get it all straightened away. Can you believe it? They want a bill that prohibits people from fixing. So if you're mechanically inclined, you know, I went to school with some guys that were, in some cases, horrible students. But they could fix an engine blindfolded. They could take a car apart blindfolded. But they weren't too good at arithmetic and other things. But they were great. And so there's a move on to stop people from fixing their car. I didn't understand it. But we had a great meeting yesterday with the head of General Motors and Roger Penske, head of Ford. We had a great meeting, I think. Thanks as well to a friend of mine also for a long time, West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey. I won by 45 points, Patrick.
It's not enough.
I love those people. And Wyoming, I think maybe even slightly more than West Virginia.
Yeah, just a little more.
We did pretty this. I like this group of people. But Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, respected guy, great governor, both of them really amazing. And Representatives Dan Muser, Riley Moore, Derek Van Orden, Juan Ciscomani, and Andy Barr. So you have a lot of representatives here that are fantastic. Today we're officially invoking the Defense Production Act to save 13 coal plants in West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. These were incredible plants, so productive, really producing a lot of the electricity, right? The electricity, it's really the best of it. You know, when they find something better, Chris, I think we'll be all set for it, right? But they're a long ways from finding something better.
Coal's critical.
And so when you look at that, those states, West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Wisconsin, what do they all have in common? Trump won them.
Wisconsin,
I won every one of them by a lot, right?
Yeah.
I'm not even mentioning Pennsylvania, which we won also, right?
Yes.
But we won them all. We won all 50. We had an honest count, if you want to know that too. Our action will allow these facilities to invest in upgrades that will extend their operational lives for decades into the future, reinforce the reliability of our electric grid, which is really the biggest beneficiary, and most importantly, keep electricity prices very low for the American people. This brings the total number of coal plants that we've saved during my administration, just like when we said we saved 25 water fountains. Think of this. These are fountains, beautiful fountains that were so horrible to look at with the graffiti. Over 40 years, many of them closed over 40 to 50 years. The big one, the reflective lake, some people call it a pond, some people it's like a lake. But the reflective lake was built in 1922. It never really worked from the beginning, from 1922. That's a long ways. So it's over 100 years old. And it never really worked because they had the wrong base. It was always leaking. They didn't have what we have today. So it's pretty amazing what's happened. And, you know, I hate to say it won't leak, but it won't leak because we use the material that doesn't allow leaks. You know, it's like a swimming pool doesn't leak. You use the right. This is called swimming pool on steroids. So it's great stuff. And today's actions, we're also supporting coal mines and coal miners in Wyoming and Pennsylvania, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, North Dakota, and New Mexico. And they're all going back to work. You know, it's interesting with the mines, that famous scene of Hillary when we went to West Virginia.
Yeah.
And she had just left another state and she was trying to convince everybody that they should go into technology, no longer be miners. And these guys in West Virginia, they didn't want to hear about it. They wanted to be, remember that scene around the table? They talked to this beautiful, big, strong miner, and they wanted him to make computer chips. She said, we'll teach him how to make computer chips. His hands were so large, he couldn't hold a computer chip. He's looking at it. He had fingers that were like 3 inches around, and they're talking about making a computer chip. And he didn't like it, and he ended up being one of our best ads ever. She wasn't, and she did rather poorly. She lost, I think she lost by 77 points or something like that. Pretty tough to go knock coal, and then you go 2 weeks later to West Virginia to try and win the state. It didn't work out well for her. But the miners love us. What do you think we got with the coal miners? Would you say we got 90%, 100%? What do you think we were on this?
Pretty high.
Yeah, pretty
Probably
high.
higher than any group in the country.
Pretty high. Yeah, it can't be bad. Well, we did well with all the groups. I'll tell you, the group that
Simply
now likes
amazing.
us are the auto workers, because we're building more auto plants now than at any time in the history of our country. So it's great to watch and see what's going on with the U.S. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world, and we were a dead country a year and a half. We were a dead country. We were laughed at. We were a mocked, laughed at country. Starting this summer, the West Gateway project will break ground, and by summer 2028, over 12 million tons of clean, beautiful coal per year will be shipped to countries all around the world. And this project's been delayed over 10 years, and Biden ended it, and then Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama, another one. He's another beauty. But that delay is now over, and it's going to be very productive. It's going to fuel our electric plants in particular. It's going to be amazing. Finally, we're taking nearly $200 million in that to set aside for the Green New Scam, and it was set aside for the Green New Scam, but the Green New Scam is history, and repurposing that money so that we restart a coal plant in Maryland and help build 2 brand new coal plants in Alaska and West Virginia. And these are all built with new technology. It's very clean. It's amazing how that's come along. It's all very clean. And the first new coal plants to open in our country since 2013. You couldn't open, you couldn't even think. They were only closing them. They were closing them, and you had brownouts all over the place. But you don't have that anymore, do you notice? Under 4 years of Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left Democrats in Congress, not a single permit was approved for a new coal mining project. But in over 1 year of our administration, we've already approved 76 permits for clean, beautiful coal. Last year, we prevented 17 gigawatts of coal-powered electricity from going offline, and that's enough power for about 13 million homes. Think of that, 13 million homes at a very low price. It's the lowest price. So now I'd like to ask Secretary Burgum to say a few words, followed by Secretary Wright, Administrator Lee Zeldin, and then Governor Mark Gordon, and whoever else wants to say a few words, including my new friend, my new governor friend. So, Doug, go ahead.
Well, thank you, President Trump. With these announcements today and everything that your administration has accomplished so far since you've taken office, this administration has done more to save, protect, and expand coal in our country than any administration perhaps ever.
Clean, beautiful coal.
Clean, beautiful coal, absolutely. And
I'm only kidding.
It's okay. When you took office, the first thing you did was declare an energy emergency. Some people questioned that, but the prior administration
clean coal
Biden had gone so far down the path of pursuing the highly subsidized, intermittent, weather-dependent sources of electricity that our grid was at risk. You understood that, and you understood that how key coal is. It's the backbone of having affordable, reliable, and secure American energy to power our country, power our electric grid, power our competitiveness in AI, and power all the manufacturing that's coming back. As you mentioned, with those record coal leases, this is where we take federal public land, lease it to the private sector. They write a check, that comes into the Treasury. They create jobs, help support local communities. So there was 0 coal leases held in 4 years under the Biden administration. You heard the president talk about 76 here. We've slashed red tape. Those took years to get. Some of these projects for coal mining we've approved in less than 1 month under the emergency procedures. And we also have opened up for leasing another 13.1 million acres that people can bid on in our country on public land. And this is land that was set aside. This is not national parks, it's not wilderness area, it's not our wildlife refuges. This is public land that was set aside for the benefit and use of the American people, including energy development, making sure that we've got affordable, reliable energy. So using those public lands is what we're doing. And then the last thing within Interior, I would say we did strategically designate through the U.S. Geologic Survey, which is part of Interior, designate metallurgical coal as a critical mineral. So it's on the list. And that opens up a number of opportunities. But without metallurgical coal, we don't have coke, we don't have the steel industry. The Biden administration was indiscriminate trying to shut down our metallurgical coal as well as our thermal coal. So, and then the last thing you mentioned, the coal export facility, again, working through all the permitting to drive towards that so that we can be selling clean, reliable energy to our allies in the Pacific who want to do more trade with us. And lastly, again, thank you for creating the National Energy Dominance Council. Our Executive Director, Jerry Jared Hagan is here today, but Chris, Lee, and I all have details on that team, and that's operates right out of the White House, and that's why President Trump is able to get so much done so quickly. This is the first time ever we had a president with a White House council specifically focused on energy and what an impact it's having.
Well, and thank you to perhaps slightly less importantly, but I think very important, the National Garden of American Heroes is going to be unbelievable, and I'd like to know how you're doing on that, and how are you doing on the Great Triumphal Arch. So every city, just about every major city, has a triumphal arch. This is an arc that's a real bow, a beautiful bow to your military and military victories. Nobody's had more military victories, including recently, than we have. And they never got the arc built. It's been, the Civil War stopped it. That circle has been sitting there for a long time, for many, many years. And, I guess you could go back to, in 1902 they tried it, but in 1860 and 1880 they just never got it done. The Civil War stopped it the first time. That was a good reason. I think that's probably not a bad, that was a good excuse, but after that it just never happened, and we're going to get it done. And so we're doing it with the Department of Interior, and we're also doing the National Garden of American Heroes, which is phenomenal. And we're doing something that just came up. We'll have a little breaking news here because nobody's heard of it, but at the Lincoln Memorial, the front was supposed to be the back was supposed to be the front. It never got built because they built two roadways behind it after it was built, and it shut off the gateway to the water. That was really going to be the main entry, and we're going to be doing that. It's called the Promenade. It'll be the Promenade. They want to call it the Trump Promenade, but I don't know if I want to do that. But it's going to be beautiful. It's a beautiful project, and it's going to take the Lincoln Memorial right down to the Potomac, which it was always scheduled to do, but when they built the roads, that was the end of that. But we have a way of beautifully going over those two roads, highways, very, very strong, very important roads, actually, as you know, from the bridge. But it's going to be great. So can I ask for just a couple of seconds to talk about those three great projects that we're just starting?
Well, I'd say that it's important for everyone to know that, as you described, these are plans and ideas that have existed almost since the end of the Civil War. But the McMillan Plan, which is the one that designed the National Mall as we see it today, that was in the early part of the 1900s, envisioned this connection, that you would have the memorial bridge between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington Cemetery. At the halfway point, there's a very large circle. It was designed to hold a monument. The arc that would go there is a fantastic complement and completion of this plan that's over 120 years ago, President Trump's vision of how to build that. And of course, President Trump has talked to President Macron from France. More people visit the Arc de Triomphe than even visit the Eiffel Tower. I mean, this would be a highlight for Americans to come. The views back at the city from the top of the arch would be amazing. The views from this side, from West Potomac, where the National Garden of Heroes was, looking across at the arch would be amazing. And of course, the promenade on the backside of the Lincoln is, as President Trump described, right now there's no pedestrian access. You're on the mall, people come from around the world. They don't know that 100 yards away is the beautiful Potomac River, which was part of the original plan. And now they'd be able to walk around the Lincoln Memorial, walk on a pedestrian bridge over the first highway, walk over the next one, and right down to the water. It would complete the vision. These projects would complete the original vision, the McMillan Plan, and how fortunate are we to have the builder-in-chief, someone who both has the vision and the understanding of how to get projects done that would, again, make our city safe and beautiful, just like the executive order President Trump put out last year has accomplished. And wow, we are ready for the celebration of our 250th anniversary. The city's never been safer, it's never been more beautiful, but President Trump's not stopping there. Vision that he has for these projects would extend for generations forward. So thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Great job. And Secretary Chris Wright, please.
No coal, no modern world. Stated another way, without clean, beautiful coal, the modern world is impossible. And we saw 17 years ago President Obama's election an all-out attack on the American coal industry. The industry that built our nation, We wouldn't have the buildings, the factories, the industry, the electricity grid we have today without the critical contribution of coal. It's been the largest source of global electricity for 125 years in a row, and will be for decades to come. In the United States, it remains a critical source of our electricity, also a critical source for our industry. Can't produce steel and cement and other materials without coal. And beyond the impacts of coal in our electricity sector, just think of the direct impact on human lives. If President Trump had not been elected and inaugurated in January of 2025, and through his authority at the DOE, we were able to force keeping open 6 coal plants. As of today, there'll be a 7th one, and more than twice as many that voluntarily said, hey, if we're not going to have to close, we need to stay open. 17 coal plants were not closed in 2025 because of President Trump sitting at this desk and in this position right here. That saved 17 gigawatts of electric generating capacity, and the winter storm Fern that hit our country in the last week of January this year, conservatively, hundreds of Americans would have lost their lives if those 17 coal plants had closed. We pushed the East Coast electricity grid in the United States absolutely to the limit. A storm Uri hit 5 years ago in Texas, smaller in geographic extent, not the same magnitude. Over 300 people died. But because we had those coal plants operating and running, and not only did they run, wind power disappeared when the storm hit. Solar is irrelevant in the winter, so things we talk about didn't even matter to our electricity grid except for cost burdens. Coal stepped up and produced 25% more electricity during this storm than its normal, reliable chugging out of electricity. Without those plants, without that increase in electricity production, we lost a lot of Americans, untold economic damage. President Trump is the president with the courage and the boldness to defend an industry that has been maligned for far too long and to recognize its importance. Americans are upset about high electricity prices. Blame closing existing reliable, secure plants and replacing them with subsidized, unreliable plants, a guaranteed way to drive electricity prices up. But this administration is committed to reversing all of that. That money we've talked about from the Defense Production Act, thankfully, because of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these fantastic congressmen sitting around me and governors, without that legislation, we wouldn't have the money and the Defense Production Act authority to keep open so many plants. It is hard to overstate the magnitude of this. If you look at our efforts across the whole government so far, 45 coal plants are open today that would not be open. Where would we be to reindustrialize America? Where would electricity prices be if we had let all of those plants close? But we're not doing it. All of those plants, that's $700 million of government funding, but it's matched with $1.7 billion of private investment from the owners and operators of those plants. All the people in those states that say, phew, we don't have to kick our industry out and raise electricity prices again. Common sense is returning to Washington, D.C. And for that, I'm incredibly thankful to be here in the United States government, to work for President Trump, who will stand up for what's right, bring common sense back, and reinvigorate an industry without which we would not have the America we have today. And we're going to reindustrialize America, win in the next generation of technologies, and we're going to do it in critical part because of a growing and thriving coal industry. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Thank you, Lee Zeldin.
Good. And Lee Zeldin, how about saying a few words?
For so many Americans, clean, beautiful coal is their source of heat, of energy, of warmth, of a job, an economy, a community, a family. And for too long, you saw Democrats who were telling these coal miners that they should just learn to code. And what we saw during the Biden administration at the EPA, for example, was regulation after regulation after regulation trying to strangulate out of existence coal, to destroy it. Enter President Trump. Declares a national energy emergency, creates a National Energy Dominance Council, and he told us at the EPA at Trump speed to be getting rid of these regulations as quickly as possible on behalf of those Americans who want to just stay warm, who want to live the American dream, who want to have affordable access to energy. The Democrats were running for power to sit at this desk and to leverage that power to destroy these communities. Enter President Trump. He has saved clean, beautiful coal, and it's been an honor to be part of it.
Thank you. Great job, too. Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon. Thank you.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. Thank you to the secretaries who have breathed life into an economy in Wyoming that has been there for a long time. Wyoming produces the cleanest, most beautiful coal, low sulfur coal.
You don't mind if I push them?
And it's fun because we have a chance to educate our kids. Now, let me just talk a little bit about the other side of this. When a kid grows up in Wyoming, their education's paid for in large part by coal severance taxes, by the royalties that come from mining that coal that was shut down by the Democrats. When they have a chance to get a job, they can go look to the coal mine. And it's not just digging coal the way we used to, it's high-tech jobs. You know, at this point, we don't mine coal the way we used to at all. It is very, very technologically proficient. And what's more important, it's environmentally sound. I would invite you to come and look at the reclamation that's happened in the Powder River Basin, and we can demonstrate that it's environmentally sound, that actually wildlife populations thrive and do better. Today, Mr. President, I really want to talk to you a little bit about our recent trip to Japan and to Taiwan, both countries that were going to forswear coal. And now they realize that they need that reliable, dispatchable, secure source of energy, but they can't get it as clean as they can from the Powder River Basin. So to be able to open that Oakland port is absolutely essential for the lifeblood of our state and for our coal mines. It is something that we tried to do in your first administration, and we almost got there. We actually were prepared to go through that, I guess, belt that we have on the West Coast with California, Oregon, and Washington, and finally enforce the Commerce Clause to allow states like New Mexico, Wyoming, Utah to have access to that Asian market. And let me just tell you one last thing about that. It's not just about clean, beautiful coal. We have companies like Peabody that are now saying, we believe we can get rare earth minerals and critical minerals from what we're doing. So we are advancing technology, advancing the opportunities and the security of the state, all because of your vision, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something on behalf of West Virginia?
I would like to say, Mr. President, all West Virginians are so deeply grateful to you for your focus on protecting their energy jobs. The coal miners know the incredible importance of why we're here today, and to talk about the potential for new coal-fired power plants, that excites them. And I think West Virginians are really inspired because we're America's energy state. When you think about what's happening on the global scene, where that fight, the international fight with China for information technology supremacy, we believe that your policies are going to allow America to compete and win, and West Virginia is going to supply the coal, the gas, the nuclear to help make that happen. So I'm very excited by everything you're doing, even some of the relatively small things when you come in and you sign agreements with your administration, putting hundreds of people back to work. It's all making a big difference for West Virginia. So thank you, Mr. President.
As an example, the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. It bothered me for many years. We have 92% of the frontage, and we made that little change. And Mexico was thrilled. They were thrilled about it. But that was a good one, right? You were telling me before that was a good one. It's about the United States now for a little while, if it's okay. Would you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, President Trump, this was just crossing as we were heading in here. President Zelensky wrote a letter to President Putin. He wants the two of them to meet to hash out the end of the war in Ukraine because he thinks you are too busy with the war in Iran. Is he right?
Well, I don't know. I'm glad that they're maybe talking about me. I think we had a lot to do with it. I know exactly what you're doing. But I think it would be great if they met. They should get it done.
Mr. President,
there's been a lot of talk lately about the Treasury putting your face on a $250 bill. Have you seen a mock-up of the Trump $250 bill? And if that winds up being currency, would you ever be able to tip anyone anything but that?
Well, I think I'd probably leave it for everybody. I have actually seen something just about 2 days ago. I know it's been pushed by a lot of our supporters, and I'm honored that they're doing it, but we'll see how that all works out. But I have heard about it, and there is a group of people that really like the job we're doing. You know, so that's a great honor. Yep.
You announced just a few days ago that you're naming Bill Pulte as the acting director of national intelligence. There's been a little bit of a pushback from some Senate Republicans. Why do you think, Mr. President, he's the best person for the job?
Well, he's very smart. He's a person who's got high integrity. He's done a phenomenal job at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. You know, you probably have $1 trillion in value there. When he took over, it was much less. And I guess I'm responsible for that too, because everybody wanted me to sell it in my first term for 10% of what it's worth right now. If I would have sold it, we would have lost $900 billion. We would have lost, I mean, think of it, it's probably worth $1 trillion. And I was offered, people want me to sell it at $100 billion. A very small worth now. So, and he built it up a lot, did a great job. And it's an acting position. It's not a permanent. He's not going to be permanent because, you know, I don't think he'd want to be permanent. But he's a very smart guy, and he may find out some things about the rigged elections, et cetera, et cetera. I think he'd like to do it. I'd like to. I think he wants to do it very much. Got a lot of energy. But he'll be very good. Again, it's not a permanent position. Right. We're interviewing people right now, but it's somebody just to take it over for a little while.
Does he have the necessary, in your view, Mr. President, the necessary national security experience to take on that position?
Well, I do, and I think he does, actually, because he's smart. Because a lot of national security, I wasn't greatly experienced in national security, and I think I've done a really great job with it. A lot of people would say that. I've ended 8 wars, and soon to be a 9th. I hope that works out, too, you know. Frankly, probably, and there's another one also. It could be 10. No president, I don't think a president's ended 1 war having to do with outside of this country. So, you know, we've done a good job. I would say that Bill is a guy that will be able to figure it out very quickly. Again, it's short term, but he may be very effective for a short period of time.
Mr. President, so will there be a proportional share increase of electricity production as a percentage of our nation's electricity output? And my follow-up is, I took that historic trip with Secretary Wright of the small modular nuclear reactor on the West Coast early this year. Are we making more progress? Because I know how critical gas and coal is for the secure grid.
Well, the answer is we are, but Chris, do you want to answer that?
Yes, I mean, our electricity grid essentially runs on gas, coal, and nuclear. Those are the 3 key sources. They're the backbone of the American electricity grid. We're in favor of seeing all 3 of them grow.
He's talking about Project Janus.
We will see all 3 of them grow during this administration. And in fact, later today, before the sun goes down, you'll see a big announcement in the nuclear space related to the trip you came on.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. President, President Putin said today that he was willing to make compromises that you requested to end the war with Ukraine if Ukraine was willing to make similar compromises. Yeah. What were the compromises that you asked Putin?
Well, I'd rather not say, because Peter asked me. I think it was meant as a little wise guy question, but I'm not sure. But I'm very responsible when that happens. It's going to happen. They're going to both make compromises. I suggested those compromises. And, you know, we've had a lot to do with it. We'd love to see their 2 very good people. They're 2 very, incredible countries, beautiful countries. They've got to stop. Last month they had 25,000 people killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. Some people, but mostly soldiers. And it's been averaging probably almost 25,000 people every month of soldiers killed. And I've been very strong on the fact that they've got to get that over with. So, but they do. I want them each to make certain compromises. I think they're going to do that. Yeah, Daniel?
Mr. President, thank you. You, for your actions, have saved and supported more than 100 coal plants in your 2nd term. When you hear something like that and you try to create an environment where they're not just surviving, they're thriving, what does that do to the reliability of our energy grid, but to the economies as well, states like Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Wyoming? How does it bolster those economies?
Well, we were destroying our grid because we were relying on wind and other things that don't have the power, they don't have the strength, they're very expensive. Wind is the most expensive form of energy. It sounds good, wind, beautiful wind, but it's very intermittent. But those windmills cost a fortune. They break, they kill the birds, they're bad for the environment. Nobody wants to be near them. The houses, I don't know how they got popular. They're not popular with the people. They're popular with investors because they get subsidy. But we pretty much cut that subsidy out, I think, Doug, right?
Absolutely. In the working families tax cut bill, it all expires, and since the subsidies have gone away, there's virtually no one, particularly offshore, no one is trying to build one of those projects in America. Turns out they weren't trying to generate electricity, they were just trying to generate tax credits.
You're supposed to be making money with energy. And here, wind, it needs subsidy. Energy shouldn't need subsidy. We have so many different forms of energy, but I've talked about it for years. Wind is the most expensive. It's the worst. It causes tremendous problems. And it does.
You have to
kills
have a better design for the
millions and
windmills,
millions
sir.
of birds a year. Nobody
But yes.
mentions that. You'd think if that were anything else, everybody would be sued. You know, if you kill a bald eagle, to put you in jail for like 4 years or something, and yet windmills knock them out of the air all the time. Nothing happens. It's disgraceful. So we're into energy that really works and works powerfully. Yes, go ahead.
And we're waiting outside to come into the Oval Office. Everyone's looking at the UFC structure,
Yeah.
the claw. Are you happy with how that's coming along? And
It's
what are your
incredible.
expectations?
We put it up in 5 days. It's incredible. And I told yesterday the story of the Eiffel Tower, and it was 1889. It was put up. It was going to be brought down right after the World's Fair ended. It was up for a short while. And they said, well, let's leave it a little bit longer. Then they said, let's leave it a little longer. It never came down. That was 1889, the World's Fair in Paris. So I jokingly said, let me tell you a story about the Eiffel Tower. No, it'll come down after the fact. There were actually some people who said he wants to leave it up. Yes, please.
Mr. President, about the Columbus statue, Columbus Fountain at Union Station, it looks amazing.
Thank you.
And what does that mean for the relations between Italy and the United
Well,
States?
it means Italian people love Trump. Because, that was controversial. People want to rip it down. You see how beautiful it is. And we didn't only not rip it down, but Doug and his group and all of us together, we beautified it. It's I didn't know that marble was going to be so beautiful once we cleaned it up. You wouldn't believe it. When you saw that thing was loaded for 50 years with filth and graffiti and everything else. It's amazing. It's amazing how good. They did a really great job.
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, do you still want European allies' help? We're discussing energy today. And
Well, we don't
what
need
kind
the
of
help.
What kind of help would you want? Do you have a
We're the
definite
most
ask?
powerful military in the world. We gave them a chance to help, but they chose not to. NATO. We went to the NATO countries. We went to others too, in all fairness to NATO. And I wouldn't say I gave them a hard sell. I said, hey, if you'd like to help, it would be wonderful. And they all turned us down. And, it's going to be an expensive proposition for them because they shouldn't have done that. They should have helped. We don't need it. We have our own. We have much more than we need.
We don't need
in terms of oil and energy generally. But European countries and other countries, they needed tremendous. Some of the European countries needed really big, and they should have said, "We'd love to help." But
But if you could choose, but Mr. President, if you could choose, what would you ask them to do, sir? If you want.
Well, I would have asked them. I mean, there's not much. Look, we want. There's no Navy. There's no Air Force. We've wiped them out. We've wiped out their leadership and almost all of it. We've wiped out all their military leaders. They're down on the third. Now, maybe they're very good. I don't know. I can't tell you that. But certainly the first ones didn't do very good because they were literally, after 3 days, almost the entire military was wiped out. They had to get new generals. And then after that, they had to get more new generals. And we knocked out their anti-aircraft, their Air Force, just about everything you can knock out. So, and then you'd read in the fake news that they're doing really well in the war. I mean, it's unbelievable.
They're winning.
We knocked out everything there is to knock out, and you'd pick up the fake news and they'd say how well they've done. They're doing
It
brilliantly.
makes
They have
no
no
sense.
Air Force. They have exactly, we know 159 chips.
You know what I'm going to do?
Andy, out of 159
I'm
chips,
mine the
all
strait.
159
Say
lie
it, mine
beautifully
it.
at the bottom of the
Cause
ocean.
chaos.
We actually took pictures of them down there.
And not
And
one
then you read
casualty.
the fake news, they say, well,
These
your
people are a
Navy is
joke.
really great. You know what they have now? Little runabouts with a machine gun on the front. The ships don't even
They have
really
no
deal with them.
uniformity. They
They're
have
like a
no
gnat,
organization. And this is what we
that's all they
have as the
It's,
United
it's
States of
crazy.
America. We
You know,
have
this country needs
organization.
a fair press. And one thing I think that's
And then we
done
need
is
a leader
expose
to
how
run it.
corrupt our media
Otherwise,
is.
organization
And I
just
really
leads
do
to
want to
rot.
hear- I hope the media looks at this election that's taking place in California where they think it'll take 7 or 8 days to count
Because
the
then you
votes.
start thinking about
Can you believe
organizing
this?
for what? And then
I
if you
mean,
don't have
they
anything, if
spend
you
all
have
that money
self-rot, then
on the machines.
That's what we gotta
big
fight
voting
against.
Machines. They think it's going to be 7 or 8 days before we know who won
I
the
think we
election.
need to erase the whole
But
political
the numbers are looking strange
system
because
with the
without
whole
any vote
left-right
counting, the numbers
crap,
dropped very
personally.
precipitously for two
If you
Republicans that are
can't be
doing
an
well
American,
and had been doing
if you
well.
can't figure out what's best for America,
And,
and your
I
opinion
hope you're all
starts to
watching
get too much
it
in
because
the
I'm
way, who the
watching it
fuck are
very
you?
closely.
Bro, who the fuck are you? For real.
that China is funding an anti-data center movement here in the
No,
U.S.?
I'm not worried about it. We had a great meeting with China. And, they do things to us and we do things to them.
We
I say it all
always
the
need
time.
to have
They say,
petitions
"Oh,
and signatures
are
to
you
get
worried
anything
about
done
China
anyway. Like,
tapping your
I'm so
phones?"
done
I
with
said,
this
well,
one person.
they're
Like,
worried about the
like
same
people
thing.
just get to like say
No,
one
we're
thing.
very highly
and
sophisticated.
they're, like,
We've become very highly
immoralized,
sophisticated.
and-
We had 4
and
years.
now we have to
I
worry
rebuilt
about
the
them for the
military.
rest
We
of
had
our
a
lives.
military that was not good, and we rebuilt it. And I didn't know I'd use it quite as much, but we used it. Ukraine has been given a tremendous amount of our without our military and our equipment. Ukraine wouldn't
be alive to fight today. You know, I mean, just in terms of.
I like his yellow tie though. I'm not gonna lie,
give them
that's a
hundreds
bold
of
color,
millions of dollars worth of
and I
equipment.
think it fits.
And the best equipment.
I think
we
he's
make
trying
the
to make
best
it gold,
equipment
but it's
anywhere in the
yellow.
world.
I like it.
But they wouldn't have lasted 1 or 2 days. They wouldn't have been able to do it. Remember the anti-tank missiles? Remember that, right? When the tanks got stuck in the mud, and then they went around and boom,
of course
boom, boom,
I
boom.
do. I'm Air Force. Of course, I laughed
given
my
by
ass
US
off.
They said Obama gave sheets and Trump gave the anti-tank as one of the most devastating weapons. But you check that out. But we have the greatest military. We have the greatest military equipment anybody's ever seen before. Look at Venezuela. We went in there. It was over after about 48 minutes. And you know they have a strong military, different kind of a military, but a lot of soldiers. And you look at Iran, well, we essentially wiped out their military. Now there's some missiles left, but very few compared to what they had.
And speaking of our military and Iran, I wanted to ask you about this report that you would only restart the conflict with Iran if they killed U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed?
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'll be honest with you. If they kill U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
A very interesting question.
House
Nice.
yesterday, the War Powers Resolution. Also, we've seen Hezbollah reject the U.S. brokered peace in Lebanon. You said that the negotiations are in final stages.
What is
Iran
reject?
saying they're stalled.
Yeah, what does reject mean? They didn't reject that. They're looking. I think Hezbollah, I will tell you, they called us and they said, how about stopping? And I think you're going to see things happen over there.
No, I think we go harder.
A little bit of a different world, but it's interconnected with
my
Iran.
God.
And it would be really nice if Lebanon could have some peace. Lebanon's been under attack for so many years and always like an underdog. And it would be really nice if it could end. And I spoke to Bibi Netanyahu about that. And I speak to them about it. And I actually spoke to Hezbollah about it. And I think progress is made. That's been going on for a long time. You know, when you look at that for years and years, 48 years, I say, well, let's get this settled. How long has it been going on? 48 years. I said, that's a long time. Not that easy, but go ahead.
As we get closer to the midterms,
Let's call it a stalemate and get it over with.
I just do what's right.
Indefinitely.
No, I mean, look, it was like Venezuela. It was very unpopular. Then we won, and my numbers went through the roof. I have very high poll numbers. They went through the roof. It was very unpopular when I went to Venezuela. They said, oh, we don't want... Well, first of all, that one's relatively close. It's sort of a semi-neighbor, right? And the relationship with Venezuela is incredible. We've taken out millions and millions of barrels of oil out of Venezuela. It's very oil prone. I guess, Chris, one of the most, right?
Yes.
And we've taken out, you're sort of leading it, but you want to just tell real fast about the relationship we have with Venezuela, Chris?
Yeah, things with Venezuela have gone very well. Venezuelan oil exports today are 3 times higher than they were right before we went in. So it has been a meaningful incremental supply of oil to the world. And one of the reasons we're solving a 47-year-old problem of Iran's race for nuclear weapons and oil prices in the U.S. We wish they were lower. But gasoline prices in the U.S. are, a little over $4. They're $10 in Europe. They're higher in Asia. They're very high in California. The bigger threat to energy prices in the United States is Democratic green energy policies. They have driven up energy prices far more than a conflict in Iran. And the conflict in Iran will come to an end. We hope that crazy green energy, drive up energy prices policy, the Democrats at federal and state levels, we hope that comes to an end too.
And remember this, if you want to call it a war or if you want to call it a military operation, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And everybody agrees to that, no matter, almost everybody. But wait a minute, our gasoline prices are lower than they were with Biden without that. And he would have let them have, in fact, he inspired them to have, frankly, a nuclear weapon, him and Obama. Obama picked the wrong country, you know that. And the Obama deal, I terminated that, or they would have had a nuclear weapon. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. Our deal, if we make that deal, and it's going well, but who knows? If we make that deal, it's the exact opposite. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
It sounds like you're in for as long as it takes.
I'm not going to let them have a nuclear weapon, no. With Obama, it was a road, you know that, it was a road to a nuclear weapon. That was a short-term agreement, and at the end of which they would have a nuclear weapon. So they would have had it 4 years ago. Then we attacked with this beautiful plane right here, the B-2 bomber. We attacked 10 months ago. We attacked their nuclear sites, and they were obliterated. It turned out that CNN was wrong. They said, well, maybe they weren't hit that hard. They were hit so hard, nobody knows if you can even get it out. But the only ones that have the capability of getting out is us in China. We're the only ones with that kind of equipment. That's powerful enough to go down that deep into a mountain. But that mountain crushed it. That mountain literally collapsed on top of it. Those pilots did one hell of a job. And now the atomic energy, as you know, has backed us up on that. They think it's a very, very hard thing to get it. But we'll get it anyway. But we're the only one, and China, I believe China too, but we're the only two that have the capability.
President Joe Biden is out promoting a new book this week. When you met with Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, right here in the Oval Office on November the 13th of 2024, could you detect any cognitive decline in President Biden at that time?
No, not really. But he was the same guy I've been watching for a long time. I mean, you could go back 40 years. I watched him 40 years ago, 30 years ago. He's never the sharpest guy. You do know that, right? It wasn't like he was sharp as a tack. But, no, it was the same guy. They actually invited me here before the election, which was strange. You know, we went here before, but then I met also, as you know, we did the ritual. And, I mean, he was fine as far as I was concerned. I don't know, something happened to him during the debate. It could have been me. You know, I thought I had a very good debate. Nobody ever says that. They say that Biden did badly. What about me? Did I do well? You know, there's a reason he did badly. So the question is, did he do badly because he choked or because he didn't have it? But he didn't have a good, I would say this, he did not have a good night.
But during that time period, you met with him for about 2 hours. You didn't feel he was slowing down?
He spoke softly, very softly. And as we started to speak, I mentioned this to people, he spoke very, very softly, very low, very low. And as we talked, we got along really well. And I thought he was fine. When I say fine, I mean, was he like talking to Doug Burgum? Was he like talking to Chris? Was he like talking to any of these monsters up here, all these tremendous politicians and environmental geniuses? Was he like talking to Andy Barr? No. He was fine.
I have a question about Hunter Biden. He's on social media now, and he has suggested, maybe joking, I don't know, that he could run for president in 2028. How would he do, Hunter Biden, in a 2028 Democratic primary?
Well, you would think that, past has something to do with winning an election, and I would say his past is not the greatest. Where's Hunter? Remember my Where's Hunter? It became the #1 shirt anywhere in the world for about 3 weeks. I'm not going to say bad. I'm sure, hey, if the guy from Maine can do well, I guess Hunter could do well too, because the guy from Maine is a basket case. And I would say worse than him is the one from Texas. That looks like Alfred E. Newman. I would say that if he can do well, maybe Hunter can do well. I'm not sure. It would be pretty close as far as I'm concerned.
And I've got a question about the nuclear dust. So the bombers go in, they entomb a lot of this enriched uranium.
Yeah.
At this point, do you need a deal with Iran to go get it? Or have you thought about just a covert, daring, send in the SEALs, send in the Rangers?
Yeah, but I didn't want to be Jimmy Carter, I didn't feel like being Jimmy Carter.
So that's all.
We did. Well, we thought about it right at the very beginning, before we did what we did, before we destroyed their entire military. We thought about it, and I didn't want to be in a position where you had, to get there. It's not like Venezuela. Like you go in, you're there for a matter of minutes, and you're out, and everybody's waving goodbye as you take off, and you brought the cargo back. This is different. You'd have to be there for 2 weeks. You'd need massive equipment. You'd have to airlift the equipment, and you're in a war zone. And there was a time at the very beginning when we thought about doing that, because they would have not been watching, but they would have found out. I mean, during a period of a week to 2 weeks, you would have had a major construction operation, because that plane, and more importantly, those people that operate those planes, including the mechanics, they flew for 37 hours round trip. Think of that. And the tankers that refilled them 4 times, and what an operation it was. Amazing. And but we would have been, Peter, we would have been there for a period from a week to 2 weeks. We would have gotten it. But I said, I don't like the idea of that. All of a sudden, they, pinpoint, they still had missiles left. That means they would pinpoint you and just keep lobbing them in until one gets through, and people would have gotten killed. So I didn't like it. We could get it right now. I don't think they could stop us if we wanted, but there's no reason to. It's entombed. You use a good word. It's entombed. We also have cameras on it through Space Force. We have very powerful cameras. Every door, there's a door. You know where the doors go? They go to bad places. But every single place on those mountains is basically three. Because we also hit it with Tomahawks after. After that we hit it with Tomahawk. Every inch of that land has cameras on it. We have about 9 of them.
and they're on, and we cover it. So if anybody even got near it, we would know what we had to do.
And we heard that you want to meet with the new Ayatollah, the new supreme leader.
I don't want to meet, but if I did meet, I'd be honored to meet him. I'd like to see if we make a deal. But if we make a deal, it's possible that I would meet him. I'd be okay with
Would
it.
that happen here in the U.S.? White
Oh,
House?
I don't know. I haven't really heard too much about it. I didn't suggest it, but some people have suggested it. If it happened, it would happen. I'd be respectful.
Do you think because Epic Fury killed his dad and his wife and his kid that he's got hard feelings and wouldn't want to meet?
Well, I would say I'm not his favorite person. But with that being said, he's probably I don't know. He's probably a professional. In some circles, he has a very good reputation, actually. Sometimes some people say bad, but a lot of people say bad about me. It's totally false, of course.
Mr. On jobs, tomorrow the jobs report will be released. While the unemployment rate has been steady at 4.3%, the black unemployment rate has been 7.3%. When you ran for president, you courted black voters and talked about what you described as black jobs. How do you describe why this disparity is happening? What can you do to close that?
Well, we're doing very well with the black jobs, African American jobs. I saw some numbers that we're doing really well. But where we're really going to do well is when all these plants are open. We're building many car plants. We're bringing cars back from Germany. We're bringing, we lost the car industry years ago. 54% of the industry went to Germany, Japan, Canada, Mexico. It's all coming back. It's amazing. And where your black worker is really going to do well is when those factories open. So I think they're going to be great. We've been doing well. It's been a big focus for me. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On today's announcement, how do you ensure the estimated cost savings are passed on to the consumers and not held by the company? And then on Iran, what specific progress has been made today in talks with them, and where are the sticking points still?
So we're really lowering costs. When I came into this job, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say, but I think the history of our country, whether it's 48 years or more. But we had tremendous inflation with Biden, during the Biden. They had one of the highest ever. And I inherited that. The costs were very, very high. And at my first news conference, Peter and others were screaming at me about eggs. Remember, Peter? Eggs. What about eggs? Maybe it wasn't
about the eggs.
But I wanted to inject Peter into it. But he was screaming to me about eggs. And I said, "What? Tell me about eggs." This is 2 days in. They said eggs had quadrupled. I said, well, they didn't quadruple under me. And they didn't want me to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt that was going to take place in a few months, right? And I said, nope, we're not going to. They wanted me to order plastic eggs. And I said, nope. And we got eggs down to lower than what it was long prior to when I took over. And eggs today are about 15% lower. What we had is a bunch of con artists, the Democrats. And what they did is they left. They gave the highest prices that we've ever had for all products, groceries, everything. And they started saying affordability. They'd say, this is about affordability. It's a con job. I inherited their high prices. We brought those prices way down. And and if you go back 3 months ago, if you go back before the war started, think of it, 3 months. So with Vietnam, we were there for 19 years. With Iraq, it was about 9 years. With another one, it was about 12 years. And with another one, we had all these wars that lasted for 9, 10, 12, 19 years for Vietnam. Think of it. And they said, you're in there for 3 months. This is a terrible thing. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers have been killed in these other wars. We lost not one soldier in Venezuela. We didn't lose one soldier. And we lost a total of 13, which is 13 too many. But when you look at hundreds of thousands of soldiers were killed in these various wars, they lasted many, many years. We're in there for a few months, and what we've done is amazing. They won't have a nuclear weapon. And it was tough because we just got, Doug and everybody came in to see me, we just got the best numbers. Well, today, again, the New York Stock Exchange and every other exchange just hit a new all-time high. That's 73 days out of my short term, we've hit brand new highs. Every 401k is setting records. Now, 401ks, a lot of people have. You probably all have 401ks. Look at your 401k. You're happy about your 401k? The nice reporters are smiling at me, and the stupid reporters are like that. But the 401ks are setting records. They should be happy. They shouldn't be angry. They should be very happy. But 401ks are setting records. They've never had anything like it. So, we've done a good job. As far as Iran's concerned, you're going to find out what the deal is. But the main parts of the deal is that it can't have a nuclear weapon. The Strait will open immediately. It's going to open immediately. And we've largely swept for mines. We have the most sophisticated mines. They're underwater minesweepers. I actually said to somebody, one of the generals, why underwater? I said, because usually it's hostile. When you're looking for mines, typically it's not in a good neighborhood, right? So underwater made a lot of sense when it didn't take long to figure that one out. So I think we're doing very well, but we're going to see if we're going to win one way or the other. We're going to win on paper, or we're going to win military. One way or the other. It's going to be militarily or on paper.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. How critical is energy dominance, whether it be coal, whether it be LNG, whether it be oil, to national security?
Without it, you can't win. As an example, AI is a big deal. Whether we like it, not like it, it's going to be amazing in many ways. It's going to be, I think, for medical, it will be amazing. But without massive amounts of energy, you can't even play the game. And we're leading China by a lot in AI. I was talking to President Xi about it. But if we didn't do, Lee Zeldin's done so great because, number one, fast approvals from professionals. You know, you'd have the best firms in the world submitting papers to them. And we didn't keep them waiting for 10 years and then vote against them after 10 years. That way, guys would file with the environmental for a plant of some kind. After 15 years, they would be rejected. It was terrible. Now we have great professionals there, and we only accept plans from great professionals, but we give them fast turnaround, and it's been really amazing. I think the biggest thing we've done, Lee, is we let these geniuses with all this money build their own electric plant. We don't take it from our grid. We let them build their own plant. They become a utility. So they're building a plant, and at the same time, they're building electricity. Because if we didn't do that, you couldn't have anything. You couldn't have, and we're letting that happen too with car plants and other plants. If they want to build their own electric, but with the AI, you know, you hear so much about it. But one of the biggest things, they build their own, and then excess energy that they create will go back into the grid. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on Cuba, Mr. President.
Just let him have one.
Mr. President, Secretary Rubio was in Delhi last week. He delivered a letter from you to Prime Minister Modi. And sir, you also addressed people of India to your favorite ambassador, Sergio Gore.
That's right.
Yeah. Both of them have said the trade deal is around the corner. Where do you stand on trade deal?
Well, we have it. And, you know, look, India for years has, and I don't blame them, I blame us because we had stupid people here. India for years really took advantage of the United States. You know that. Are you from India by any chance? Huh? I thought you were from Germany.
I'm from India.
I'm only kidding. You're central casting, okay? And that's a very good thing. India for years took advantage of this country. They charged us tremendous tariffs, and they paid nothing. They wouldn't let Harley, as an example, in the past, they wouldn't let Harley Davidson sell its motor. They would charge 200% tariff. So Harley Davidson was precluded. They ended up going to India and building their own plants, which is unfortunate that that happened, but it happens. That was before me. But they charged tremendous amounts of tariffs to our company, and we didn't charge them anything. You know, they sold motorbikes here too. You know, we charged them nothing. And now it's the exact reverse. And we're making a lot of money with India, but we'll get to a deal because I like your Prime Minister a lot. He's a good friend of mine. Get along great, and we're going to make a deal. We have a very good relationship.
Mr. President, yes. Speaking of deals, Mr. President, on Cuba, are your sanctions on Cuba meant to accelerate its collapse?
No, it's just we just want them to be a nicely run country that can feed its people. Look, it's a failed nation. Without Venezuela, you know, Venezuela, because it has such wealth in the ground, mostly in the ground. But Venezuela took care of them for years, and they took care of Venezuela. They were like the bodyguards. When we went in and burst into their country, the Venezuelans were guarding Maduro and everybody else. It was mostly, I mean, the soldiers were, in that case, we had a lot of Cubans were guarding. The Cubans were the guards, and they're good soldiers. But the country is starving, and it's got no energy, it's got no oil, it's got no money, it's got nothing. It's got a beautiful piece of land. You could have beautiful resorts. It doesn't have oil, but Venezuela was giving them the money to survive, and now, you know, the money is, I guess you could say, is coming to us and is going to Venezuela. Venezuela's been an amazing thing because we've paid for the cost of the attack many, many times over, and it's been a long time since
Do you think that Cuba is close to collapsing, though, based on everything you just laid out? Do you think that Cuba is close to collapsing?
It sort of collapsed, and we're going to handle that as soon as we've finished. I like to do one thing at a time, and we'll take care of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And as soon as that's done on our way back, we'll just make a little brief stop. We'll take care of it. We want to help them out. Look, we have a lot of people that voted for Trump. Whether they did or not, it didn't matter. But I had 95% of the Cubans voted for me. They're unbelievable people. They're energetic. They're entrepreneurial. You know, some of the richest people in Miami are Cuban. They're unbelievable. And I'm going to take good care of them. I'm going to let them go back to their land. They want to be back with family. You know, they have a lot of family over there. They've been treated very badly by Cuba. But we're going to treat Cuba well, and we're going to let our people go back and let them invest in Cuba if they'd like. So we have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, we have to get rid of the regime was very tough, very nasty. The difference is now they don't have money coming in. They had a lot of money coming in from Venezuela. They don't have any money coming. They had oil coming in. They had money coming in. But we're going to take care of Cuba.
Mr. President, sir. Mr. President.
And then, you know what? They want us to. The people want us to so bad.
Mr. President, sir. Last night, huge night for the city of New York. The Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals. There's been a lot of speculation. Have you decided whether or not you want to attend a game at Madison Square?
Well, I've been a Knicks fan for a long time, and I'm also a Jim Dolan fan. He's a nice guy, okay? He's been a long time wanting to win, and he's a competitive guy, and he's got a team that's amazing. I don't think they've lost a playoff game.
12 straight wins.
Can you imagine that? And it was not looking good. I saw the beginning of the game, and it wasn't looking good. I missed the middle because I talked to generals all night long now. But I watched that end of the game, and they were dominant. Really amazing. And Wemby's a great player. He's going to be a great player, and he is already a great player. I say, how do you guard this guy? He's 7'5", and he's got a great shot, right? But they find a way to do it. They're really great. They're a great team. And I'm happy for Jim, because Jim has really been fighting hard to, produce such a team. So you never know. The answer is yes. He's invited me. I'm going.
Which game have you decided, sir?
Say it?
Game 3, Game 4. Are you excited?
It could be Monday. Yeah, Monday.
Mr. President, speaking of New York,
maybe I'll do both.
You mentioned your meeting with the automakers yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about that, more about that in particular? Did you discuss trade, tariffs?
I did. We had a great meeting with the auto. I mean, most of them were here. They were really talking about the fix your own car kind of a thing, right? But they're doing very well since I'm in office, because I got rid of a lot of environmental restrictions. In fact, you might just tell them a little bit about that, Lee. We made it so much easier for them to build a car. They can build a less expensive car that's much better. And they were so choked up with environmental nonsense that in order to save 4 ounces of gasoline, you had to spend thousands and thousands of dollars. Lee, do you want to go into that?
President Trump, we sent to Congress 3 Biden EPA waivers to California that Congress passed. President Trump signed last year, getting rid of the electric vehicle mandate that a whole bunch of other states had signed on to. Just a couple months ago, President Trump announced here at the White House the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, the repeal of the 2009 endangerment finding. All the greenhouse gas emission standards in light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles were following the law. And what that means for cost of living, just on that act alone, $2,400 more affordable per vehicle for Americans. The victories come out every single day. President Trump gave us very clear guidance. He wanted us to act at Trump speed to get this done as fast as possible. And what you see now all across America is billions upon billions of investments all across this country with new factories being built. They believe in America. They're investing in America with the American jobs that come up with it. And by the way, consumer choice. We got rid of that climate participation trophy for that annoying start-stop feature in cars to make your car die at every stop sign and red light. So yeah, the gifts, the receipts, the wins, they keep coming, and we're just getting started.
Do they ask you for any tariff changes on auto imports?
They didn't do that. Look, they're making so much money now because, I did something else that, I don't know, does it because we have no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, right? So that's really been big. That's turned out to be much bigger than anyone knew. If you look at the people, they're saving from $5,000 to $7,000, $8,000 even on average because of that. So it's good. But I did something else that nobody talks about. If you buy a car and you borrow money, you're allowed to deduct the interest for income tax purposes. Never happened before. And deductions were always meant for rich people. They weren't meant for middle-class people or other people wanting to buy a car. So now you're allowed to get a deduction of your interest payment. That's a tremendous thing. I mean, but what's the key? Only if the car is made in America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, President. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Very well. Todd is very popular. He's doing great.
Thank you, guys. 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 Thank you.
Come on. Oh, no.
There we go.
What is he doing?
Yeah, I'm leaving my New York City apartment
Look at
forever.
Him. Oh, my God. Cash. No. I don't know. Copyright? I'm going to die. That's it. He's trying to kill me.
Well,
this is it. This is where I die.
City apartment
I'm just
I
kidding.
and my family have ever lived in, which we
Put
are
that on the window.
leaving
It's too bright over
forever
there, right?
at the end of this
Too
video.
bright.
That's me, my wife, and our 3 kids. And we've all been living in this
Too bright right there.
3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, which has an obnoxiously high
already bright
rent
enough.
of $5,400 a month. That's actually affordable for New York City, if you can believe that. Right now, you want to get a 3-bedroom like this, which has the best feature you could possibly ask for. It's going to cost you like $6-7 grand a month easy. And I'm not even in a cool part of town. I'm way out in the boonies of Red Hook, Brooklyn, which is
Boonies.
actually kind of a nice neighborhood. Nicer than you might think.
Well, why are you leaving then? You tell me, Cash. Why are you leaving? I gotta start. You're gonna.
There are.
This guy right now. I gotta tell you. I gotta be froggy because I don't know. Like, look at that. Like, it's got like too much sound. That better not be copyrighted music, bro. Like, this is not fair.
Real estate agents that will tell you that this is like some sort of up-and-coming hotspot neighborhood. I am not really sure about that because it's very secluded. It's far from public transit, and that pretty much means that wherever it is you're living, if those are its characteristics, it will never be up-and-coming because it can't come up and go anywhere. It's trapped. But it does have the 2 things every neighborhood needs. Really good tacos over at this spot. And the pizza place here, Mark's, it's really good. The vodka pie does not lie. Grandma vodka, crunchy, a little hot, it's good. You also get your Amazon packages very quickly because one of their fulfillment hubs is right around the corner from this place. And then there's the little deli nearby where I have been sporadically, well, not sporadically, I would say daily, cleaning out the flavor that I really like of these Ghost energy drinks that they have the one I'm making a mess. That's okay, they charge like $4 for these. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot of excitement here, but that's okay. Because let's think about this logically for a second. If you want to live in a nice area, but you don't want to pay too much, that area is going to have something wrong with it, and that would be the convenience factor. The convenience here is terrible. That's why everybody's got a car parked out front. That's why I had to get a car to live here, but we needed that to get the kids to school anyways. So we've got
I gotta
this
act
awesome
like
deck,
I'm covering
and
it
looks
because
awesome.
I don't want to get
It's huge. You can see the Brooklyn
copyrighted.
Tower over there. That's a view you don't get from everywhere.
Okay, dude,
then
look,
over there you got.
You're getting very close to just getting captionated. I'm not even lying on this. I love you, Cash, but you're causing me like anxiety.
He never used it, and there's a pretty good reason for that.
And his level on his audio right now is like way too off. It's actually
by the door in your
not
living
good.
room unless you want to get dirt and stuff everywhere, because that's what happens. Also, when you open that door, if it's rainy or if there's debris out here, you end up having a mess inside your house that came from outside. And then there's another problem because there's no shade. So you have this nice area. We had furniture over here at one point, stretches all the way over here, but you're pretty much in direct sunlight, which is no fun unless you want to get sunburned. Although sunlight might be helpful for whatever's growing in this bucket over here that you haven't cleaned in a while. But if you have the option of like paying
I love
more
getting
for a place that
sunburned.
has a deck, don't bother. In the wintertime, it's too cold to go out. You're going to be getting direct sunlight. You're not allowed to put anything out here because if the wind takes it, it'll blow it into the street. Wow, that is a loud bird. You got some loud birds over here. That's not bad.
Loud
Red Hook,
birds.
Get some nature in your life. And look, this is what
Oh,
I'm talking
come on.
about.
I
So
live
right
in
now,
a desert. How much nature do you think I could possibly have in my life? A roadrunner?
Not everybody lives with small
Some
kids,
lizards?
so we would need a place for this stuff over here.
I
where
have
they're not gonna,
plenty.
like, reach their hands in there and touch them. Plus, we eat in this room. It's not good. We don't want to have these here. We got to put them somewhere else. And in this apartment, that means putting them by the front door. But the layout here is pretty good. And you know something, in spite of this apartment's imperfections, like the deck and the rent, it's the best place that I've ever lived in. I've lived in a whole bunch. And the first apartment I ever lived in was about this big. It was a little apartment that didn't even have its own bathroom. But here we have an actual entryway, which means there's a place for all your junk. And in our case, that would be the shoe rack, where stuff like this is supposed to go. Plus up top, keep them Flintstone vitamins. That way you remember to give them to the people who are supposed to take 2 of them every day if they're 4 years of age or older. But here's probably the best part of the apartment. You come in, you got a nice closet, and then all 3 of the bedrooms, all 3 are this direction, and the living room and kitchen are over here. So if there's noise going on over here, if you got people watching TV, you got people making food,
I don't know where that
whoever's
little fly
sleeping
came
over
from.
here will not be disturbed unless the neighbor's noisy, which in this building they are sometimes. We have kind of a love-hate relationship with this kitchen. It's a good kitchen, yeah. But the dishwasher, it's good. It just makes a lot of noise when it finishes. It's like it wants you to open it. I was running it earlier and it just makes this beeping, which will not go away unless you open it. So you have to touch it when it's done, which kind of defeats the entire purpose of a dishwasher. A dishwasher's supposed to be a set it and forget it. Lighting in here is kind of lousy. But what's not lousy are these little Amazon lights that I got for free and installed here so I can see what's going on at nighttime. Very nice. Battery lasts for a long time. Water pressure's really, really good.
Jesus,
and
it's gonna
I
break
think
it
it's
on
standard
camera.
New York City apartments, but sink sprayer, not standard. It's an upgrade, and I get to have it. The water pressure here has also been fantastic. The heat coming out of this has been fantastic. The stove has also been just fine.
It's
you
an
know, it's a full-size
upgrade.
stove. Not all apartments have a full-size stove, but hey, we got one, and we got some counter space around it. You can literally take something from the stove and put it next to the stove. Can't do that in all New York apartments. Took me up until $5,000 to be able to do that. Actually, you know, I think the 1875 rent-stabilized apartment we had in Astoria, near where the new mayor used to live in his rent-stabilized apartment, we could also do that there. So it's the market rate apartments that I've, you know, really had to pay extra for the privilege of a little bit of counter space in. Now, although in this kitchen, a kitchen table is not really gonna happen, storage is gonna happen. This pantry's pretty good. We got the little lights in here too, which, to be honest, I didn't need to put in because we got the overhead light right here. But hey, it's there, and I mean, a lot of places, you can't even have storage in your kitchen. Some places don't even have a kitchen. But we got the little breakfast bar here. This works out.
Well, we don't
You
go
can
to those
sit here
places.
and eat stuff that came from the kitchen. Of course, the kitchen counter's an absolute mess, but I mean, you know, in better days, there was room for something here. You could eat. You could keep your Japan Airlines sunglasses here too. It worked. It was a good deal when we had it. The only thing is, again, with the little kids, they can't sit up at something like this because if they fall, it's like a 2.5 foot drop. So we had to get them their own little table, which you see over there, and they would eat in the living room and make a big mess in the living room, which
If they
was horrendous
fell.
on our IKEA couch. But as far as living rooms go, this one was pretty solid. Having everything separate means you have a bunch of walls to work with. Had the TV right over there, halfway
Bro,
decent
if
view.
your kids
I
are
will
falling
miss the
off
view
of
at
that,
night. It looks pretty cool.
we
You
have a
kinda
problem.
See weird things happening here. When the UN's in session, you'll see the V-22s flying around. I don't know why
Somebody's
they're
burning
patrolling the
lead
neighborhood, but
gasoline near
I
you.
guess
You
they
gotta
are.
look into
But as far
that.
as living rooms go, I would give this one a 10 out of 10 for this city. If only I could say the same about the bedrooms.
Oh my God, he's trying to make. There we go again. The fucking. I'm gonna get copyrighted. Why is he doing this? I can't do this.
Open as much as you might like, but the view out of the master bedroom is very nice, and my wife loves the view. Wintertime or springtime or summer, whatever, you've either got leaves on the trees, you got
He
snow on the
never
trees.
has
It's actually
music, bro.
charming. And this here's like a proper New York City bedroom. That there be a king-size bed, but the other 2 rooms, I mean, they are small. They're like, you could fit bunk beds in one, you could fit a twin bed in the other, which, you know, is like a good nap bed when I'm working on something because that's also the office. But if all 3 of the rooms were like this, I mean, I think the place would cost a lot more money. Also, these are not street-facing rooms, so they face the parking lot of the building. It's quiet. There's not a ton of noise coming in at all, which is good. If your goal is to sleep and you don't want to hear sirens or people screaming at each other in like a traffic jam, that's a big problem if your room faces like a busy intersection. Now, this room, it's also got some pretty good storage, and then the best part, it's got its own bath. We actually decided, though, that the second bathroom was not really worth all that much because, yeah, having a sink is nice. You know, the half bath would have worked here, but we didn't want to have to clean 2 tubs, so we had storage and stuff all against this wall. So it was essentially a storage room, a pantry, if you will. We had Amazon shelves. We had everything in here. It was actually very narrow and tight because there was stuff like right here you couldn't even move. And the other great thing about this room, which the other 2 rooms don't share, is that it is the furthest from everything else. We got the other bathroom over here, Got the other 2 rooms over there, and then the living room over yonder. The second bath, or the main bath, it's identical to the other one. You've seen them all here. But there's one thing that I really did like about this bathroom, and I guess I would have liked about both of them. The tile that they used did a really good job not getting gross, even though we weren't professional cleaners. Mold and stuff around the tub didn't seem to happen. We're also not filthy people. We do have stuff that you can spray on it, but you know, hey, mold it's a battle. It's a battle against that. And then down the hall, we have the other 2 rooms. They are totally unremarkable. Although I did spend quite a bit of time sitting in this one, filming videos, editing videos, paying parking tickets. I'm not gonna miss sitting in this room. I will miss the accomplishments that happened in here, and those would be all the videos that got made, but I can make videos from any room, in any apartment, anywhere in this entire country. Why should the bedroom that the videos are made in, that doubles as a home office, cost $5,400 a month if it doesn't have to? That's the big question. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
A liberal reporter felt sorry that his prisoners in Bukele's super prison Ciutat in El Salvador, so they made him watch a video what the prisoners did to end up there. He quickly changes his mind. Yeah.
We talk about the good old days. And by the good old days, he meant torture, executions, gang violence of a kind.
Some people are genuinely evil. And they
Some people need to be in there, bro.
People that are too naive and they've never seen evil always
You have
question
no
why
idea.
they watch prisons
Like,
because
have
there's
you
watch people.
been
You
there?
wouldn't believe. I mean, these guys are the worst of the worst.
Everyone that's been there has killed
really
somebody.
hard to process for all of us.
Every
And your
person.
immediate reaction
I want
when
you to
walk
know
into
how
this
criminal that
terrible
is.
place, this
How
extreme
satanic
corner of
that
a human
is.
zoo.
And now we're gonna sit here and
Keep
try
on
to be
saying a
like,
human zoo, but
it's
it's
a
like,
human zoo,
nope,
but they just
no
treated
animal,
humans like an animal.
did something
They
that
are
deserved
the
to be in the zoo in
barbarians.
captivity.
That's why
It
they're
just
behind in the
happened
cage.
chance that they ended
Oh
up
God,
there.
I can't.
Sad.
I,
if you
I'm
call this
sorry.
a
I
human
don't
zoo,
like
you're
talking
saying, well,
over him.
some of these guys just happen chance ended up there. It's like, no, they all earned it.
It can't be anything other than pity
Happenstance.
for these human beings who've been kept in conditions like this.
Bro,
It's solved a huge
all those
crime
tats
problem.
on the head,
El Salvador
that's
was the most
retarded.
dangerous country, really, in the world, let alone in Central South America.
I don't have a
Imagine if
single
we did this in New
tattoo,
York
so
City,
I'm a little
Los
biased,
Angeles,
but
and
for
Chicago.
sure,
How
retarded.
quickly would those cities return to prosperity?
I'm sure,
El
like,
Salvador has.
The murder rate was 1 an hour. For every 100,000
that it
members of the
hurt,
population,
but
there were
it's
over
like, it's
100
just
murders
retarded.
at one
I don't
point.
know, man.
And that's now dropped to 8. I mean, it's a phenomenal turnaround in the country's fortune.
And notice how it
I'm
didn't
gonna say
change
the
his
harder on
verbiage
that
of
one,
saying
too.
human zoo. He understands why it's necessary. He sees a little evil in the eyes of the people saying the good old days when they would R people, torture people, and he still can't get that vernacular out of his brain saying, oh, the human zoo. No. This is a necessary... I would say it's evil to incarcerate people for their life. It's evil, it's bad. But it's a necessary evil.
And it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for CECOT. So yeah, there's this moral conundrum. I mean, at one point, I couldn't speak to the guy, but I was presented with a prisoner as closer to me
because you're
than
in
you are
danger,
now,
right?
right there, in shackles, and his rap sheet was read out. And he was one of the gang's chief executioners, and he used his machete to execute people. And he had killed...
And that's the thing, is I think that there's probably different ways he could have done it, but the fact that he did it that way shows that there's some sort of enjoyment to it. And I will...
And then, like, this guy with his music in the background, I don't know what to say with half of it either. Like,
being naive, working for a company, and finding out that one of the locations, not the
people really
location I work
betraying
at,
my life
was
for this
victim of
music.
a harsh robbery, and then the video came out.
Like, it's not worth it for me.
Came in with firearms, but people were giving up. Like, okay, burst into your place of work and you put your hands up. I'm surrendering. I'm not gonna fight you. You got 2A tools and I got my book bag. Like, okay, but the guys came in, they robbed them, and they just beat people. They just kept on beating them. Like, one person ran away, tried to hide under a table, and they just beat them anyway. And then, sad to say, for whatever reason, they ended up assaulting one of the employees. Like, it was very bizarre, or whatever. And I remember talking to somebody about it, and I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they just... They surrendered. They were able to get what they came for. Why'd they have to do that extra stuff? Why'd they have to beat the people up? And why'd they have to harm the girl? And my coworker told me, he's like, some people are sick. And that was the first time I realized, like, in my adult life that, you know, they say, oh, he's sick in the head. I'm like, oh, no, it's sick like I had the flu, or you have you have cancer. It's like, there is something wrong with you. Your brain is broken. You're sick. And I was like, I don't know if there's a cure for that. Where if you're willing to just beat somebody up like that that's surrendering to you, or like assault somebody like that, you're broken. And the same thing with this machete guy. I don't think there's something that makes anybody normal here in this chat say, you know what, I'm willing to be an executioner for the gang and my weapon of choice is a machete. someone that's voluntarily doing that, I just don't think there's a rehabilitation. I don't think there's a social worker. You can't talk to a shrink. We can't fix you, and this is where you belong because, again, some people are sick. They're broken. Very sad, but what's the alternative? I feel bad for the sick and the head guy that machetes people to death, so let's go ahead and just roll the dice with you and let you free again.
Nope. Not here. Not in my book. Sorry.
These were guys who were laying cables in the
Just working guys, but because you're sick in the head, they gotta go.
street, and they had accidentally strayed into the territory of a rival gang without seeking their permission to be there. And they were telling me this when suddenly the video was shoved under my face on a phone, and it was of him committing that execution, that mass execution, which he had arranged to be filmed so he could post online to show how ruthless the gangs would be. And it was the most, I mean, we all know about the ISIS beheading videos. It was like that. I won't go into too much detail, but I was seeing him, recognizably him, he hadn't covered his face, recognizably the man in front of me, macheteing to death and beheading these 5 innocent workmen. And when you start to absorb that side of the story, it makes you, it challenges your perceptions about CCOP.
Yeah. Only then can they say, I don't like this human zoo. How dare they put them in jail like this? But once you mature, see reality, some things change. And one thing that I would tie this together with is the idea that we've heard that certain countries are emptying their jails and sending them towards the border when Biden just opened up the border for everybody. Because keeping people in jail is very expensive. Letting them out, rearresting them, giving them trials, putting them in jail again, all the services, all the suffering. It's just a detriment to society, so why not give them a one-way shuttle to America? And then somehow Americans are like, oh, keep the borders open because asylum seekers, blah, 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 not knowing that's the type of evil that gets here.
Right, not knowing it's just literally in, like, insane amount of sick people.
Measures to get into the country. They're not somebody that can get here on the legal way. And then when we see stuff like this, we realize, oh, the problem is so much more worse than we ever imagined.
Is video NBC7 obtained from the Mexican District Attorney's Office of the operation conducted Sunday on the Mexican side of the border. Federal agents discovered a tunnel they say is nearly 3 football fields long. It includes lighting, ventilation, and a sliding mechanism that
a whole ass subway system under our country. This is not somebody seeking asylum. This is literally enemy evasion into the country. Because if you need this tunnel, you're not
I've reported on it
that are looking for
time and time again.
Bringing in substances.
Connects both sides of the border, according to Mexican authorities. Dr. Andres Sumano, who's an expert in public policy, says these tunnels are benefiting criminal organizations on both sides of the border since the 90s.
They are still using these types of tunnels, and the Baja Cali region, it's still the epicenter of synthetic drug trafficking.
Mexican authorities say with the help of security agencies, they carried out a search warrant in a Tijuana home for a violation of federal law involving weapons, explosives, and health laws. Once Mexican authorities accessed the property, they found it was operating
as where the California train money went.
Storage facility for the
trafficking
of weapons, explosives, and drugs, adding that the tunnel possibly connects to a known San Diego street. The Department of Homeland Security
I think they know exactly where it gets dumped off at, but they're just not willing to.
They're not. Yeah, that's it. That's a crime.
Yeah,
what the hell? Like I just said, like, you can't report that, otherwise you can't use that in a court.
But honestly, it's like one of those things where you don't want it to be this way. But what is the argument? Like, Chad, tell me, what is the argument against sealing it with cement? It's obviously not friendlies coming through there. Like, are we really worried about the people that are sneaking in the country? Not necessarily at the asylum ports or trying to come over there with their hands up and say, oh, I'm turning myself into an officer. I'm just saying, whoever's coming through that tunnel probably doesn't have the best intentions for our country. There's way more than one tunnel, but why would you know about the one? Why don't you get rid of the one already? Mess up the soil, no cement, nothing, not something corrosive. Okay, something cementing it shut. But I'm willing to bet if they're able to build this tunnel through miles of like underground, they can get through some cement.
Otay Mesa, but didn't confirm if the business on Roll Avenue is connected.
Right where we are standing, we can actually see several agents in front of one of the storefronts in that area. We can also see that that area has been taped off.
Experts say given the political climate, this is an important find since the U.S. government has been asking Mexico to crack down on drug trafficking. Homeland Security Investigations told NBC7 they are not providing additional details to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation.
It is okay saying it's probably a cartel tunnel. They need to warn the Mexican government first. If they really believe the president is connected to them, who knows what Marco Rubio is doing. But if he really believes that, they probably can't communicate anything to her about as far as like our operations against them. So I wonder, like, at what point in time do you treat them as like enemy combatants? And that's kind of scary to think about.
Jeanette Quesada, NBC7.
And this is not the first underground tunnel discovered in that area. Back in 2016, federal officials seized a drug smuggling tunnel on Enrico Fermi Drive, less than a mile away from where federal agents were investigating just today. And then back in 2020, $30 million worth of drugs seized from a drug smuggling tunnel connected to a Tijuana warehouse. And in 2022, an 1,800-foot drug tunnel connecting a home in Tijuana to a warehouse in San Diego was also discovered. An estimated $25 million in drugs found there.
Yeah, it's crazy, because I don't even know. Like, I don't even know if there's a solution to what's going on over there that isn't full-on, like, what do they call it, Tier 1 operator warfare. Like, going after their leaders and shutting them down without essentially declaring war on Mexico. Because what I believe is
It's not our country.
Donald Trump is trying to do is
we can do
cut our dependence
other things
from anything overseas, like manufacturing in Asia, or
yeah, we could do that. We
resources
can cut all manufacturing ties, but we
Middle
can't
East.
just sit there
and
and
also
like
stop supplementing the military might of
fix
all of Europe
this.
and NATO, and just saying, okay, we'll get our oil from Venezuela.
It won't
we will
work.
solidify our defense with Greenland, Canada, and Mexico, and we will become this nice little safe area that we can manage ourselves without the need of having our soldiers dying overseas on behalf of other wars. That's what I want.
Man, that was he was on it.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to dive
You need to
deep
believe in
and
aliens,
literally
Anton.
thousands of kilometers
Look
deep
down in your
into some
heart
of
and
the
you
main
know this to be
discoveries
true.
in regards to the core of planet Earth, and specifically some of the most surprising and some of the most mysterious discoveries that even today do not make a lot of sense. And mostly discoveries from the last few months that essentially help us redefine what we thought about the Earth's core and its effects on planet Earth. And even though for a long time we've actually viewed Earth's interior as a relatively stable and predictable machine, some of the more recent observations from various satellites and from various seismic stations suggest that the core, and specifically the engine driving the magnetic field, seems to be far more dynamic than we ever imagined. But before we start, let's briefly discuss what we actually thought about the core for many decades and essentially establish what was thought to be a scientific fact. And let's start with the composition. The core of planet Earth has always been believed to be made out of iron and nickel, approximately 5,000 degrees Kelvin in temperature, which is extremely similar to the surface of the Sun. And surrounding this inner core, there is a kind of a liquid outer core that seems to represent a churning ocean of molten metal, with this movement then creating the so-called geodynamo that generates the magnetic field. And though in some of the previous studies, researchers have also suggested there might be an extra layer to this, or basically kind of an innermost inner core, which you can learn about in one of the videos in the description, for the sakes of this video, it does not really matter as much. But in essence, it's this structure that creates the very important shield that protects the planet and all of the life on the surface. And without this, life would unlikely to exist at all. But here is where it gets a little bit weird. This is actually based on the most recent study by Fredrik Dahl-Madsen and the team you see here that was just released in 2026. And that's because, since 2010, scientists have actually observed a kind of a massive reversal in the flow of the molten outer core that was actually kind of difficult to explain. Now, historically, the outer molten core, the one generating the magnetosphere, has predominantly been westwards. Or essentially, if you were to stand on the surface, and if you were to look down into the planet, it would actually appear as if the core was moving westwards in comparison to where you are. But the combination of various seismic detectors based on detecting earthquakes and the satellite measurements by the European Space Agency using the SWARM mission has now revealed that at least one section of the outer core, specifically the one beneath the Pacific Ocean, seems to have turned around and started to move eastwards instead. And here this is not just some kind of a small eddy, as you can see in this simulation. This accounts for approximately 5% of the outer core's surface flow, representing a relatively large change. And right now the researchers are trying to determine if this is a short-term fluctuation or some kind of a permanent shift in how our planet's interior circulates. And so based on the satellite data from 1997 to 2025, this seems to directly confirm the unusual Pacific shift. But interestingly, something else started to happen back in 2020, with recent measurements suggesting that it seems to be currently weakening again, with this discovery now suggesting that the Earth's outer core is a lot more dynamic and variable than we ever believed. But at the same time, the somewhat bizarre 2010 reversal has now been also connected and correlated with some other mysterious events. For example, in 2010, Earth experienced a sudden disruption in the total length of the day, which sounds like a really good plot for a disaster movie. But in this case, the actual change was minuscule, and the day changed by only a fraction of a millisecond, which is almost impossible for humans to notice, and really only affects some of the atomic clocks. But there was also a seismic indication that the inner core's behavior changed as well, basically implying that these layers are definitely quite connected, and in ways that we still don't really understand. Essentially, the inner core affects the outer core, and of course vice versa, but exactly how, we're still not sure. But interestingly, around the same time, satellites measuring the geomagnetic field recorded several geomagnetic jerks or very abrupt glitches in the magnetic field that were the strongest in 2017. And researchers now suspect all of this very likely was related and seems to have begun as these changes in the outer core in 2010, with at least one other study that was based on observations of repeating earthquakes, focusing on 168 pairs of nearly identical seismic events, discovering that it's not just the rotation that's changing, it also seems to affect the shape. And so by comparing waves from times when the inner core was in the same rotational position, or by basically comparing the seismic events, researchers were able to rule out that the rotation speed was the cause for certain seismic variations, and instead these differences suggest that the surface of the inner core was actually shifting, with this basically being a kind of a minor depression or possibly an uplift at the boundary between the inner and outer cores. In other words, it was constantly being reshaped by something and was definitely not very smooth. And just to help you visualize the observations, it kind of looked like this. And this is probably possible because the core itself is technically kind of soft. Soft enough to undergo some of these physical deformations, which seem to happen as the much more denser inner core interacts with the outer core. But exactly how this affects the planet is obviously still unknown. And then scientists from a slightly different study wanted to also find out what the core is potentially made out of, because this iron-nickel explanation does not actually make a lot of sense. Or essentially, iron and nickel does not explain everything, and that's because seismic waves traveling through the core seem to actually travel through the core at different speeds depending on the direction, which to scientists from at least one study now basically suggests that the core is potentially shaped like a kind of an onion. In other words, it seems to contain separate individual layers, and it seems to be basically stratified. Or essentially, it seems to have very specific chemical makeup depending on the depth. And to confirm this, the scientists also used an experiment using a diamond anvil, the apparatus that actually creates extreme pressures right here on Earth, in order to condense iron to such extreme temperatures and pressures that they could then analyze what happens inside Earth. And well, they basically discovered that by adding silicon and carbon and mixing it with iron, it might explain some of these weird seismic wave patterns. With in fact a separate study even suggesting that there might be a lot of carbon present inside that would actually explain why the core can actually become solid. And that's actually one of the great mysteries of the Earth's core. Why does it even exist? Or specifically, how did the core become solid despite these extreme pressures? And that's because generally pure iron, or even iron mixed with nickel, actually has to be much colder, specifically approximately 1000 degrees colder, and reach what's known as a supercooling state before it can finally turn solid. But we know that the Earth's core seems to be much hotter. And so at least one study suggests that the core possibly contains anywhere between 2.4 and 3.8% of carbon, which would then change the composition of iron and make this composite much easier to freeze and become solid. Which basically confirms that the core is not just iron and nickel, but does contain a lot of other stuff, with the outer layers of the inner core even being enriched in things like silicon on top of carbon, which would also explain this unusual onion shape. And so it's the presence of carbon that allows iron to supercool and allows it to turn solid. And what's even stranger is that a lot of this stuff, and specifically some of the heavier stuff, seems to be even leaking from the core and reaching the surface. And so in at least one recent study, mostly focusing on the volcanic rocks in Hawaii, researchers actually found traces of precious metals such as ruthenium that was inside Hawaiian lava and seems to have come from within the core and not the mantle. This was based on very specific chemical signatures that seem to match the core. And so this suggests that these huge plumes of superheated material seem to rise from the core and then carry precious metals thousands of kilometers to the surface, suggesting that at least some of the stuff on the surface definitely came from within and not from outer space. And so, well, the big takeaway here is that the Earth's core is way more complex than we previously believed. And it seems to be a kind of an interconnected system that's constantly changing and constantly affecting the rest of the planet. And even though there was some kind of a flow reversal in 2010, even just a decade later, it has already changed again. Which means that we still have so much to learn about how all of this works, or what the core is even made out of, and obviously how it creates the super important magnetosphere. And so that engine at the center of the planet is still full of mysteries. But the more we understand it, the more likely we're going to be able to predict some of the future events, and especially events in relation to the magnetosphere, the changes in climate, and possibly even what volcanoes end up bringing to the surface. Especially because But sometimes that stuff is what we refer to as precious metals. Which means that we'll definitely come back and discuss new discoveries about the Earth's core in some of the future videos. But until then, check out some of the previous videos in the description. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support this channel.
The temple complex is guarded, roughly 500 vertical meters below the summit.
Was there a jump attack? That's a great question. I didn't even think of that.
The moon gate. The arrival of the sun.
So this is Osmongold playing a demo of a game, and I'm gonna go cook burritos really quick and leave this on. So he tried Fate Keeper, so that's what this is, and I'm gonna be watching this while I cook burritos. And thank you guys for sticking with the news segment. And I'm gonna turn this off, rename it,
They didn't change that.
and do my WoW content.
dark.
So anyway, thanks for sticking by. All right, hope you guys understand.
What's this?
All right, but anyway, thanks. I'll get my face off of this.
What a sight.
Damn.
Actually, I'm gonna cover his chat just because I don't want to deal with that shit.
Damn.
Bullshit. In case I say some
We gotta get to the
shit.
moon gate. Let's get that moon gate. Let's do it. For a demo,
You
it's
get
good
one
backstory.
line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, just some dialogue, which is nice. I think also it's good that, like, you know, there's audio to it, so you don't have to read it.
Oh, you mean like WoW Classic, like I've been
over here?
doing? Yeah.
No. How do I open the door? Oh. Telekinesis, maybe? Big brain. Huge. Massive. Okay, that's cool.
Okay, so enjoy.
Oh, you see that's a cocksucker over there. Okay, I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna pop these guys off. I'm gonna try and use it on them, actually. Oh, what the fuck? That's one down. I gotta move back. I took some damage. Damn. Gotta move out of that. I need to watch out for my health. Never mind, never mind. I gotta watch out for these arrows. All right, let's do this. This guy really doesn't know how to aim. Oh! Watch out, one more. Shit. Or wait, why don't I just do, why don't I do a little bit of... Okay.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it. put the government to shame. Brain infiltration, arrested for wrongthink. Your purple-haired goth girl had become everybody's kink. Fraudulent healthcare, nobody to give the time. The repercussions leading to ice to clean the crime. Cornering a man, a weapon within his hand. Creating chaos and turmoil didn't go as quite as planned. So play the cards, you're in my court. If you deal your hand, it'll come up short. Scream and cry, you'll all complain. It's just my way of winning the game. Protest rise, the dead rat calls. We're in their sights. We shall not fall, because we're lost. We're not
Damn, cut his ass up. Pushed him off? Oh, I didn't think of that. I thought it would push him off. Because the other thing did. Okay, did I get Crimson Ward Bloom? Okay, that's cool. So I wonder if these, new save slot. Okay, good. I'm just trying to see if I get, do I get my healing back? No, okay. That's kind of hardcore. You don't even get a heal back. You've got to just survive. Okay. Ooh. I don't know if I'm supposed to go in here before or not. Use your 4. Let me food. Food actually heals me for a pretty good amount. Where is he? Where is he? I have to be quiet. Bitch ass. Bitch ass, bro. Like, you knew that was gonna happen. Wait, where'd the other guy go? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Did he die? Oh, let me get my points in. Okay, so skill tree. All right, so let's go health, 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 and then let's just do probably all resist. Probably seems like it's garbage. I'm probably not going to get that many levels, right? But like if I do, I should go with that. Can you guys just tell me, will I get enough levels to get this item? This thing here? No? Okay, all right. Now I'm going to start stacking stamina then. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I had the cheat. What? What? What's he doing? What's he doing? Can I break these? I can. Okay, Ring of the Mana. We gotta use some more spells, I'm thinking. I'm thinking about, we gotta do a little bit more of the spell casting and shit. Let me see. So we got telekinesis, and we have whatever the hell this is. Let me see what this does. Okay, so we went in through here. That's interesting. Good idea. Yeah, why not? Okay, loot a couple of these too. And where they at? We gotta look around. That's kind of cool. So it slows them down, obviously. Damn. This guy's got a lot of health. Oh, so you can even cut their arm off and they stay alive. Wow. Okay. Didn't expect that. Just keep moving. I think that's where I came from. Chess. What's in a chess? I think visually the game looks very good. So like I have two things I would say is that I think that for the style of the game, you probably want to add in a little bit more flair, because a lot of video games look this way because it's basically like this right here is an Unreal 5 game. I think it's Unreal 5. This looks like an Unreal 5 environment. So like, for example, like Black Myth Wukong did a lot to try to like, you know, customize and personalize their environments. And I think if they just add like a couple of like little, you know, pieces of like, you know, excitement to it, it'll be really a lot better. That's at least what I think. How many pieces of flair? 41. Let's go over here. I'll break these. Damn, let's cut that shit up. Everkin. Oh, it's a special mushroom. That's a big deal. Ooh. So do I climb up? Oh, so I can't actually climb. Wait. I just walk over it? Oh shit! Okay, what do I do? All right, let's go here. All right. Got his ass. Oh. What's wrong? Hey, you son of a bitch! Damn, he hit me. Okay. Damn, he's getting fucked up now. Okay, nice, got him. I didn't see that other guy that was on the side. He caught me by surprise. Do I get to open this? Open from the elsewhere. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna use the freeze. Like, I feel like the freeze is just the best one, right? I mean, like, because not only does it make them attack slower, Ring of Life, and I still have the rings are still auto-equipping, right? Yeah. Okay, so those are all 4 of the ring slots that I now have. Okay, let's open this up. Any new weapon yet? No, there's not. And also, I'm assuming that whenever I fight a monster that has more health, I'm gonna be able to use my poison blade more effectively. I'm actually, you know what I should do? I'm gonna swap over and I'm gonna use this sword instead of the poison sword, because right now, like, it's doing more slash damage, and also like it does like double slash damage. And I don't know how poison damage works, right? Because in most games, poison damage is like a it's like a build-up, right? And so like you build up poison damage on a target, and then eventually that target dies, or like a poison debuff is applied. Like, and like by most games, I mean Elden Ring. So I don't know how this works. It's a dot. Yeah, exactly. The Forgotten Halls. Do I want to go there? Let me check and see if the other area I can go to. No, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So like, I mean, this is a demo. Like, I'm just thinking about it because it's fun to think about. Okay, I don't know how to open this door. So how does the climbing in this game work? Okay, apparently it's not. I think it's scripted, but I'm not sure. Okay. All right, let's go to the other area. Let's go to the Forgotten Halls. This is a game that rewards exploration. It should be. All games like this should reward exploration.
The labyrinthine passages bear witness to centuries of continuous construction. Many corridors appear to serve no clear purpose, as the relentless pursuit of ever greater heights slowly transformed them into storage.
I know that, but like, it's like a threshold.
And crude sleeping quarters for the legions of stonemasons.
Masons
required for the grand religious projects. Yet the craftsmanship remains remarkable, even after centuries, and despite the destruction of recent years, much of the masonry still stands largely intact.
Damn. Damn. $68 on Steam, is it the right game? It's only a demo. Yeah, it is. So like if you're strapped for cash, I'd wait for the full release. It's just the demo. It's a 2-hour demo. So, you know, you can be patient with that, but otherwise, you know, if you like what you see, you know. Anyway, let me keep going. All right, so now we're in a labyrinth. Lever. Ooh. And now I can save. Let's make a couple of potions. Oh, wait. Oh, can I do that? Oh, yeah, here we go. Alchemy pot. All right, so I want to make a vial, and let me see what I can do here. Heal, poison resist, coating duration. So if I do Everkin, and then I do apply poison, and then I do potency of ingredients, logically, this would be good. I feel like this is what it should be. I like this crafting system, by the way. This is a good crafting system. Fire damage. Okay, I'm gonna craft this vial right now. There we go. And I probably, you know what? I'm gonna make 2 of these because these are just so good. And then we're gonna go to potions. And I'm gonna get rid of these. Let's get rid of that. And then I'm gonna do, let me see, heal poison. I guess I'm gonna do that, poison. And then we're gonna do 10 health. Oh, I can just do this. Okay, I'm just gonna do triple heal. Yeah, because that's all I wanted is a healing potion. And how much health do I have total? I have 700. So like basically it's half my health. If it's half my health, I'm gonna make 2 of them. Okay. Perfect. Okay, and let me save again just so in case I die. Now I have it here. 110. Yeah, it was something like that. Okay. I also like that the items in the area don't light up. I feel like whenever you have items that light up, it's kind of like there's like an immersion perspective that's broken. 2 archers. Okay, how do I handle this? I think I'm gonna cast a spell and then go down there. Oh wow, it hit me. Okay, let's go. Why am I not? I just get them all. Damn, it's fast. Shit! Oh, he went underneath me. Okay. Alright, I leveled up. I didn't even think about leveling up. I was gonna use my potion. Okay, where's this other guy? Oh, shit, I see him. Okay, open requires a lever. I'm gonna hit him with my poison. Okay. Oh, I hit him. Does it make the arrows move slower? It looks like it does. How the hell do I get over there? How in the fuck do I get over? Use the fire? How do I do it? This fucker's shooting arrows at me, so I'm stressed. It's hard for me to focus on this. Okay, what the hell do I do? X on the door? Really? You think that's it? I don't think I can open the door here. Kill the archer? Okay, let me do it. I actually don't even know if that kills him. It says open somewhere else. And I'm not seeing any of those indicators anywhere else. Telekinesis him? Sure, why not? Okay. No, that doesn't work. It's too far away. Can I telekinesis anywhere in this area? No, it looks like I'm not able to. What do I do? I don't see a lever anywhere here. There's a platform on the right. I don't see it. So like if I'm over here, I just don't see this anywhere. Right if you look inside the, right in front of the gate? Really? I can't see that. It's a platform? What does that mean? Around the corner? Well, I can't go around. Which corner? On the edge of the cliff. I see now. Okay, got it. One side. Get away from him. Okay. Nice. Okay, he's dead. Okay, Dev's gonna add yellow paint because of that? Well, it's just like whenever you have a guy shooting at you, it adds like a level of tension, and like you're not gonna be like analytically looking around the area because you're worried about getting hit, and like health is such a limited resource, right? So like, I mean, obviously it's gonna be hard to see something like that. Okay, bottom. Shit. Got him. All right. Think he's dead? Okay, good. No screen? Well, I'm just gonna tell you, like, I mean, the things that I'll get stuck on are things that, like, a million people get stuck on. Like, whether you think that, like, oh, I would have seen it or not, like, a lot of people will get stuck on that because it's not easily, like, visible unless you go right to that edge. Okay, let me go around. Where do I go now? Where are these fuckers? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do I do now? Fuck, I can't find where to go. Okay. It should be somewhere in this area. I just don't know where. It's free? Yeah. Don't be afraid to die to test everything. Oh, there it is. I didn't see that. It's so dark. Okay, we're good. This monitor, for some reason, is a lot darker than my other monitor. I should probably actually just turn that up in general, but like usually it looks good. So like in dark areas and games, it's hard for me to see certain things. Okay. Press T for torch. Oh, wow. Okay, that's great. All right, well, I don't know where the hell to go now. There's a lever near the door. I see it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Ooh, uh-oh. All right. Oh, it's like a boss. How do I take the torch off? Okay, it's like that. I hit the wrong button. What was I doing? Sorry, okay. Can I? I didn't think that would work. Wait, can I? Damn, that's really good. Yeah, bro, this kick is like OP as fuck. Ooh, actually, it's not even the kick, it's the spikes. Okay. Damn, these arrows are no joke. Okay. I'm gonna try and use the freeze. Ooh, cut his head off. Got it. Shit. Nice. Okay, good. That was scary. I almost messed up there. Okay. Yeah, and it looks like I get my mana back just by doing melee attacks. I thought I was gonna have to fight that big guy. I probably will, but just not yet. Okay. Let's keep moving. Looks like there's nobody in this area. That's nice. Go around. Maybe fix the kill him subtitle. Honestly, that's been pretty accurate for the whole game, so I think they can just keep that. It's like a default. Maybe I'll go up here. Ooh, unlocked from the other side. Okay, so this is like a shortcut or something. Ooh. This looks like it's a... I knew it. Dude, I played so many games like this, I could just tell. I could just fucking tell, man. Sometimes you just know. Got him, he's dead. Okay. Kill this guy next. Cut his dick off. Oh shit. Damn, I killed him in one hit. Oh wait, can I? Come on. Come on. Oh, it works! You can use it on him. Nice! Oh, I didn't know I could do two of those. Okay, that's cool. Let me loot all these too. Alright. I'm gonna kill this guy next. Damn! Just slice that shit right off. Alright. What about over here? Loot anything over here? Got a little bit of that. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little bit more of the hang of the game. It took me a bit, but now we're doing okay. Okay, and we'll go after this guy next. Avoid that. Going to here. All right. Oh. Okay. We gotta kill that guy. Oh, we gotta kill that guy down there. Oh! Give me that head. There it is. All right, and let me look around. It looks like that's everything, so I'm gonna put on my torch. And let's see if we can look around. Explore. Get a few more of these things here. And we haven't used either of our potions, too. I don't think I need to use alchemy right now. Let's look around. Ooh, another big box. Courtyard key. Oh, I bet I need that for the other room. Yeah, it's like 99% sure, right? I mean, pretty fucking obvious. You know what? I need more stamina. I do. Do I have 2 levels? Oh, I have 3 levels. Holy shit. Okay, next one I'll be able to get greater stamina. And then after that, I'm going to put the rest of my points into health. Okay, so... That's good. Check over here. Nothing over here. Take the flowers off your hotbar. When you craft, it seems hotbar takes it up. I don't know what that means. I don't think that's English. Takes it up. Trying to see if there's another mob in this area. Can I destroy this? I wonder if I can destroy this. Yep. Okay. That's cool. Would be a lot cooler if there was a guy standing on it, but that's okay. All right, so I wanted to do a little run around and make sure I didn't miss any of this stuff. Okay, let's not stand on Sense Fortress here. And this has got to be the courtyard key, right? Portcullis. What about the trees? It seems like you can't cut the trees in half. Okay. This has got to be where the bad boys are, right? I can hear them. That's a cocksucker. That is a cocksucker. Okay, give me a minute. Let me save. Okay, good. Look around. Is this fucker trying to throw rocks at me, man? Oh, poison! Try and move out of this. Fuck. Fuck, bro. Like, okay, all right. Shit, I can't open this. Through here. I wonder how the fuck do I get up there? There's no way I have to jump up there, right? Then how the fuck do I? It's not over here. Telekinesis? It's a good idea. Well, I don't even see where to use it on. Okay, so... Where is it? Where do I go? Where is it? I can't see it. Need to find a lever? Yeah, I don't know where the lever is. There it is. I found it. Okay. All right, let's go down. Well, that didn't help at all. Well, what the fuck? Where the hell do I go now? Shit. I can't go in through there. Oh, there's a chest. Northern Firecat. Okay, 2 more mushrooms. Just what I needed. Jump in the box in the middle of the courtyard, then leap to the ledge. There's no way I can do that, right? Holy shit, I can't. I assume that, like, usually in, like, I assume that wasn't what I was supposed to do. Okay. Shit. That's a lot of cocksuckers. That's a lot of fucking guys. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. He's dead. I've taken a lot of damage so far now. Damn, I was bleeding out. God damn. Okay, look around. You can light oil on the ground? Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay, give me a minute. Go back. So I wonder if I can use... Can I freeze him? Oh, I can't. Oh. Okay, so parrying, like, you can animation cancel, I'm pretty sure, which makes it a lot easier. Damn. Okay, killed him. All right, that's no big deal. A bow would make you OP. Yeah, I bet probably you'll be able to get one later on. The Great Hall. Okay, let's move. And this looks like, yeah, this is dead. Got one. Get him. Hit him with this. I gotta. I'm gonna run out of room. I gotta run. There's too many of them. I'm being overrun. Nice. Okay, good. All right, we leveled up, so I got all my health back. What? Got him. Okay, that guy's dead. Okay, now we're doing a little bit better now. We're popping off, kind of. Why are they doing that little spin around shit? Get the fuck out of here, pussy. Fuck you. Okay, good. Oh, now I get my big stamina bonus too. Okay, good. And we're gonna put that in. That should help me out a lot. I feel like I run out of stamina pretty fast. So this will be a huge improvement for me. Okay, I guess I just gotta jump down there, right? Just jump down. Alright. Where are these cocksuckers? Where are the cocksuckers? No. Oh, these fuckers. Huh? He's dead? Oh, I thought he was dead. Got him. Fuck, where is this guy? Shit! Okay, okay, requires a lever. Alright, I gotta figure that out. Okay, let's go down here. I think he was over here, right? Yeah, he was. Kill this guy. Cut his fucking head off. Good. Alright, and now we only have that one guy left over there. So, we've got to find a way to get up to him. So I might have to parkour up to him again, but I don't know yet. Look around. Maybe it's in here. Oh, it's got to be over here. Yeah, this has got to be it. Oh, what an idiot. Damn. Oh, got him. All right. This guy's a real motherfucker, isn't he? And I'm assuming this is where the poison guy is, right? Yeah, it is. Got him. All right, easy. Holy shit, that was rough. Okay, and now we have the lever, and now we can open the big door. All right, let's go. Ooh, can I jump over there? Of course I can. I probably can't. Should be okay, right? Yeah, I'm fine. I was worried there. I thought I was gonna fucking die. All right, now we can open this. Do you review a rate? No, let me... Wait, what? Huh? What? Wait a minute. Oh, holy shit. I think I have to do... I have to jump up to those. I think that's what it's got to be, right? There's 2 levers on each side? 2. Well, let's find out if I can... if there's another one. Because that's 1 lever right there. And it looks like there's no levers over here. It's got to be this way. This has got to be it. Okay. Okay. I made it over. That's good. And then here's the lever. Nice! Okay, we opened this shit up. Perfect. Okay, what's this? Oh. It's a new pathway.
Carved deep into stone and earth,
Miss
the
Legendary
water
axe?
wells have long served as
What
lifelines
axe?
for the underdwellers.
I didn't see that.
As attention gradually
An
turned
axe?
toward the upper echelons, these ancient systems were repurposed. Once carrying fresh water,
I didn't see it.
they now bear the more unpleasant remnants of densely populated depths.
Uh-huh. Now you're screwed? I know. I don't think I can go. Can I go back? Yeah, where's the axe? If this doesn't respawn the guys, I'll go back and look. That's not it. Where is it? Where's the axe? Where is it? Did I just get baited? I feel like I've been baited. It's hard to describe. Okay, I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like yeah. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's keep going. No. I can see exactly what's happening here. All right, let's keep going. So now we're in the. Oh, this is like dark and darker or something. All right, let's go. Okay. Use my torch. Oh. Oh. Okay. I can't move.
There's no crossing this.
Damn.
Do you hear water?
Mm-hmm.
I hear nothing. Why? It sounds like water. You're not thinking of jumping. No. Good.
You're not thinking of jumping. Oh shit. Whoa, oh.
That will suffice.
Wow. That's good. Testing the waters? Yeah, literally. Damn. Damn, bro. Just threw him down there. He's pissed.
Unbelievable. I can bring root chewing. I trusted you. You said you wouldn't jump. You asked whether I was thinking of jumping. Yes. At that moment, I was not thinking of jumping. I was thinking of throwing. I did not give my consent to aerial deployment.
Oh. Yeah, keep going, idiot. Alright, so now we're in a fucking, like, what is this, a fucking sewer? Damn. Damn, you can barely see shit in this game. I don't know if I'm going the right way or not, so... I mean, here's a gate, right? There's a gate, but we don't... That doesn't look like the gate we need to go through. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Get some mushrooms, too. Okay, this is good. What's this? I have no idea if I'm going the right way or not. I'm going to assume that I am. Another free box. Unlock? Wait, unlock. Is this... I don't know if this is a, you know, one of those lock-picking situations. Hopefully it's not. I don't know where to go. How about over here? What's this? I mean, these are torches. Oh, this has got to be the right way. Perfect. Okay. See a new Lego video? Some redacted body cam footage. The cops and Josh look real bad. No way. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised about that at all. Ooh, this looks cool. Oh, shit. Damn. I don't want to fall off here. I've got to be careful. How is this only $8? It's a demo. Yeah, it's a demo. It's not the full game. Oh, who's this?
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's a big boy, huh?
Now.
Time to die. Oh, he knocked me down. Yo, he does a lot of damage. Jesus. Oh my god. The guy's no joke. Okay, so let me think how I'm gonna handle this. All right, first thing is, let's see, do we have an alchemy pot? Yeah, we do. Okay, so what can we make here? Movement speed and attack speed. Okay, let's get that. For 15 seconds. Potency of ingredients. We're gonna put that, oh no, that's for something else. Fuck. Okay, let's do that. And I don't know what else I can do with these. Kill him first? Oh, just kill the giant fucking Minotaur? Oh, okay. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Dude, you guys are, you're so smart. That's a great idea. Okay, let me do my weapon coating right here. And then I'm gonna put my potions right here. And then I'll put my other potion right there. And then I have one more. Okay, I don't even need anything else. Okay, so this is really it. Last 30 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna use one potion. Okay, good. So the strategy we're gonna use is I'm gonna use my coating, and then I'm assuming my coating is going to stay, like, going into the fight. Save before going in. Oh, you're right, you're right. I should have done that. Okay, let me go ahead and do this. The coating. Okay, perfect.
Sacred roots.
All
What
right.
are we looking at?
Skip cutscene. Jesus, this guy is no joke. Okay. Heal. All right. Jesus, he does so much damage. Oh my god. Holy shit. You gotta learn his attacks? Well, I don't even know how do I don't even know how to dodge. Okay, let me go and do this again. And okay, so potency of ingredients. Okay, and I'm gonna do this. Oh wait. Okay, I distracted myself. Okay, what am I thinking? What am I trying to think? Okay, so I have the fire damage, right? Okay, I've got this. And then poison resist just for something. And then I need, I guess, health, right? Okay, that should be fine. Okay, so that's done. Aim for the legs. Yeah, these guys are no joke, man. They're not. Okay, so what else do I need? Potency of ingredients for a vial. Let me do one more potion. Yeah, I think potions are really important. Yeah, prayer. Yeah, I don't understand like how I'm supposed to like get around his oh, let me actually swap this over too. Get around those charges because it feels like I can't really maneuver my character away from them. They just kind of like hit me. It's almost like it's like scripted damage. Stand in front of the spike so he charges into him. Yeah, but I can't even avoid that, right? Like, that's a great idea. You know, it's like a Minotaur, so like he runs in there and hits it. Like, that's a good idea. But I just don't know how that's supposed to work. Dodge jump worked for me. Okay. Alright, let me go, and I'm going to use a potion. Let's do it.
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Jesus Christ. That's so much damage. Okay, that's one. All right. This is too hard. I don't think I can do this. I'm gonna do like 2 more attempts. I'll do 2 more attempts. Okay. All right, can you fireball him? I don't think fireball does that much damage. I think it's better for me to use the freeze instead. Okay. Let's do this. See if I can beat him. And I'm going to use my thing too. I forgot to do that.
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Well, hello, everyone.
Jeez.
I'm gonna cut off his mic for a second to let you all know that I am finishing up cooking. I have finished my my creation. It is modified bean and cheese burritos because she doesn't like a lot of beans, so she gets little beans and more cheese, and I get more beans and less cheese, like we like. And then there's gonna be cilantro, and there are our own choices of salsas. Whether or not we want packets from Taco Bell or Del Taco. Sometimes we like those. Or different types of salsas, like it's mango or actual pico de gallo. I don't know what we have right now. But at least we have fresh cilantro. So I'm going to go do that, bring it in here to eat it, and I'll see you guys momentarily. Thank you.
I think Fires did that? Yeah, it was decent. I just got to get those mobs out of the way. Okay. Can't block him? Yeah. We'll try and give this one more shot. Freeze doesn't work on him? I didn't know if it's like a build-up, right? Like I have to use multiple amounts of it. But if that's true, then I can maybe use... I don't know what else to use. No idea. Okay, let's do this.
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Oh, jeez, I just... Oh, man. That's hard. Okay, I almost had it there. Okay, I'll do one more because, like, that was a really close call. Okay. It was tough. The thing is, to me, like, I just have really, really high latency. So, like, something that would take, like, a normal person, like, a fraction of a second, it'll take me, like, 1 second to, like, even think, oh, okay, that's what I have to do. I'm playing with very high latency. You're gonna have to be patient. Okay, I'm gonna use one more person. Okay. This can be it.
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
I think we can beat it here. I can't get away. Dude. I'm too slow. I can't think that fast. I hit the wrong button again. I hit the wrong button again. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna try one more. I can't. Fuck. Okay, I'll do one more. Like I just keep hitting the wrong buttons. I just do miss inputs. It's so frustrating. Okay, this is my last attempt. Then I'm gonna stop. Okay. Try using different magic. I don't think that matters. Magic doesn't really do a lot for me. Okay, let's do this.
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Is she dead? I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't even heal. Fuck. Okay, I'm done. All right, I'm done. This game is good, but it's just there's too much happening. I can't do it. All right. Anyway, so yeah, very good game. But I have no interest in doing it over and over. And yeah, it's just attack doesn't even look like they're connecting. Yeah, I don't know. And actually good though. Yeah, the game is so this is generally what I feel about it. I think that the only complaint that I really have for the game that I actually don't like is that I don't like how you're supposed to evaluate and figure out like what to do in an environmental puzzle when you have a monster that's attacking you. I don't like that. I think it adds like a level of tension that's like not fun. So like, for example, whenever I'm supposed to like figure out where to go and I have like an archer shooting arrows at me, that makes it like annoying. But other than that, I think the rest of it was good. I think it's also probably like a different amount of like monster types would be another thing. Needs more yellow paint. Well, it doesn't need yellow paint. The thing is that like yellow paint is not the answer. It's just that like whenever you have a person that's distracted by, that's the point though. Well, I'm telling you like what I like, what I don't like, right? I'm just giving you my opinion. So like if you don't like it or whatever, like that's it. There's a charge attack that's slower than the axe swing that teleports to you. Yeah, looks punishing. Yeah, it's very punishing. To me, like this is gonna sound really stupid, but I just can't, I can't learn keybinds. Like it will take me, I'm not even kidding you, like 30 or 40 hours of playing a video game to remember to hit a keybind. I don't know why, it's like a mental disorder or something that I have, like where I just can't learn keybinds. I just like can't learn buttons. And so like because of that, if I can't rebind the skills to like what I'm used to doing, I just can't play the game. And that's the reason why I keep making all these like mistakes while I'm playing, is that I have to like think about what I'm gonna do, right? It takes me like 2 or 3 seconds to like think about what it is. And so muscle memory, yeah. And so game's good, but skill issue. Yeah, I mean that's my only complaint, is that I don't like trying to figure out and like discern environmental like puzzles when I'm like, whenever I have to like put myself in like the line of sight of like avoiding like a thing that's trying to attack me at the same time. Like that to me, it's like a stressful, unpleasant, unfun experience. Like I don't like that. Like it's like I hate it. I hate it. It's so annoying. And so that's the only thing that I don't like doing. Gotta play under pressure. Yeah, I don't like playing under pressure. Like the moment that a video game puts me under like a tension environment, that's like, in my opinion, like kind of arbitrary, or like it's like a weird like friction tension, I generally just lose interest in the game. Like I don't really want to play it anymore because like it's like stressful. Like I don't play video games to stress out. Like I hate stressing out. And so like and boss fights usually don't do that, but like tension environments like that are not enjoyable. You love Resident Evil? That's not really high tension. Like I mean that's engineered tension. It's understandable. Yeah. Didn't you think the same thing about Tainted Grail? No, I didn't. I like Tainted Grail. Like basically anything that like adds stress content to me is instant. Like that's an instant game quit to me. Like anything that has that. Elden Ring is full of these situations you describe. Not really. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, like, because I understand Elden Ring very well. I wouldn't say that Elden Ring has those features. Like, generally in Elden Ring, like I guess there's like a couple areas in the DLC are kind of annoying. Like anything that makes you multitask like that and like have to look around constantly, like it's frenetic and stressful to me. And that's I hate that. But otherwise, I think everything else is pretty good. I think like, it's just the usual thing about like mob variety, stuff like that. But yeah. These were micro dodges and space to figure things out, like stance and attack indications. I also think that whenever like a monster hits you, like for example, like whenever that big guy did like the swing, and then a swing makes him move forward really fast, it's completely artificial. Like I don't know why you design a monster. Like I don't think that does it make the game harder? Absolutely it does. It makes it way harder. Does it make it more fun? Absolutely not. It doesn't make it more fun. So like I think that it's inertia. Yeah, like well basically like a game like this, I think that one of the things about it's a demo though. Exactly. That's why I'm providing the feedback that I am. Once you learn to move, you know what to expect. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to do that. Like you shouldn't expect for a monster to teleport 10 feet in front of you and to just randomly move forward when you've played a game that has very, very heavy, methodical, physics-based combat. Like, whenever you establish a kind of expectation, I think that people expect that, naturally. It's a learning curve. It is a learning curve, but like I said the same thing with, like, let's say, for example, what's it called? Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy was really bad with this too, where like the monsters, if you were out range of them, the monster would just teleport closer to you and hit you anyway. I think that's like the cheesiest, most unfun, like shitty design ever. It is. Like I don't find that to be fun. And no telegraph punch that has a crush though? Well, I don't know about that. Can you freeze the big boy? No, I don't think you can. Wait, didn't you mention this when you watched the trailer initially? I actually did. No, I forgot all about that. I did. It was against that Poison Knight or something like that. Makes no sense for an enemy to do it. Makes it tedious whenever fighting enemy after enemy. Yeah, it does. Let the boss kill all the minion. Yeah, I'll try one more. So I'm just sitting here talking about it. Oh, I forgot to put my thing on. Oops. Like that. I mean, it's just like... I feel like I'm not in that, right? And also, like, the size of the monster, like, the clunkiness of the game, I think it's, like, it's a little bit too much for something to punish you that, like, repositions. Like, that's crazy. It's strange? Yeah, it is. Oh my god. Like, don't get me wrong, like, that's the reason why I keep getting hit by that, because it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would something like that hit me? Like, that to me, like, if that happens, and, like, especially with, like, how clunky and punishing the game is, that's, like, a quit moment. Like, I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this, because it's, like, just... I wasn't in that, I got hit by it anyway, it's just stupid. And again, like, it's a gap closer. Yeah, exactly. But, like, it doesn't make sense that that would happen. They'll fix it, I'm sure. Yeah, like, any of those attacks, I think that kind of stuff will make people not want to play. A janky ends up with slower paced combat, varied encounters, possible strikes. A tad janky. I think jank content, like combat, is almost always a bad thing, unless there's like a finesse to it.
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Same with that. Like, it's the same with like something like that is. Oh, did he kill them? Jesus Christ. Jesus, I can't even like move. Yeah, I don't like this. Stop looking away from the boss. The problem is that if I don't look away from the boss, so I can't move backwards. Like, that's how fast I can move backwards, and that's how fast I can move forwards. So I have to look away from the boss in order to make adequate distance behind him. Third person's better? No, I just think that in general, like, I think it wouldn't be an issue if you didn't have that, like, gap closer type movement. Let the boss kill the other guys. I don't think I can really focus and, like, rely on that. Does kick stagger him? Probably not, right?
Sacred roots. What are we looking at?
Oh, I can do a perfect dodge. I didn't even know that. Fuck. What? Yeah, I really think that the gap closer attack really makes it shitty. Like, the more that I do it, I feel like the gap closer is, like, really, really... Like, you're in such a small environment. I just, in general, like, this fight just feels like the Capper Demon, but it's, like, more clunky. It's better. Yeah, it's better. I didn't know you could perfect dodge. They want to force you to do perfect dodge. It's a lazy way. I don't really think that's necessarily it. It's just a demo. Think about how good it gets. Well, the thing is that if the basic combat has these functionalities, you would actually expect the combat to get worse. Because, like, these functionalities would become more punishing as the game, like, progresses. So, like, I don't see that. I don't see it that way. Jesus Christ. I can't hit him with that, can I? No. Like, that's crazy. I'm out of potions now. We use this too. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I think I'm just dead. Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I don't like this. Like, if this was the full game, I would probably just quit the game. You constantly make the same mistakes. Yeah, I mean that's. Yeah, that's to me. That's the way I feel about it. It's just it's too hard. But that's generally where I'm at. Close, you got it. No, I'm done. But it's understandable. Yeah, no doubt. I don't think many players will get past this dude. Yeah, it's just that that's generally the way I feel about it. Like, I'm sure, like, if I kept doing it over and over, I'd be able to beat it, right? I mean, sure. But I just don't want to do it. Not a fun fight. No, it's not. And, yeah, did you actually beat Stellar Blade? I don't remember that. I played off stream. I did. And you have maybe you have a better parry system. I think a parry system would be cool. It would. Minions ruin the flow of the combat. Yeah, it's just, and also like this, like there's a lot of things about it that I think like it does kind of suck, but I think that they can improve it and make the game better. You can parry with the perfect block? Really? I wasn't able to do that. Like, I tried to do it multiple times and it didn't work to me. No, unredacted body cams for bricks and minifigures just got leaked. Yeah, I heard about that. I'm gonna look at it tomorrow. Rate the game out of 10? I'd say it's a 6 or 7. Like, somewhere around there. The fight feels unfair and we on, it's a bad sign for the rest of the game. Yeah. I think definitely that would just annoy me. If the game has one key mistake and needs a parry system, need to explain the mechanics. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that my only real concern and complaint about that is that you can polish a turd, looks amazing, plays like shit. Well, I mean, like, I think that really there are just a handful of things they can improve, and it will probably be a lot better.